want to.
I'm just saying, Steve does not want to take you to court. The amount of evidence you got, the videos you got, the way you got the timeline laid out. As I was reading this and looking at the videos, I don't know how this nigga is not in jail already.
It's a storm show. Ay, it's a storm show.
This has showed me that you can buy the law. No matter what you do, you can buy the law. I never thought I would be in a case like that, but now I see for myself, a person can buy it.
So let's formally introduce you to the people, Miss Essie Berry. Let people know who you are and what you do.
I'm a civil rights activist for over 30 years. I have a 100% winning rate. If I don't, it's because I walked away and I chose not to do anything with the case. I have two sons, a 36 and a 38-year-old son. Both of those are my kings. I love my baby death. I got a host of grandbabies. If people don't know, I'm the widow of Fred Rerun Berry from the 1970 sitcom What's Happening? Hey, hey, hey. I married him in 1999 and he died in 2003. And unfortunately, when he died, I married him October the 22nd on my birthday. He died October the 21st. 2003. So he died one day before my birthday and our wedding anniversary. So I knew that God wanted me to be his widow.
Yeah, to see him as he transitioned out. Yeah.
Right. But I'm looking at the dates though, Mr. Storm. I married him on the 22nd of October in 99. He died one day before my birthday in 2003. So on the 22nd, he died on the 21st in 2003. So that was one day before our wedding anniversary and one day before my birthday. God knew that I was going to be his widow to keep his legacy going on because we got other things, going on in the background.
Absolutely.
I am a Southern peach through and through. I've been married a couple of times, as people know, but also like right now, I don't know if it's all because of what Steve had put me through and all that I went through, because I had to get back to who I am, but I'm a born again virgin. I want to say that, put that right out there. I'm 53 years old.
Oh, you look good. You look good.
Thank you. And I chose that for right now because sometimes they say because you're a beautiful woman, you gotta sleep with this man, that man, we all this. I just broke the trend to all that because beauty is in age and in numbers, but it's really within the inside what I really look at. But I chose to just keep my body, my mind, myself, my spirit to me till I figure out who I was because I had went through all this. And I can say by me doing that, it has helped me in a great way. So I have a lot of people asking me on platforms, am I dating? I don't have a man. I'm looking for one though. Now that comes. And so basically, as a civil rights activist, I've been all over the world and I don't have to leave my home. I have people calling me from everywhere. I'm a master cosmetologist for over 30 years. I love doing hair. I just put that on the back burner because I like fighting for people more so better than anything. So here I am now in the mix of a Harvey drama that we're getting ready to get into. And it's because my civil rights activist instincts kicked in.
Let's take it back to the beginning, so people can know. We've heard Jimmy speak, Marjorie's ex-husband. We've heard Marjorie.
Oh.
First time we met?
Memphis.
Where?
At a comedy club.
Okay. How did we meet? Tell them exactly how we met. Tell them first thing I said to you. Tell them how we met.
I was late.
You were late. Came to a comedy club. She came down front with her girlfriend.
Yeah.
When I saw her, I quit breathing.
He stopped the show, actually.
I wasn't even talking.
So I came with my girlfriend. I was late, and I thought he was going to give me the business because he got real quiet. He was just staring at me, so I was waiting on him to, what time's your ticket say, I thought I was going to become part of the show. So he stopped the show, and he just kept staring at me. So now it's kind of awkward because it's a little bitty comedy club.
Hey, it wasn't that little.
Okay. So a comedy club is small if y'all are sitting at tables.
Yeah, well, it's 300 seater. That's a comedy club. Probably was the biggest in the whole Southeast.
Okay. So that's Steve's version of the comedy club. It was actually at the Rose Bowl. It was huge.
All right. So what?
All right, so it was a small comedy club. So I came late. I came down front with my girlfriend. Our seats were right here at the front, right by the stage. So we were sitting here. The stage was here. So he's just quiet. He just keeps staring at me. So I'm waiting on him to make me a part of the show so we can get on with the show. So he stayed quiet so long, staring at me. Now everybody in the club is looking at me. And so he finally realized, okay, I got to say something. He was like, oh, I'm sorry. I don't know who this is, but I'm going to marry her.
Truthful. So I feel like with you, we can get to the bottom of everything and really tell the untold story of Steve Harvey. So let's take it back from the beginning. How did you even get involved with Mary Harvey?
By me being Rerun's widow, I had a girlfriend who wanted to do a show. So I can make a phone call and I can say, hello, my name is Essie Berry. I'm the widow of Fred Rerun Berry, and do the whole 9 yards. They're going to listen. So I contacted some producers, going back and forth. I had 2 Caucasian agents that wanted to sign me. I signed with one in Virginia, North Carolina, and one in Georgia. And then I talked to a gentleman named Aaron Long from VH1. We were getting ready to do a reality show, Widow, Wives, and Exes. I was going to have me as Rerun's widow, all Fred exes, all Rerun exes. And then I wanted some other people because I already knew these exes, his exes, were going to come to me foul because we done went through things in the past, Rerun's exes. So then I said, let me go find some people that I think will be good for the show. Come on, Essie. The gentleman who was married to Jack A from 227, he do hair. Y'all know who I'm talking
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name, though.
Okay, he was one. Mary Harvey. I was going to speak to Bernie Mac's wife. I spec'd out to Shar, the one who was married to Britney Spears' old man. That's it. Yeah. We're going to be widow, wives, and exes. We're going to have men on there as well.
That was going to be messy as hell.
Yes, it was, baby. Yes, it was. Yes. But it would have been spectacular for me to hear what Rerun went through with these exes. So being with that, with Rerun and these people, we were just going to make a mark. But there was a lot of stuff going on behind closed doors about Fred, Rerun. So I was going to put all that on the mainstream when we got on the show. To my belief, when I went to go find Mary, I had to find her through a girl named Shanae Hall, if I'm not mistaken. I found Mary within like 48 to 72 hours. We went back and forth for a minute. We started talking. And we just went back and forth. And she wanted to do the show. But then she said, I can't because I'm on a gag order. Now, I'm a civil rights activist. A gag order means to shut up and don't say anything. That sparked my attention. Mind you, Mary had did videos in 2011 and 2009. I never saw those videos. I never knew anything about Mary Harvey's case to that night when I found her and we started talking.
You say, let's get together and talk about it. Let's meet you and the present wife. Let's go on the radio together. Let's go on the TV together. He's in 60 markets. Let's have that conversation on his 60 markets. It don't matter to me. I'm open for it. But you have to think about the people that are not willing to talk about the issues, but want to talk about the legal side. What I'm going to stop this person from saying. I don't have to defend what I say because it's the truth.
This is nothing.
But why is it in shambles?
Because we have a man of power and authority, and he used that in the court. In a small town in Texas, he was able to manipulate this entire situation to his benefit. And it does happen. It happens in our community. It's happening in this country. And it touches every woman, every race, every religion, every creed. It is happening. And the thing about it that's so unbelievable is that it did happen. When you're talking about a man who's progressive, who's productive, who has a position in our community, it's like stunning, it's like shocking, like how could this be?
Think about how quickly he moved forward from me to Marjorie. That was disturbing. With all the emails and the text messages and the different things that were
that I was finding out about, I thought the least that he could do, make me whole at the end of it. He left. He just left, walked out the door. Once he realized that I was going to divorce him, he walked out the door. He had a shoulder bag. He walked out. Went right to New York, to our apartment that we had there, which I never got to see, by the way, and then she joined him there. Marjorie joined him there.
Now, I never saw those videos, okay, to after the fact when I got in touch with Mary. So I'm telling you, I knew nothing about the Harvey anything until my reality show was finna come on. So trying to get Mary involved, she told me some things, but she was very like stand backish. And I was like, so why is she acting like this? So I said, tell you what, since you're afraid and you feel like it's a gag order or whatever, and I got those letters, if you would like for me to send them to you from Steve Harvey's lawyer, Bobby Edmond, I do things by the book. So I sent her a letter and said, yo, I would like to know if there's any reservations about Mary Harvey doing this doing this show or whatever. They didn't like it. And then his lawyer talked stupid to me, and then I got stupid back. So then it was a conflict of interest, and then it almost act like it was a war. So now you don't ruffle my feathers, because why you got an attitude? Because we want to do a reality show. What is so harmful and so damaging that I asked you a question, and when you see the letters, it came from Miss Bobby Edmond. Miss Bobby Edmond is an attorney out of the state of Texas, which is one of Steve Harvey's attorney. But at this time, that's who the lawyer was while we were affiliated with this part of it. So we went back and forth for a minute. Nobody wanted to say anything. So if people don't know it, when Mary divorced Steve, he divorced in 30 days. I've never seen someone, he said, the papers were divorced in 30 days. Okay.
But now we know that it was some what they call it when you force somebody's signature. Yeah. Now let's make it clear. So Mary Harvey was the second wife of Steve Harvey.
Yes.
Before that, it was Marcia or Marcia?
Marcy, yeah.
Marcy. It was alleged it was somebody else before Marcy. Is that true?
I haven't seen those papers to take account to say that for sure, but it could have been, because how these celebrities lie and they hide so much information. Okay, so I'm not sure.
So allegedly, Steve Harvey has seen quite a few of my videos, and he wants to put out a gag order on me because of my knowledge about his real life. Now let's start with the first fact. Steve Harvey was not married 3 times. It was actually 4 times that he was married. Now, he got married back in 1978 when he was around 20 or 21. And the lady he was briefly married to, no other information is made available about her, only her name, which is Carol Fulton. And they married in California, which ironically was just 4 years after he graduated from Glenville High School in 1974 at the age of 17. And he then went and attended Kent University and West Virginia University. Now, it looks like during college or right after college, he quickly fell in love and got married. Now, he didn't perform his first stand-up comedy performance until 1985. But it's just amazing how Carol Fulton, now named Carol Yvonne Lasley, was quickly scrubbed from his bio to appear that his first wife was Marcia Harvey.
So I'm not sure, but I know about the 3 M&M. He should have bought an M&M factory. That's what he should have did, because he showed like M&Ms, okay?
And what else do Marcy and Mary and Marjorie also have in common?
They're all Libras. And Mary told me, Mary said, they all got this M name for sure, M-A-R. All of them start with M-A-R. I know that. But Mary said that Steve will sleep with anyone, but he will marry a Libra. A Libra is intelligent. We blend with all the zodiac signs. We are the only sign more so that is not an animal or something. We are a scale of justice. You'll see Libra, and it's a scale. It's either tilted. We either hot, we cold. Don't get us off balance, because then you got an issue. But Libras are very loyal, you know what I'm saying, to the person that they're loyal with. So if you done did something with a Libra, they're going to ride with you to the end till you can't do no more. But we have different types of Libras. Like, no disrespect to anybody. The first wife, she a quiet Libra. She wasn't a push around ass Libras. Mary is a type do or die until it's time to die, and then she's gonna like back off. You know what I'm saying? So you saw the paperwork. She tried to be a gangster, but at the end of this, you went and you had to sit down because the man kept shutting you up.
Yeah.
Margie is a buyout Libra. You can go buy her and say, go sit down, whoop, and she'll go sit down because you can buy her because that's what she's about.
Bling, bling, bling. Bitches is mad.
I'm a Libra that is that scale of justice. I'm on the cup of being a Scorpio and that Libra. So you can't scare me. You can't buy me. You can't intimidate me. And you can't make me do what you want me to do. So I outweigh all those Libras put together. And Mary said that she had never seen a woman come at Steve like all this had transpired and went on. Okay. So
you know what? Now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever seen a woman really check Steve the way he needs to be checked.
He shook now. And he's been shaking.
I would have to say you're the only one. Even when him and Monique had that conversation, she didn't check him the way he should have been checked, in my opinion.
Let me tell you how I know I shook them. And I told them when they start stalking me, because we're gonna go back, y'all. But since we having this conversation, I told them before it's over with, I'm gonna be embedding your mind, your body, your spirit, and your soul. Why that is because I know all the dirty. See, because I'm an activist and I don't know how it's possible, but I can tell you every dirty detail in Mary and Steve Harvey's divorce case. They said if I put the sealed documents up here, they're gonna put me in jail. Then shit, if you put me in jail, then everybody's gonna go to hell. Because I'm getting ready to tell what we gonna go. Because see, I'm Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks. I'm not gonna let you take my seat and put me to the back of the bus. And I know I should have been at the front. Absolutely. I'm not gonna sit up here and say I got a dream because I don't really dream like that. I make shit come true. I don't say something like that. It's a promise, and that's what I'm coming for you. So to know that he tried to shut up Tasha K, Lionel B, Geneva Closet, a girl named Chicago Talk, and there was a couple more people that he tried to gag because he didn't want them talking to me. I know that I'm inferior to you, and you don't want to face me. But he wrote a book. He wrote a book about women. Think like a man, act like a woman, act like a man, whatever it was. He should have took his own shit and just went back somewhere because you got you act like you say you got balls, but you was acting like a woman in all this because you put Mary in a mental ward and she had a mental breakdown. Steve got his lawyer to go to court and take Mary out of a mental ward and then take her to court. He didn't even show up. He was kicking it with Margie. I got documents to show where Steve bought Margie a house in 2003. And until recently, they were living in the house that was in Margie's name. And it said Margie Harvey. Margie Harvey did not become Margie Harvey till 2007. You say, they say. But I got documents to show otherwise. And there was this house in 2003 in Margie Harvey's name. So how does that work?
What was the what clicked that made you say, you know what, I got to help Mary out?
Man, I'm trying not to get emotional, but I don't want people to think like if I cry, just let me cry. But sometimes I feel like I wasn't supposed to cry, but I'm not going to right now. But anytime I may. And let me say before I say anything else, I don't do allege. Anything I say, I can prove, whether it's video, whether it's my testimony, whether it's a lie detector, or whether it's in black and white. Essie Bear will never say alleged nothing because I don't do alleged. That means it may have not happened. I don't do may not happen. I'm telling you what happened. I contacted several lawyers because Steve said he divorced Mary in 2005. He divorced her in 30 days, but they had over at least $30 million of assets. So all that time, he continued to try to divorce Mary from when he married Margie all the way up to 2009. So by right, when Mary said this stuff that would happen, it still should be hers because he was dividing assets that he never gave Mary her half because he gave it to Margie. So what I did, I started calling all these lawyers. There was one lawyer in particular that handled Mary and Steve Harvey's case. His name is Ricky Anderson. He also, I showed you, had a site on here too. Okay. in that site, and I got him saying that he's that person. But if you go back and you look at something called Steve Harvey, con job, smoking gun, divorce con job, and you have those documents that told what they did. So Ricky Anderson and Steve Harvey and Mary had the same lawyer. So Ricky Anderson was Mary Harvey's attorney and Steve, which would have been a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Because how is Mary going to get hers if you his friend? And he a dude, so you know he ain't gonna get Mary what she's supposed to rightfully deserve.
True.
But add insults to injuries, when I got to start seeing all the documents, he not only was her divorce lawyer, he was a peace sign something to take her power of attorney. And they also had something with a conservatorship. Let's go open the documents up because they have me in a case and trying to gag me because of what I'm telling you right now. They have been trying to gag me since 2013. And how did that work out for you? Because that means shut up. I'm 53 years old. I don't know how to shut or up. Okay. I don't do that. So how does that work? So what I'm saying now is that way, if you got a POA, you're an attorney, and you took a conservatorship, you could take over someone's life with that. You could take over their whole identity. That's how they took Wynton. So I started calling all these lawyers, and I got all their paperwork. ABC, it's about 8 lawyers, all Caucasian, which to me were bought out because all these people were in on Mary's case from 2005 to 2009. Steve got married in 2007. So why are you still dividing assets when Margie's sitting right here? Also in those divorce papers, I saw something called a squash motion. Look it up. Squash motion means it said that Margie could not talk in the divorce. They said they wanted her to shut up. But there was a statement made in those documents saying that Steve was broke when he was divorcing Mary, and Margie said she funded everything because she got a loan or had some businesses. So was that drug money? Was that Jimmy money? Who money was that? Since you said Steve was broke in 2009, I think it was, but you helped him pay his bills. That's in the court documents. If you change it now, it will really be too late because I still have the sealed documents. Either way it may go.
And I looked up what squash motion in a divorce means. So it's also when they try to decide if they're gonna keep something private or not.
Boom. Boom.
Oh, they wanted to basically make her ass disappear from the earth.
Correct. And if you look up gag order, it means that you're gagged. And usually when you say a gag, that means to silence someone. And they sealed this divorce case like it was a president or something. When you seal a case, that means there's knowledge in that case that you do not want someone else to know about. What is this, Storm?
The term for gag order, the term for when a judge prohibits the attorneys, the parties, or witnesses in a pending lawsuit or prosecution from talking about the case, of which means she would not have been able to do a show, interviews, write a book, anything.
Right.
And then, but that would have allowed him to create whatever narrative he wanted to.
Correct. And he did just that. Because if y'all remember in 2011, nobody believed Mary when she went public with all this.
No.
You asked me a question. So now I done got all these white lawyers involved, thinking it was just Ricky Anderson. And a lot of this stuff I found out through the years doing an investigation as an activist. But going through the paperwork, and I got like 8 lawyers, all I'm Caucasian. I seen some paperwork. And it said child abuse. I said, hold up.
Let's talk about it.
So I asked Mary, what happened? She clammed up. She didn't say nothing. I said, now we got a problem because I'm a civil rights activist, but I'm also a mandated reporter. I advocate for the homeless and for foster kids because I was that at one time.
I used to work with foster kids too, so I know.
So you know, and it's bad. But when I've been a foster child in the system from being abused. I was a person who was abused by my mother. So let me show you the pattern. So when we get, it's gonna make a point. My mother cut my hair with butcher knives, beat me with 2x4, shot us with guns, threw us down flights of stairs. We were considered one of the worst child abuse cases in Detroit, Michigan. There was a woman who knew and she never said anything. So when I saw that case about Wynton, I couldn't even think, because I said, is this what's happening to him? Because it was really, really bad. So then I got to an attorney, which I can give you Paget, because Paget emailed me. Paget, the lawyer Paget, Duro Paget, emailed me some paperwork because I needed to know about Mary's case. In this paperwork, it showed that there was supposed to be a custody agreement between Mary and Steve. He violated the whole custody. He never let Mary saw Wynton. But in 2009, now I'm in 2013, y'all, when I find this out. I look at the paperwork, and I get the paperwork, and I still couldn't find out what was going on. So now I know something has been covered up. So I called the Plano police station. I should have had that police report right here in front of me, but we can at least tell them the number whenever you want to put it out there. Okay. There's a police report that was written by Plano Police Department in 2009, if I'm not mistaken. Mary never was allowed to get that order. Mary went to the police station because what happened? Something went on with Wynton in Atlanta, Georgia. Steve beat Wynton with a sorority paddle, which is about that thick, and a belt buckle. He didn't use the leather part. He used the belt buckle. 2 weeks later, Steve Harvey flew Wynton to Texas, and Mary saw all the bruises on her baby's back. Go ahead. Oh, Mary saw all the bruises on her child's back. And then there's the police report.
So police report number says 2008-001-99568.
You want to read it, or you want me to just keep going?
I'll read the first part, then we'll keep going. It says, upon arrival, Officer Carter met with reporting party Mary Harvey, who stated that on October 17, 2008, at 20:30 hours, she picked up her son Wynton from the airport. Miss Harvey stated that she and her son went to their residence, at which time Wynton told her that approximately 2 weeks ago, he had received a whipping from his father, Broderick Harvey. And then I'll let you go from there.
No, keep reading this, Storm. Let's go and finish it on out, because I'm gonna check you on this. Let's go. Let's do it.
Okay. And by the way, for everybody that's watching all of the documents, the videos, the pictures, I have to blur them for YouTube, unfortunately, but they will be available on the Patreon, or if you become a YouTube member, it's going to be on one big slideshow. So don't worry, you'll be able to get it. Ms. Harvey told me that Wynton had sustained bruises on his legs and buttocks from the whipping. Now, when they say whipping, that sounds like he was beat like a Hebrew slave.
Correct.
I then met with Wynton Harvey, who stated that approximately 2 weeks ago, while at his home, his father, Broderick, had received a telephone call from his teacher, and his teacher stated that he had not turned in and lied about turning in some homework. Wynton stated that his father then got upset and gave him a whipping for lying to the teacher. Wynton stated that during the whipping, his father whipped him with a belt and a paddleboard. Why the hell do you got to beat this boy with a belt and a paddleboard?
Like that's some like slavery stuff. That's what I wanted you to see. Now we talk about a man who is on Family Feud. He's supposed to be a family man. What was wrong with just beating the baby with a belt if you just want to whoop him? But you took a board and then they gagged Mary and made her be silent behind it. So there's the proof. I'm not worried about going to jail. You gonna put me in jail because I told that you beat your kid and it's a crime? Then nigga, come get me, because it was wrong. And they made Mary be silent from 2009, when that happened, all the way up until I came on the case in 2013, until that paper that you just saw emerge. I asked for the paper. I told them, check this. My name is Essie. I'm a civil rights activist. I don't know if Steve Harvey paid y'all or not to hide this police report. I'm going to give you 24 hours to give me the police report. I'm going to call the FBI on Plano Police, and I'm going to tell them that you helped him cover it up. I got it in 2 hours. Mary couldn't get it at all, and she was the mother of this case. So he had paid off the police department, and the same woman that Mary went to go get it to try to protect her son in 2009, guess what? That's the same woman who gave me the police report. See how God will make your enemy your footstool? You That's understand true. What I'm saying? So all the people who said that it didn't happen, he just read the case number. There's a police report to Wynton's abuse.
Oh, you fine.
I remained quiet the whole time when Wynton was coming up. So when I found about this in 2013 and I start trying to go public with it, Steve Harvey also tried to gag me and put a gag order on me and start trying to find out where I was to silence me. I do have that paperwork too, where I tried to take a restraining order out on Steve Harvey, and the judge granted it in 2013, but they said they didn't get the restraining order. Okay. So when I found out that Wynton had been abused, it concerned me so severely. I didn't think about my show. I didn't think about a reality show. I didn't think about nothing. I thought about Wynton. I thought about how Wynton, like, what did he feel? What was he going through? And you remember when you hear on Ricky Smiley, let me clarify this. When they said Mary put Wynton on a plane, when you finished reading that report in there, they snatched Wynton out of Mary's hands because Mary was trying to get a restraining order against Steve Harvey so he wouldn't take her baby. Some white men in a limousine showed up at Mary's house after Wynton had already been mentally and emotionally and physically abused, snatched Wynton out of Mary's hands. What's she gonna do? And they took Wynton and put him in the car and took him to the airport. That's how he got on that plane by himself. Where everybody said Mary put him on a plane by herself. Mary didn't have no money to put Wynton on the plane. Steve had him put on the plane. And then when he did that, Wynton got to the airport and he ran. And he called Mary and said, please, mama, come get me. Please don't let this happen to me. Please just take me somewhere. Mary had to sit down as a mother and explain to her baby why she could not save him. And how do you think that made me feel to know as an activist, a mother, that this had went on with this woman's child because it was Steve Harvey? And after that time in 2009, when he was put back on the plane, when they lied and said Mary did it, Steve did it, Mary never saw her kid again. And she got here and there, but there was a order for Steve to take anger management. Let's do this. Steve never took anger management. There was also a document for Margie, Steve, Mary to do counseling, and they do parenting through the children. Mary would have them on certain times, and Mary would have them certain times. Steve never let that happen. They was too busy taking pictures and doing little windows online. Go look at Margie when the baby was little, smiling, hugging on him. So she did what she felt like she was trying to make Mary upset, because of the simple fact you took the only thing that she loved that was connected to Steve and you just snatched her son. And you wonder why you getting the karma that you get now. Same thing that you did with Jimmy Townsend. You tried to split a family up because you wanted to be the queen bee. Now everybody see who you are behind closed doors. Now it's up in the light. And it ain't even through yet. It's just beginning. Because God said, do not touch his anointed. And that's what you did. And then you allow Steve to beat his son, and then you help cover it up. Margie should be in jail too for child abuse because she knew Wynton was beaten. Well, and why I said put that police report out. So what the fuck y'all gonna do? Come get me now? Because I showed you 100% proof. Everybody said, I ain't seen a police report. I'm not sure. That's alleged. Essie Berry don't do alleged. If I can't come with the truth, I would rather not say anything at all.
Yeah, that's the police report, plain as day. It should also be reported that Wynton was beat so bad that he was not able to urinate for some time and had blood in his urine for, was it a couple weeks?
2 at least, till Mary took him to the emergency room.
At least 2 weeks. So
Steve never took him to the hospital. See, Steve didn't take him to the hospital, and he tried to wait till Wynton was healed up. But Mary saw the bruise because when Wynton got there, he couldn't pee. And then she CSI, and I seen the pictures. I seen the pictures. The pictures, when Storm said that he was beaten like a Hebrew slave, Wynton's back was open, and it was wounds on it. And to see that and knowing it was somebody you admire, because I like Steve Harvey. I liked him on TV. I liked him on Family Feud. But I ain't like shit about him after I saw what Wynton's back looked like. I actually had a meltdown behind that. I couldn't even think straight. I couldn't even sleep. And that wasn't even my baby. That was someone else's child. But to know that he had went through this and you gonna gag her, you're gonna silence her for trying to stand for her baby. And then Margie, pimp, Pimping ain't easy, Margie, but you did it, huh? You pimped this dude so good that you snatched his kid, allowed him to beat him, and you helped cover it up. That's what Marjorie Harvey did. And no one said nothing. So who was supposed to be there for Wynton? Since y'all just took Wynton away from the only mother that he knew. And Mary has an older son named Stephen.
Let's talk about it. That Mary has an older son named Stephen that is not related to Steve Harvey at all. His name just happens to also be Stephen. Let's talk about the allegations.
Which ones?
Well,
the one about the older son?
About the older son, yes, ma'am.
Me and Mary was in a conversation. And I've talked to her older son too. So if y'all come get me, you're gonna have to go get Mary. And you would have to go get Stephen. But it would really make sense why you try to put a gag order on her and you never mention her son's name. Because Stephen said, and Mary said, let me before I say this, before I go to the allegations. When Mary saw what I'm finna tell you guys, she should have took her kids and left in. Mary said Steve used to have a room in the house and it had some kind of digital lock on it. They had to figure out the code. One day he went out of town. It was Stephen, her niece, and Mary, and they figured out the code on the door. When they figured out the code on the door, I said, well, Mary, when you got in there, what was in there? She said, hell, a big dirty desk. And it was dirty with a computer on it. She said they had a big old jar of Vaseline in the drawer. And she said it was $6,000 with one. I was like, damn, nigga, like we having a little freak show up in the area. I said, so Mary, did you look on the computer? She said, yes, I did. I said, so what did you see? She said, men. I said, what? I said, what are you talking about? She said, I said, what you mean, men? She said, naked men. I got it on tape, so don't play with me. Naked men. I said, really? I said, well, what they look like, Mary? She said, hell, why I care what they look like, Essie? She said they was fat, cross-eyed, skinny, slim, whatever. That told me that you looked. That told me that you looked, right? Okay. She said cross-eyed. You had to be like this and though it was cross-eyed. Okay. So come on now. Okay.
This your husband, and you just discovered this. You gonna look at everything.
And when she said the man was cross-eyed, Storm, I already knew. She looked at it. So they was skinny, they was fat. So, and Mary said, I said, so what you saying, Mary? She don't want to hurt Wynton. She didn't want Wynton to be embarrassed. But she said he got a gay appetite, but he kept it on low. See what I'm saying? So it was okay for him to do. And that's what was told to me. And I can put the video out if y'all want me to. But I'm sure that I didn't want to put out because Mary didn't want her son to be offended because she heard her Mary say that your father has a gay appetite for men. But let's go further if he doesn't. Mary had left her son, Stephen, at home with Steve. Say Steve was in the garage. He had his shirt unbuttoned, his pants unzipped, and he told Mary's son, bring your motherfucking ass here, boy. Come here, boy. You know that's how he talk. Come here, boy. Bring your motherfucking ass here. He tried to grab the son, and the son said, you out your motherfucking mind. You got me messed up, nigga. And ran upstairs and called Mary. So were you trying to molest Mary's son? Because you got your pants and stuff down, your shirt is zipped. What are you doing? Mary said after that, she started watching them. She didn't want to leave her kids. She was scared to leave Wynton around them too. Because if you try her son, why won't you try your baby too? I'm just saying. So Mary said that he tried to molest her oldest son. And that is one reason why I feel like today that you tried to gag her. That would be a good reason to gag someone. All this dirt coming out about all these celebrities now, y'all all got y'all secrets. But then y'all play with these babies and y'all do all the stuff you think it ain't gonna never come out. Babies get grown. And I respect Steven to the fullest because he didn't try to destroy Steve's reputation. He don't even know how he destroyed Steven. Steven really loves Steve. Y'all ain't never heard this man say nothing about Steven. And Steven grew up with Steve because he knew what he had done. And he knew if anybody found out, Steve gonna rock with his mama because Steven knows the truth. But instead of people in the world trying to listen to the truth, they were too busy trying to gag Mary so everybody can make money. The judges can get paid off behind closed doors. The lawyers get paid off. And while Mary is sitting up there dying in silence because she know this man has violated her, her son, and Wynton. So let's go, Wynton. At 13 years old, Mary got to see Wynton. It was going to be on his birthday. I think she said he came with his oldest brother from the first wife. They showed
Jr., yes.
Okay, they showed up at Mary's place. Mary said Wynton, he had his little hair blonde on top a little bit. She didn't like the blonde. She told him that. I don't know what that blonde means, but I'm saying. Wynton said, Mom, I'm not the same little boy you knew back then a long time ago. I'm not that little boy anymore. A lot of things have changed. I say, so Mary, when he said that, what did you say? She said, I didn't know what to say. She said, because I knew that my son had been violated in some kind of way.
She knew what that meant.
Yes, of course. Do I have her saying what it meant? Yeah. Yeah. So if anything come up, you want to come get me, you better go get Mary before you come get me, because you can't. And I'm going to take a lie detector test. Will Steve? Will Margie? I will. We can do a lie detector test on your show, Storm, but I would still pass because I have no reason to lie on these people because I don't know. I got mixed up in some Harvey bullshit and it was messier than I ever thought it would be. Not knowing that these people would blackmail you, lie, steal, cheat, whatever they had to do to keep their legacy, and they destroyed families. Margie, you sitting up there buying a purse that like a damn plane, but you ain't worried about your kids, or you ain't worried about how Steve beat this baby, because you wasn't worried because you could go shopping, but Wynton still sitting up there with the bruises within inside himself now. And nobody can't tell me, no matter what y'all say or how they said about Wynton, he's damaged from this.
Of course he is. I mean, he was taken from his mother. You know, even just who knows how Marjorie really is behind closed doors? Because I mean, come on now. Then in addition to that, what I notice now, number one, Wynton lives in Dubai now, and which is also interesting. But I notice in any picture video with Steve Harvey, he seems very uncomfortable. It's not a loving father-son type of energy, right, even if that's what they want to portray.
Right.
And so when you tell me, and we've seen the police reports, and when we look at everything that has happened, it's believable. It's believable. The public will get confused because they don't know all the wives. Everybody's not in the spotlight. People are not going to take the time to do the research. Right. Even how like Steve Harvey goes by Steve Harvey, but his full name is Broderick Stephen Harvey. And so you'll get confused on Steve versus Stephen Broderick. Well, who's Broderick Jr.? And a lot of people don't even know about the twins, Carly and
Brandy.
And Brandy, you know, they just know about Lori.
Okay, let's speak on that.
Let's speak on Lori Harvey.
Okay, we're gonna speak on Lori, then I get the twins. So let me do the twins first before I get to Lori.
Okay.
The twins. If you guys go back and look from 2013 when I exposed Steve and I was going through all this, and then he put me in a paper. Because after I found out everything that went on, Steve Harvey lawyers went to the media, and they said I was a co-conspirator and an extortionist with no tangible evidence. Please look at both of those and they'll tell you what it means. Conspired mean that I plotted against him. Extortion mean I gave him something tangible and demanded something from him. That was never proven, but Fox Media News, they printed that. But if you go back from 2013, you don't see nothing about Steve. You don't see nothing about the twins. You don't see nothing about his first son. You don't see nothing. So in 2013, I exposed him. And when I exposed him and I told on him, then they blackmailed me and said, if I tell what I'm saying now, that they would put Mary in prison for 28 years. I have a letter. I'll send it to you, Storm. I wrote Bobby Edmond again and said, y'all not going to get away with this. 2014, I have the letter. I said that murderers and rapists get less time than that. And you're trying to put Mary in jail because she told the truth about you beating her son. She told the truth about you lying on her. She told the truth. And Mary had tried to get a restraining order against Steve twice. And they denied it both times. This before any of this happened. That's in them sealed documents. Okay. And then after I found out went on, I started posting videos all on the internet in 2013. But what happened was when I confronted Steve Harvey's lawyer, I got that lawyer. She said, Miss Berry, give me 48 hours. I gave her 48 hours. They set Mary up. They went to her house while Steve Harvey was sitting in front of Obama. Y'all remember when he was getting inaugurated, all that was in, and Steve Harvey met with Obama? That same day, they had Mary serve them papers. The next day, Mary had to go to court. Steve showed up at court. He said that Mary was making a mockery of his name and she had violated the sealed documents. Mary never violated anything. I take full responsibility for that. Mary said, Essie, she at the courthouse. She said, these motherfuckers finna lock me up. I said, lock you up, Mary? What are you talking about? She said, for all them videos. I said, I know they're not. I get on the phone. I call Judge Angela Tucker, who is a crooked black judge. She never got on the phone. Okay. She didn't even get on the phone. She went and called Paget, the same lawyer who helped cover the child abuse up. Because you remember I said I got the papers from him. So if he had been a white lawyer, he should have went to the police on Steve Harvey and said, we have to do something because this celebrity abused his child. So then Judge Tucker wouldn't get on the phone with me. Next thing I know, dude that called media takeout, and they done got Mary put in jail for 30 days. He got her locked up December the 17th, and she was released on Steve Harvey's birthday. How insulting was that? And all I could do is call up to the jail, make sure that they put her in jail. They didn't even give her medications. Mind y'all, she had a couple of mental breakdowns. The judge violated her civil constitutional rights, knowing that she took medicine, and she just threw her in jail. So Judge Tucker should be somewhere up under a jail because of that. She also violated Deion Sanders' wife, Pilar. She went up under that same disrespectful judge. And y'all, I sent Mr. Storm some pictures of Judge Tucker. She got mad because I said she like a crackhead. Oh, okay. That was then and this is now. I didn't say you were a crackhead. Don't put those kind of pictures out there. But they sent me little Endo Winter saying, do she like a crackhead now? Because there's a warrant out for your arrest. Because what had happened was, after Mary went to jail, I had to shut up. I could call and talk to Mary, but I was never her power of attorney in 2013. I was just a person. That's Judge Tucker. And there was a picture that they sent, and she got upset. You should show another picture too. That ain't the one she like a crackhead on, but we'll let her stay on that one. So she had an attitude behind that. And ever since then, this woman has had a personal vendetta because I stood for Mary. And maybe my mouth is blunt. Maybe that was not the right word to use. But you went in the media and y'all tried to make Mary look crazy. Then you went to the media after you locked Mary up and said I was a co-conspirator and extortionist. And they said Essie Berry, a.k.a. Essie Alexander, a.k.a. Essie Berry, whatever. All of was a.k.a. to make me look like I was some type of criminal. And from 2013 to 2017, until I met Geneva and went through all this, and Tasha K too, I had to shut up. I had to know that this dude had beat his son. I had to know that he lied about his divorce. I had to know that he was married to Mary still and married to Marjorie at the same time. Because you signed a piece of paper, you were still dividing assets. They were dividing assets between Marjorie. I had to shut up through all that because Wynton was not of age. But in 2017, I came back to state my claim and say what went on. So Storm said, talk about Lori a little bit. Lori, if you go back, there's a book, Men Will Lie When the Truth Will Do. My girl Geneva got it on her page. But in this book, it says that Steve Harvey was with Mary, Margie, and the girl Terry that he was cheating with. Margie made reference in that book saying that Steve Harvey was taking care of her child, which was Lori, in a private school. So why would Steve pay for Lori's private school and you still married to Mary?
And this would have been the early 2000s, correct?
Correct. 2000. Yep, early 2000s. Correct. because Terry wrote the book in 2003. So she had already came to Terry before then. Okay. Mary said that she had found out one day that Steve was cheating. She got a letter in the mail. She was going to meet Steve. And she found out that Steve had got a broad pregnant. And when he got her pregnant, she didn't say nothing. She turned around and she went to the airport to meet Steve. And that's what she found out about him. Mary said, and I'm going to send you that picture, Storm. I got to find the picture. Mary sent me a picture of Wynton and Lori like this together with a smile. She said, I always felt like Lori was actually Steve's child. So I'm going to find that picture so he can put those two together. So let's go back and hypothetically say. She said she met him in 87. She said then, you know, Jim Townsend went because she had already had Morgan. Margie did. And she was pregnant with her other son when Townsend went to jail. Mm-hmm. Then she married the cousin. Okay. And that's supposedly supposed to be Lori's daddy, the cousin, not Jimmy Townsend's cousin. She married a Wood. And then she started going with the other Wood. But one of the Wood cousins was Lori's daddy.
Allegedly.
Now, if you will sleep with two cousins, then you will sleep with Steve Harvey behind them cousins' back and get pregnant and pass that baby off as a Wood.
Especially when Steve has already said he met Marjorie decades ago and said that's gonna be my wife. He doesn't have enough money at that time for her to leave whoever she was dealing with at that time. But he always had his eyes out on her. But Steve said he ain't never talked to Marjorie again until decades later. But it's believable because you already knew who she was.
Watch this. The other night, Jimmy Townsend did a show with Make It Make Sense. Jimmy said that Margie came to him and said, yo, Jimmy, you remember Steve from the club? What club and what year was that? That's what we need to know now. Let's put that timeline together. So if you're slutty enough to sleep with two cousins, you're slutty enough to go behind closed doors and sleep with Steve Harvey, get pregnant. Oh my God, Steve, I think I'm pregnant. But pass it off as Darnell Woods, and you figure out how to get up out of that. So what happened was, if this is what we're saying, because I ain't doing alleged, I'm just hypothetically saying would make more sense to me. If Lori was truly Steve Harvey's child and he had been dealing with her all the time to cover it up, because let's take a DNA and make sure she's the Wood kid then. That's what I would want to do. So let's do this. So nobody would know that Lori was his biological child. He put everybody in Harvey's name so it wouldn't look suspicious. That's why he has been at Lori like he has. Could she actually be his biological child? Now, if you go back and you look at the references and the dates, and if you're asleep with two cousins, you'll sleep with this dude because you'd have seen him on TV now behind closed doors. You know he's an upcoming comedian. He told you he gonna marry you one day, and he's paying for your child Lori's private school. Why is that?
Why is that? Why would he be paying for Lori? And I guess at the time she was Lori Woods, but why would he have been paying for little girl Lori Woods her private school if that wasn't his kid? While he was still married to somebody else. So Steve's been paying a lot of people bills over the year.
But not his own. But you didn't pay for Brandy. You didn't pay that for Carly. Why you ain't pay for your twins? Ooh. Why you didn't help Marsha with her kids in the beginning? Marsha has been the only one who's been a queen in this and ain't said nothing. But you didn't start taking care of your kids to 2013. Y'all go back and look. When I called Steve out and I'm saying what I'm saying, you did not see anything about Steve kids before 2013. So then he had to come in and make it like it's a big makeshift family and we all get along. Let me go buy this daughter now. Let me go buy this son now. Let me go buy him. So everybody will believe that I am the man that I said that I am, and no one will be able to stop and taint my whole credibility. It was already tainted because you lied. But that's a big facade. So that's why he put everybody in Harvey so nobody would truly know about Lori. That would make sense to me. But when Mary said that she always felt, yeah. Now you need to see them two smiling together. We're going to find when it's Lori and him smiling together. Mary said she felt like they were family.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at them. That's Wynton and Lori.
I'm the one with that smile on it. It's a smile. And they went to some kind of ball or something together. I think Wynton sent her the picture. I got it in an email. But when I say they look alike, they look alike. That smile, if anything else. And maybe they ate enough together. Oh, no, that's his girlfriend. Maybe they ate enough together that they look alike. But because Mary had dealt with him for so long and she knew about Margie, why could it not be true? I'm just saying, it's hypothetical.
I will say this. In Steve Harvey's most recent interview with Shannon Sharp, he did say that the closest of all the kids was Lori and Wynton. He said those two were thick as thieves. It's just now what's kind of clicking in my head. He said that they are very, very close, and it could almost kind of make. I'm just saying, it makes sense that they actually are half siblings, and we don't know it, but
okay. So if you think about it, what would make sense to put all them kids, because they ain't yours? They pretty much pushed them off and make sure that everybody got the Harvey name. Because if he had just put Lori by himself, y'all wouldn't have questioned that. I would have said something.
Yeah. Well, see, this is how Steve tells the story. Steve says that what's Marjorie's son's name? Morgan? What'd you say?
Jason, is it?
Jason. He says Jason came to him first and said, "I want to be a Harvey."
No, he didn't.
And then Steve went and changed his name and then changed Lori's name. And so that's the way Steve tells it, is that Jason, when he was a teenager, came to him and said, "I want to be a Harvey." Now, would that be true? Because Jason know who his daddy is. I'm just saying, like,
I'm saying, why somebody didn't ask Jimmy that on a thing? But I'm not going to. Now, I've talked to Jimmy. I talked to Jimmy quite a bit. So I'm going to let Jimmy tell his own story. But that ain't how that went. Pretty much, you think that man is a good daddy and he's just going to surrender his last name? Quite naturally, that man want his legacy of Townsend to go on too. You got enough Harveys on his end. Why would this man just sign his kid name over to him? Y'all pretty much forced him to. But we'll let Jimmy come back to that. Maybe he'll see this and he can answer that. How did that come about? So I don't see Jimmy's son just saying, "Hey, Dad, I want to be a Harvey today," because it was the right thing to do because your mama persuaded you to. And then we made everything look okay in the public eyesight because we knew all the foul things that Steve Harvey had done behind closed doors. That's why I respect Margie's daughter, Morgan, to the fullest, because she ain't with that okie doke. She's with what comes right. Forget it being my mama. This my daddy too. She looking at all the kids that Steve Harvey got. Her daddy sitting over here by himself, just got a prison, and I did time for you. So you ain't loyal enough to stand by me and just say hello and have a peaceful conversation, and I did time for you. And then I got 2 kids by you, and this is what you give me. So they're used to breaking up people's families and not caring about anybody or their position at the moment besides what they do, not with someone else. They worry about only what they can accomplish. They're not worried about hurting anybody else. And when they put those rumors out about me being a co-conspirator and extortionist, I lost deals. I lost people. The people who was going to do the reality show, they backed away. Nobody wanted to touch it because of Steve Harvey. And Mary said that they told Steve that nothing with me and him better not come up again together, or they were going to shut down some of his shows. And when people want to sit up here, I don't want to get no credit for nothing, but I'm telling you what I did. In 2017, those child newspapers that y'all saw, I sent that to NBC. Do you think NBC gonna call down and say, "Yo, Essie Berry sent me child abuse papers"? They figured a way to get rid of Steve, and they got rid of him. Because you got to really realize Steve was popular. He had a big show. Why would they get rid of him? Why would they take him off of a kid show? Because I wrote them a letter say, every time I see Steve, I'm in fear. Because if he did this to his own child and blood of his blood and flesh of his flesh, what is he gonna do to the next kid? That's why he ain't got that kid show no more. Stop playing. Let's do this.
Now let's look at this picture too. This is another picture of them on the side here. I mean, I can tell they're really close.
I'm just saying what Mary said. It could be hypothetical that they're not sister and brother. But Mary said she always felt like Steve lied and that Lori was his daughter.
It's possible. Anything is possible.
I want to take a DNA test. That's what I need. Cause like Wood, we don't know Wood. We don't know him anybody. We just go by what they said. But if you are trifling enough to sleep with two cousins, then you will sleep with Steve behind closed doors, get pregnant, get knocked up, say, oh my God, Steve, this may be your baby. Not saying it could have did, but I'm just saying that would make more sense. Because why you gonna get a whole bunch of kids that you don't even know and you just marry her and put them all in your name? So you just want to give your money away to everybody else? Oh, okay.
And let me say this too. They have definitely done work online to scrub their past, because even when you put in Lori Harvey biological father, nothing but Steve comes up.
Yeah. And they did that on purpose. And then too, like now, like, and they do that a lot. I didn't know if it's called scrub or whatever, but like when I had told everything that I'm telling you now, they had a whole bunch of people. Steve paid a whole bunch of people to flag my page. What I know about YouTube now, I didn't know about then, because I probably could have saved my channel. But my channel was all about everything I'm telling you. The court papers were even on there. I was bold enough to put them sealed documents up there. And I'm in this case, you guys. They got me in this case. This case that you see is 199 whatever. Those court documents, they got me in this case, but they say I can't see the case.
Little.
Steve also
And
judge.
silk is impressive.
I was trying to find a picture.
They also got they have a warrant for my arrest in Collins County. I've never been in Collins County. Why would there be arrest for me? Because that judge Steve asked the judge, well, scare Essie up, put a warrant for her arrest so we can put her in jail. And that warrant was issued the same time I had my court hearing with Steve Harvey. So that was blackmail. And they did it. I was at court one day against Steve Harvey, because we're going to be winding up, but make a long story short, we'll come back. And they gave me a gag order, and they served me in front of the courthouse, and I was getting ready to go in against Steve Harvey. So right then, he should have been arrested for blackmail and conspiring to come against me to shut me up, because I was going to tell the truth how you would sit up here blackmailing me. I'm in a whole nother state. They'll go back to Texas because he know he can pay the judges off in Texas, but he didn't want to stand against me in the state of California.
Now, is this the picture you're referring to?
It's one like that. It's a little bit more, but see, you know what I'm saying? Look, but it was a little bit, they had their heads together, but I mean, they got a similarity, y'all. And that's my girl, Geneva. Now, I have to say, Geneva was the only blogger on this whole internet when I came at Steve that rolled with me the whole way. In the beginning, when I came back and confronted Steve in 2017, I gave the story to Tasha K. But then Tasha K blew up on the internet, and then Steve started threatening her, and she ran away.
That's okay. No, that's not Steve. No, that's that's
that other picture you showed. Yeah, who was that one of? So Geneva was she was showing the Wood brothers, but at the end of the day, to me, Lori don't look like that dude.
No, she really don't.
And shout out to my girl Geneva, you guys. If y'all want to see some of the stuff from 2017 when they were blackmailing me, going at me, threatening me, a lot of that you can check it out on Geneva's Closet.
Is this it here?
Oh, it's me. No, but that's still a look at them, y'all. Look at them. They don't favor.
The more I'm looking at it, it's possible. Because people they at the end of the day, they would have the same father and different mothers. And that's
correct.
They could be half siblings. They could be.
And they've been messing around since how long?
Oh,
Because Margie said in 2003, I mean, girl wrote the book in 2003. So like you said, it had to be the early 20s or the late 90s. This girl was a baby, and she was in private school, and Steve was paying for her private school. It says that in the book. And Margie said that he was paying for, that's another one. See what I'm saying?
You know what? I'm believing it more and more.
That would make sense. Why would you put all them kids in your name?
Okay, let's move on from that. But
I'm gonna find that picture that Mary sent me so you can see that picture, that smile. She said the smile gave her away.
Now, why you looking for that? What? Okay, because I got some questions about these ex-wives. Why did Steve and the first wife get a divorce, Marcia?
Because she found out that Steve was cheating with Mary.
Ah.
And if you go back and look at the paperwork, it's gonna tell you that. I sent you the court documents. Mm-hmm. So Marcy, I don't know who filed. I think she may have filed. I'm not sure who filed first. You got the court documents. I think she filed, but she had found out she was pregnant while Mary was messing with Steve. But Mary said that she didn't know that Steve was married at the time. So that stuff about him being homeless, he never was homeless. I don't know why people keep saying that. He always had a woman that he could run to. I'm just saying, though you ain't got no home, right? But you got a woman that you could go run to. You know what I'm saying? So you really ain't homeless. Or you ain't got a home for yourself. But you can go to Terry, you can go to Marjorie, you can go to Mary, you can go to Marsha.
Papa was a Rolling Stone. Everywhere he laid his head was his own. Good
right.
Lord. Okay, so he cheated on he was cheating on Marcy, then got with Mary.
Right.
And then start cheating on Mary when he got with Marjorie.
Yep.
So he don't never shut one door before he hopped to the next. Right. He just moves on.
Right. I was gonna send you a Instagram message, but I'm gonna wait and we're gonna talk about that later.
Okay.
Even though all this has been transpiring, we still got a lot to go. I got messages going back and forth talking with this dude, Steve Harvey. I know he don't want me to put the messages out. You know what I'm saying? Because he talk about his wife on there a lot. He talk about Margie. He talk about his lawyer, Ricky. He talk about some of the things he want to do. He wants me to trust him, but I didn't. But I started seeing you that time. Say if Storm says, he'd be like, damn, that would have been hot tea. Because I ain't gonna lie, I was talking kind of ratchet on there myself. Because I want to see how far he would try to go with me as far as his mentality was concerned. Because what I learned is he's a narcissist. I never knew what a narcissist was until all this transpired and went on. So in 2017, when all this started taking place and I came out telling what Steve Harvey had done, I saw parts of him that I never even knew existed. You know, him lying, him being a con, him trying to be someone he's not. And then when I became Mary POA, so I was Mary Harvey's power of attorney in 2017. She filed a $60 million lawsuit, murder of the soul, because a doctor had diagnosed saying that Steve had did so much wrongful to Mary mentally that he murdered her soul. So he never want her to speak because she know where all his dirty secrets is. And that's why he's trying to silence me, because he don't know what Mary has told me and what she didn't tell me. You see what I'm saying? So quite naturally, anybody that came with Mary, he would try to shut them up. So the whole time when Mary filed that lawsuit, you guys, in 2016, he kept going against Mary and trying to get her back out there in Texas and put her in jail. I called down to the courthouse because that same doctor who said murder of the soul, she went to the courthouse. I said, if Steve locked Mary up, I'm going to have you, him, and all your asses in jail within 24 hours. So your best bet is to make sure that Mary don't get locked up if she make it to her next court hearing, because he was trying to put her in jail. Judge Tucker and her lawyer was down there in the face. And Judge Tucker was like, you better shut up. You know I can lock you up. Why did you file this lawsuit? You don't care about Wynton. So y'all still blackmailing this lady to the day, using Wynton as a scapegoat. So in 2017, I'm telling y'all that Steve Harvey was at the courthouse with Judge Tucker and Mary in Texas. Mary sued Steve in California. They tried to make Mary come back to Texas and put her in jail in Texas in 2017. Mary went to Texas and say, here I am. But Mary knew I was on the sideline, and I put all them damn papers out there if you think you're going to put her in jail and punk her again like you done for years. So they let it walk. They kept threatening her. And when we finally got to the judge in 2017, they had scared her so bad, she just got quiet and didn't say nothing. They had went after her so many times, but I could never tell the judge that we were being threatened behind closed doors, Steve kept trying to come at us. I mean, and when he came, he don't just come for you. He come for your children. He come for your grandchildren. They will go with everybody to try to destroy you and to scare you into silence. He came after Geneva. He gave Geneva a gag order. He gave Tasha K one. Like, he was trying to shut everybody up that was connected to me, because he know I know where all y'all skeletons is, and it's up here now. I don't need none of that paperwork to tell what went on in that court case. But what I would say is that they divorce case in Collins County, Texas, need to be opened up. Judge Andrew Tucker need to be under investigation. Bobby Edmond, the attorney at law, need to be under investigation. And Ricky Anderson, attorney at law, need to be up on investigation. And anybody who conspired to do this and allow child abuse to go on, Steve trying to molest this lady's baby, and then sit up here lying and trying to set people up for crimes that he committed, they all should be up under prison right now.
Now, just so we don't forget, what was the beef between Steve and his twins, the twin girls?
I don't even think it was really a beef. What it was, he wasn't paying child support. Go back and look at them court documents. I sent you Marsha's court documents. They show in the court documents that Steve Harvey was still fining Steve for child support in 2013. His twins are halfway grown now. So why don't you think that your twins gonna feel some kind of way that you didn't show them the same kind of love that you showed Lori? What is so special about Lori, and she's another man's child, that you can't show these kids the same thing that you done showed Lori? Why is that? So quite naturally, your daughter's going to feel some kind of way because you playing games. So you trying to kiss up to Margie to make her happy with Lori, but you're going to say, forget your own children? That's what the beef is. And he never paid child support. He never saw about them. That's why they were angry. And in 2013 is when he started trying to be a father, because he knew he had been exposed and he didn't know how long this lie would go before he didn't look like the role model father that he lied and said he was. And I don't care if he was on Shay, Nay, Play, or whatever. That was something just to camouflage everything that's going on now with him. He wanted to get on somebody's platform that was more credible, who could hold him up to heights. So I wonder how y'all feel now that knowing that there is a true police report that exists for child abuse, and any other report that I say abuse, I can prove it. I'm not going to just say it. So he never took care of his children, point blank simple. And they were upset about that. And
that's what it is. And I'm even looking now from, and like I said, this will all be available on Patreon for the people that's watching. Even though it's technically public record, I technically don't have to blur it, but I'm seeing here that at one point Marcia had to get a court order to have Showtime at the Apollo say you're not paying him until he pays his child support. And I didn't know they could do that, but
you could put a lien. He's an actor, and that wasn't even a lawsuit. That was a divorce case.
Wait. So was the people at Showtime at the Apollo gonna help him transfer some funds so he wasn't gonna have to pay?
I don't know what he had doing. All I know is for supposedly he took, and when I read those papers, that he had Mary moving money for him. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So Marcia never got all her child support and stuff that she was supposed to get because he was too busy trying to take care of other families, and he wasn't trying to take care of the family that he had. So why wouldn't the kids be angry? And Marcia just sitting up here like it's okay. The first wife.
So the first wife, they married February 14th, 1981, separated August 20th, 1990.
And when he said he met Margie, 1987. Okay.
Oh, you know what? He sure did meet her in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
He was slanging dick to everybody.
Everybody and everything. And I think he got with Mary in 93. All the way up into 2003.
Dang. Now, you said he got with Mary in 93?
I think 93, something like that.
So this motion didn't even go through until 1993. Yeah.
And Mary said she was seeing him because she said she didn't know Marcia was pregnant with Steve's son. The first wife was pregnant with Steve's son. But Mary was dealing with him. And Mary said Steve's mom called and said, how you gonna marry Steve? And he already married. So that's how Mary found out that the first wife was involved.
This is very messy. This is very messy.
It is.
So, okay, so let's move on a little bit. What was your relationship with Tasha K? You know, I had to ask about that.
Okay, so when everything went on with Steve Harvey, and I decided to come back and try to get my name out to tell what had happened, she contacted me and wanted to do Mary's story. At first, we was gonna let her do Mary's story, but Mary felt like Tasha was a drunk and a liar, so she didn't want to do it. And she also didn't like that statement Tasha K made about her being the dark, ugly wife. She put a picture of Mary up there, and she put a picture of Margie, and she had the nerve to call Mary ugly, but she should have looked in the mirror herself, because I know you ain't trying to call her ugly. I just don't even know why she said that. So Mary took offense by that, and she didn't want to do anything with Tasha K.
We're gonna show it. We're gonna show it so people know you're not lying. She published that video 6 years ago, and it actually has 937,000 views to this day. She titled it.
Another one though. It's one about a trainer. No, that's the one about the ugly wife. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. It says, "As Steve, I divorced my dark-skinned wife for my light-skinned mentor." Oh, she changed the title on that because that did used to say ugly somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. So Mary didn't like that. And so I decided, because Tasha K was like, look, I need this interview. I've got like 60,000 subscribers. If I go to 40, it'll put me on the hit and it'll put me on the map. She said, Miss Berry, please give me this. She said, I'm going to be standing up for women. I'm going to be fighting people's rights. I want to do that and make a difference. I believed her. So I said, okay.
To get houses, to buy cars and everything.
And there's a paper trail to that.
Yeah.
You're not nervous about what she told you. You believe her, correct? Why would she have to
This is somebody that I'm close to. I've been close to her for years, so she's very intertwined in this network. You know, of these, like Ricky Smiley, all of these people, Tommy, Joyner. She's intertwined with it all. So she worked and listened and heard conversations. You know what I'm saying? Like private conversations. So she can't go on record and say it because. You know what I'm saying? When she worked for them, she had to sign, agreements not to share what they were talking about when she heard certain things. But basically, she confirmed everything that we were saying. She said back, my sister's in the car. She was right there like, oh, shit. She said, but she was like, she's right. So, yeah, go ahead and do it. Put it out there. She said she just didn't like the fact that Steve Harvey is where he is, and he's like, he's giving credit to God, but he's getting all this devilish shit to people to get to where he is, and he does support Wynton. Wynton's not allowed to have like friends, he's not allowed to talk to nobody. She told me this, just a few minutes ago. She said he's always done this to protect his image because he's always been ugly, and Marjorie was like a gift to him. Like she was like always like the girl that he always wanted, and he settled for Mary. And Mary was the one that helped him build his career. Wow. We just had this conversation less than 20 minutes ago. And I was telling her about the interview that I'm doing with you. She was like, go ahead and do it. It's all facts, Tasha. It's all facts.
Have they seen any of the videos? Did she say anybody saw any of it? I know they have, though.
No, she's not on YouTube like that. So she's, busy working. But, basically, I told her about you and Steve. She was like, yeah, I was on Libra. She was like, he was married a few times. I was like, well, this was, his last wife. And she was just like, I said, she basically has a divorce decree proving that he was still dividing assets while Mary was in a mental institution, and he was, parading Marjorie around, and Marjorie was using the name Mrs. Harvey, and they were buying stuff together, and they were, like they were married. She said, yeah, because all of a sudden, Mary's in a mental institution, and Steve and Marjorie went overseas and came back married.
Wow.
And then I did the interview with her, and then I taped it on my end, and she got upset about that, which I don't care because it's I could tell your ass don't put it out. You ain't signing that with me. What are you talking about? But I'm not like that. If I sit on your page, I'm gonna sit on your page. But why you getting offended that I'm gonna put it on my page so you could get all the views off my story and I don't say nothing? So then we went back and forth for a moment. And then she contacted me one day and she was real upset because Steven started threatening her to take down the footage that she had talked about with me. And then after that, something else came up And I may still got the email where she sent me the paper for them telling her to shut up and don't say nothing. After that happened, I told Tasha K, look, if anybody come to you, come back to me. I can prove everything I'm saying. I'm really not worried about Steve M. But she was just building her channel. And believe it or not, I gave her Mary's lawsuit. So that's how Tasha K channel went really viral. I was at the courthouse. I said, when I get through with the court papers, I kept my word with Tasha. I called her from the courthouse and gave her the court number. Me and TMZ got into it because they tried to say they broke the story. I said, y'all lying. Y'all didn't break the story. I gave it to Tasha K. I defended Tasha K and got into it with TMZ. And knowing that I could have just shut up and let TMZ roll with it. They would have gave more publicity. But because I'm an honest person, I said, y'all lying. I gave it to TMZ. So TMZ was pissed after I did that, but it was the truth. I didn't give you the story first. I gave it to Tasha K. And then it just went viral. And I gave her Mary's lawsuit. And that's what put Tasha K on the map. But what I didn't like is she didn't keep her word. She then, after I gave her the whole right, so whatever I told her, she said, well, I don't keep dealing with people after I do a story. I just go head on. That's not what you told me in the beginning. So now you ain't just a drunk, you a liar too. And that bothered me. And then I'm very blunt, so I'm sorry, but it is what it is. And if you get confused, Tasha K will never sit on the same platform. You know why? Because she don't have enough guts to. And don't get on this internet, sit up here running your mouth, talking to a video, and I ain't there. Put me on the fucking mic with you if you gonna come for me. Because if you come for me, you can send for me, and I'm coming. But you better know what you're doing when you put me on the mic. That's why she limit what she says about me, because you are no match for me. Because you sit up on a mic and get drunk and do all that other stuff, you still not truthful. And all I'm saying, if you was truthful, you wouldn't have got sued by Cardi B. So the things that she has done over the years, like she said, yeah, when I get this, I'm going to wipe this paper with Cardi B and I'm going to wipe my ass with it. I said, that same paper, Cardi B going to take that paper and wipe your ass with it. And your face with it. And that's what Cardi B did. So you sit up here trying to comfort somebody. You should be worried about your own stuff on your own platform. But you built your platform. The most credible story that ever been given to Tasha K probably was my story, because I came with black and white. And being real, let me put this out here. My face ain't never been on nobody else's platform. You might have took a video and put it on your platform. Besides yours, Storm, this is the second platform that I've ever been on in these 8 years and showed my face. So that tells you that I got mad respect. Okay. So, and I didn't like to, like, you was working with Tasha K, but it seemed like she was trying to corrupt you. She wanted you to look like she looked. Y'all two different people. And then when she helped somebody, you go back and help them. Then you turn around and you destroy them and you tear them down. That's not credibility. That's still tearing down your fellow man because you want to make a joke. You want to think something funny, or you want to sit up there because you drunk on a mic. You see what I'm saying? Get real. Get real with yourself. That's why now you ain't got a pot to piss in and a window to throw it out, and somebody finna take the window that you throwing it out of, because you didn't stay loyal to the game.
No lies told. No lies told. I am, because when this video comes out, I'm sure that part will be clipped and sent to her. And I'm very curious if she will invite you down to do a separate face. I mean, she's already done Jimmy Townsend, and she got mad at him when he did the interview with Lionel B. He gave exclusive actually to Lionel B years ago. So people just forgot about it, but she got mad about that. But I mean, you got your paperwork, you got the videos, you got the pictures, you got the facts, and I think you can match her energy.
At the end of the day, without Essie Berry, there would be no fucking Tasha K. That's what I'm saying. Because without Mary Harvey's story, you would not have went viral because you was too busy online putting on different color wigs and big ass glasses and stuff, trying to make yourself known, and wasn't nobody watching you. But then I liked it something about Tasha K because she sounded like she wasn't scared. She voiced what she said. But at the end of the day, she owed me more respect than what she gave me, because the simple fact I didn't have to do nothing. You was a drunk blogger on the internet, sitting up here getting drunk, begging for a story. And then you gonna come and act like I did something? And when she did the interview with Jimmy Townsend, Essie Berry, what was that about? Essie Berry what? Speak when you spoke it to. Because you called my name. So why did you call my name? Because I was on your brain?
I'm embedded in your motherfucking brain.
Or what?
Yeah. And now that I'm thinking about it, I'm wondering if maybe editing took out whatever, because they heavily edit their videos. I wonder if editing took out whatever she said.
I put you on the map. I gave you Mary Harvey's story. But then one day something happened and she called and say, Essie, why you got a beef with me? I just started dragging her.
Tonight. And she responded back.
I'm good. I just woke up and got you.
You are looking at the cell phone of Essa Berry.
Essie, I didn't know me and you had a problem.
The problem with me, we didn't really have a problem, TK. Like, I had been sitting back for a long
Just
time.
listen to that.
And I ain't gonna lie, I watched you for a long time.
I'm moving a lot, you guys, but I'm sorry.
All that came about. Tasha, it wasn't your responsibility, but I thought you was a rider. You watched this nigga drag me, and it don't matter now, but I know you did. And people that saw how foul Steve Harvey was, and you told me in the beginning that you were there to fight for justice. For
it's all audio.
And TK, like, I don't care what you're doing, the rest of them people on there. But damn, like, you better than that, going after people's kids and talking shit like that, TK. You ain't even about it.
Wait a minute, wait. Essie, let me slow you down, because I ain't talked to you in almost, like, what, 6-7 months now? So, we're...
No, it's been 2 years almost.
It ain't been that 2 years. Essie, I still got your number. This is your recent number. You change your number all the time.
I didn't talk to you last year, TK. When?
Essie.
You didn't call me now, what's up?
Okay, listen. Okay, that's besides the point. But the last time we talked, I was under the impression that you and I are good. So now you're upset because I didn't keep doing Steve Harvey
Listen
videos.
to this.
And so
I'm not just upset about that, TK. Like, you know, when people ask you questions, you know, like, I see you in the windows, like you said, no, you know, I didn't even know about the 100,000 subscribers and all that shit till you came to me on that. Then people come saying, well, did you do this or did you do that? It's just the principle of it, TK.
What are you talking about, 100,000 subscribers? What are you talking about, principle? I don't get, what is your...
TK, when I first came here, you didn't even have 100. The point of it is, when you came, you said, look, I've been on my channel 6 months. I'm trying to get my channel up there. I need to go for 100,000 subscribers. Mary Kay
is
can do
real
that for me.
rude
I did
and
that
reckless
shit for you.
with her mouth.
So you said on one of your videos after you do that, me and you ain't friends. You said the shit now. You said that you get a story from somebody.
You know what? I'm going to go ahead and get ready to cut this off, all this profanity that she's going to be using. Unnecessary. So, if you want to check it out, go to Tasha K page, Unwind with Tasha, y'all.
Because if I had a beef with you, I would have called and told you. I just didn't talk to you no more because you a kid up under me. I don't play with people's children. I don't have time for that. I'm 53 years old. But then she was taping me, not knowing the same person I'm on this video, I'm on off the camera the same way. I can get lit either way. I'm not a phony. If I cuss you out in front of your face, if I talk about you, I'll tell you in your face. If you don't want to hear it, that's fine, but I will. And I didn't know she was taping me. So that didn't make sense. So I would like to know too, what is the real beef? Because you know match for me. What you upset about? Because I gave you Mary Harvey's story? Or then she went on the internet and lied and said that I said her baby was ugly. I would never talk about nobody's kid. Do I think Tasha K is ugly? Yeah. I think she's ugly in her spirit. And I think she's like a nigga to a degree because of her mentality and her face and shit. You know what I'm saying? So she be coming to everybody like she this high profile thug, but she's really ugly. In the beginning, I thought she was a very beautiful person until I saw the real side of her. And then I just thought she was ugly because you can be pretty as you want to be. But if you're ugly on the inside, and I don't care about none of Tasha K subscribers, y'all better stay over there with that because I don't address stupid stuff. It is what it is. A lot of people scared to say what they feel about Tasha K. Tasha K is nothing to me. She was a person that I put her on a map. And what I do notice, all these bloggers try to keep Essie Berry name out your mouth. Okay. How's that working out for you? Because at the end of the day, Storm, I put my money where the mouth is. My mouth where the money is. I've given you documents on everything.
Sure
so
have.
don't sit up here and came like y'all the first ones who exposed Steve Harvey. Essie, Mary was the first, and I didn't know it. When I came back, everything changed, and Steve started losing. Go back and look at the dates. And go back and look at the times when Steve Harvey lost everything he lost behind coming for me. Because after we did Mary and she shut that case down in 2017, I sued Steve Harvey March 8, 2018. And after that, my life became a living nightmare. It was horrible. He violated me in so many ways, you guys. I never would even thought it would exist. I sued Steve Harvey for mental, emotional duress, stalking, and something else was on there. But just to know that I sued him, and when I sued him, they started threatening me. They started threatening my family. He started threatening my grandbabies. They would put pictures of my grandbabies up there. They would mock me how I was abused back in the day, showing my face all beat up and stuff. It was horrible. I got over 2,000 text messages where they text me threatening me, my life, and my family. I never have experienced something like that before in my life, ever.
And you have shared some of that with me. I mean, showing your house, your mom's house, like all sorts of things that would give a person nightmares.
And should have been in jail behind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And one day I know I saw Tasha K on the mic, and she said something about me being harassed or whatever. She said it quickly, and then that video went away. So it told me that she saw this. The woman that I gave my whole story to, you saw me being broken, and you didn't even try to save me, and all you wanted was a story. I just wanted justice, and you couldn't even do nothing for that. That's why I ain't got no respect for her. For what reason?
Is it true she was gonna out Wynton Harvey?
Out Wynton Harvey on what?
On messing around with boys.
Yeah, she came to me with that. I ain't seen Wynton kiss no boy, and neither has she. She said that somebody was in a chat room and they saw Wynton in a gay chat room. Hell, I might be in a gay chat room. They said I was gay at one time too, and I love men. I ain't never been with no woman, but you ain't know who dingaling I was sitting on, so that makes me gay. That don't make me nothing. You dig? I just don't tell you my business because it's not your business, but my business for you to know. But Wynton was in the chat room and she called me and she was going to out Wynton and try to say that Wynton was gay. And I told her, when you come and do that, you're not going to have a nice day. Wynton is off limits. He has nothing to do with this because you look gay. I could say you gay. You ain't never lit coochie. I'm just saying. So you ain't trying to come for somebody else. And you sitting up here probably doing the same thing behind closed doors. Matter of fact, why were you in the chat room and knew he was in the chat room? She couldn't even answer that. Why was you in the chat room? How did you get there? Oh, you just in the gay chat room looking. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's on out people now. So you're gonna out Wynton because he in the gay chat room and you in the same gay chat room. What was you doing in there? Chatting? Right?
Good point. Good point. Like, how did you get?
She wouldn't even know he was in the chat room if she hadn't been in there.
That's a good.
She didn't like that question. I asked her. She couldn't answer it. She started stuttering. I figured you would.
Yeah. So that's why that story never came out. What? She let that go.
Yeah, because I told her you're gonna look stupid too because you was in the chat room. So how you gonna explain you was in the chat room? Oh, so you just went in a chat room of gay people looking for Wynton? You was in there looking for something yourself.
And let's talk about this too. I want to personally attest that Essie Berry and we had this same conversation in 2020.
Yeah.
And your story has not changed.
Because I'm not a liar.
She has no reason to lie.
You
provided proof, evidence, all of that. But I'm just, you know how like you talk to people and sometimes their story start changing. You're like, wait a minute, that ain't what you told. But I remember verbatim, we had this exact same conversation in 2020. I never told Tasha K that I talked to you because it was none of her business. But very same conversation. Yep.
And if you go and listen when I did interview Geneva, that's one thing she gonna always say. Essie will never change her story. She has stayed with it. Because you know why? There's no such thing as a successful liar. You understand? Now, all these things that I've said, including molestation, it's out on the internet right now on my page. If I was lying, why did Steve sue me? Because he know that he can't. Because when you come get me, it's going to be atomic bomb because all y'all little dirty secrets, it's just going to come on out. So the best thing they could do is pretty much leave me out of the scenario, because if not, you're going to have problems. And now I am so happy that the whole world know, because if he tried to arrest me now, it's going to go bigger than I ever thought it was. I mean, I've been in handcuffs before. Ain't nobody scared to go to jail. What's that?
It's going, and you'll be right back out, but it's going to explode. It's going to be everywhere. Now, let me ask you this. Why do you have a warrant for your arrest in Texas?
Call Steve and ask him, because I want to know too. Please, can somebody call this nigga? Can somebody call the court? Can somebody call his neck bone ass attorney? Can somebody call, and please tell me why there's a warrant for my arrest? Because I told the truth what they did with this mess with Mary Harvey's case. Because they know if that paperwork come out that they're going to jail, and they thought because they put a warrant against me that I was going to be scared. They said they wanted me to pay a $1,500 bond because I didn't show up for a court appearance, which they put the court appearance on the same day that I was in court against Steve Harvey in California. So if I paid $150 for the $1,500 bond, that's saying I'm guilty. I'm going to do like Tasha K say, now y'all can take that shit and wipe it on your face. And you know what I'm saying? Because you're not going to blackmail me for a warrant, and I haven't been there. So if I had to pay that 10%, that would have looked like I was guilty. I didn't care about that warrant. So if you know you ain't guilty, why would you pay for a warrant? I ain't even locked up. And you think I'm going to pay a bond for 10% because you got a $1,500 warrant on me because you try to put me in jail for Steve Harvey? That warrant will be on me for the rest of my life, and I will be talking about Steve Harvey for the rest of my life until they take me out of it or he get arrested, the judges get arrested. Somebody's going to get arrested behind this before it's all over with. Because Judge Tucker, then her career next year, I think that's the end of her. And every case that she's been up on, I'm going to ask for it to be reopened because I got some people working on some things right now. So when they thinking that they're getting away with anything, they're really not.
You know, one thing my grandmama always said was done in the dark will come to the light.
Yes.
And she told me basically, don't do nothing that you're going to be ashamed of later. And I've lived by that. Like whatever I do, just own it. Because it's going to come out. So
you should.
So let me ask you this.
Go.
Is it true that Steve Harvey tried to get Mary Harvey to sleep with Bill Cosby? Can we tell them the Steve and Bill Cosby story?
Mary said, I'm going to say Mary said, okay. So Mary said that she went over to Bill Cosby's house.
It's a storm show. Ay, it's a storm show.
Is it true that Steve Harvey tried to get Mary Harvey to sleep with Bill Cosby? Can we tell them the Steve and Bill Cosby story?
Pops, Jello pudding pops, frozen pudding on a stick.
Because when I told it briefly, after you told me back like in 2020, you know, magically the video got taken down. It disappeared. The whole live froze.
Shut it down.
Yeah.
Mary said, I'm going to say Mary said, okay. So Mary said that she went over to Bill Cosby's house. Steve had a dinner date with Bill Cosby and his wife. So everybody chilling, sitting down in the living room, chilling. Bill doing his thing, and Steve and the wife sitting up there, and Mary and Bill standing over here. So Steve's sitting talking in the living room with Bill Cosby's wife, and Miriam over here with Bill talking. Then Mary said he made her drink, and then y'all know that little jelly pudding, that little smile he do with the jelly pudding thing. She said that nigga did that. She was like, I was like, what's going on? I said, so what you do, Mary? She said, I'm just looking at this nigga. I said, so what's happening? She said he took her hand, grabbed her hand, and walked her to the bedroom. And I said, so where was Steve? She said, Essie, that's the point. He was still sitting up there talking to Bill's wife, not doing that. I was like, really? I said, so you got your drink, he got his drink. She said he got that funky jelly pudding smile on his face, and they went to the bedroom. So the Bill sat Mary on that bed and was still looking, and she said she was sipping that motherfucker. Then she was drinking that drink, and then she said, homeboy eased over at her. Mary said, oh hell no, this ain't finna go on tonight. And Mary said she got up and she left Steve there. So when Mary left Steve there, Steve came home hours later. And I'm just saying, what happened to him hours later? Because she said you was funky when you came in. So who was you smelling like, Steve, when you came in after Mary left? Because you was at Bill and homegirl house. So she said you had a little funky odor about yourself, like sex was all on you. So what happened right there, Steve? can acquire minds would like to know. Can we find out? So I'm just saying, Mary said he didn't look himself. He looked disorientated. He had a funky smell about himself. I said, well, man, what you think happened? She said, you know what happened. I said, no, tell me. She said, I don't know. She said, I don't know. I said, you know, you just don't want to say that. She said, you know too. She said, but I don't have to tell you. She said, because I know what he smelled like and it wasn't a good smell. I said, well, I'm going to shut up right there. I ain't got nothing else to say. And that's why I left that at. So y'all take that the way y'all want to take that to. Just the smell. Okay.
It was let's just say it was funky. We'll leave it at that.
It was feet and booty for duty. That's what it was. All that together. Okay. Next.
We'll let them read between the lines on that. And why? I mean, I feel like I know why Steve Harvey was so jealous of Bernie Mac, but what was the relationship between Bernie Mac and Mary Harvey?
Mary said she used to go on tour buses with them when they did Kings of Comedy. So when they used to go doing Kings of Comedy, she used to kick with everybody, but it was something about Bernie Mac that just turned her on. And she said he smelled so good. See, Steve, that's what you get for smelling funky. She wanted somebody to smell a little bit better. So if you had been funky, she might have not been back there with Bernie Mac in the back of that bus. So her and Bernie Mac used to kick it in the back of the bus together. I said, what y'all doing back there, Mary? She said, we just chilling. Do you think I want to believe that? No, I don't 100% believe that she was just on the back of the bus chilling with Bernie Mac. Do I think she flirted with Bernie Mac some? Yes, I do, because of some of the things that she had already said. And one day they were sitting on the back of the bus having fun and really laughing. And Steve was in a bad mood, and he came back there and saw Bernie Mac talking to Mary, and he just went ballistic because she said Steve heard them laughing, and he got real upset. And then he tried to pull Mary from back there where he was at. Mary wouldn't go, so now he more pissed, and it seemed like it set the preference for a certain vendetta. And ever since then, it seemed like he had attitudes with Bernie Mac. So that's where it really started from, because Mary liked the way Bernie Mac smelled on the back of the bus.
I dare say too, Bernie Mac was like a man's man, a real man, and just down to earth.
Yeah.
And I think Mary liked that too. You know, Steve, I don't know him personally, ain't never met him, but he gives me the energy he'll do anything for money. Like he'll sell his soul for money.
And Bernie Mac told Mary a couple of times that ain't what you want. And she really didn't understand what that meant till later on. She said Bernie Mac was a pretty straightforward person and very humble guy. She said, but when you get on his bad side, he would tell you. And it was always something that Steve appeared to be like inferior, because he always wanted to be over Bernie Mac. He wanted to be his style, his personality. He could not be, because let's keep it real, he's not funny. You do a good as a host, but he really not funny like that. You did good on your little sitcoms, but you really ain't funny like that. You can't joke with somebody and come behind Bernie Mac. I wouldn't, like, you know what I'm saying? That's like becoming behind somebody like whatever, because he was the Mac Daddy of comedy. And Steve just happened to get thrown in there. And a lot of times, Mary was saying when they go on the tours that they would try to make Steve be last, because nobody wanted to like go after Steve, because they already knew it was going to be a dud, and you know, set the pace for the people. So then he would get through in the back, and then he would get mad because he got through in the back, because who want to go before, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna go, and then you a dud. And so they didn't want him in the beginning, because now you done set the pace. So they put him at the end, and he still didn't do good. So he had an attitude behind that. He never said it. He just had to get in where he fit in.
And to back that up, because Steve recently did an interview with Shannon Sharp. Now, Steve insinuates that, you know, the Kings of Comedy broke up because, well, you know, certain people was Hollywood and wanted to be an actor.
Because I wanted to switch up sometimes. Right. You know, we all kings.
Right. You wanted to go first, maybe go first sometimes, go in the middle.
Hey, man, let me sit in the rocking chair.
Right.
Let me be second.
Right.
Bernie sat in the rocking chair. And I went, man, because you got Sid, warm up, Bernie in the rocking chair. You closing behind these dudes is rough. So that's where we had our little...
Is that where you and Bernie butted heads?
That was our only odds. Because man, y'all got to give me a chance to win too. Next year, he added DL. Now we got a problem. We can't have 4 acts because who gonna go last now? So the argument was, Steve, you going last again. I'm going, hell no. No, man, we all getting the same check. So then Walter said, well, why don't one of y'all host the show? Ain't nobody want to be the MC. My hand was shot straight up.
What happened? Why did it end?
After the movie, man, that was probably...
Blessing and a curse?
Yeah, the 4 of us. It was the largest comedy movie ever in history. And so when it ended, the thing that the Blue Collar Comedy Tour did was they stayed together. We split up.
You wish you would have kept it together, could have kept it together a couple of...
We tried everything. But, you know, dudes felt like they was movie stars. I never saw myself as a movie star.
Referring to Bernie, you know, Steve couldn't... Bernie was just the man. Steve was hating. But Steve even said he went from being one of the comedians to technically just being a host because he couldn't keep up with Bernie. Bernie killed it. The people love Cedric the Entertainer. Yeah, Steve, it was like
Yeah, but you know what? Like Hollywood, didn't I see you on You Got Served, Steve? Was he on that? Oh, you didn't do that good on that. That's probably because nobody remember it, but he was on that. You know what I'm saying? You did say a little something about, you know, he's on one of my dear movies, you know, but he never had a current role or something of a significant role. It was like, how you doing? And then they shut him out because
he was not an actor. He's not an actor.
Exactly. That's why they say, hey, and then they fade him out because he's not an actor. So you can't, when you're an actor, you got to command people's attention. You got to hold their attention. He don't hold their attention. And so that's what makes the difference. Bernie Mac could hold people attention. They commanded authority when they walk in the room. When they see Steve, they start yawning. I'm just saying, Steve, you know it's true.
It's true. But what probably intimidated Steve even more is that Bernie was just being himself.
Right. And he smelled good. And he didn't. I'm just saying. That would intimidate me too. My wife smelling all of man and you better go buy some of Bernie Mac cologne. Okay. So it probably was a lot of things that Steve realized now that he probably could have did differently. But it was almost like whatever it is for him to do, he wanted to be able to do that. He don't care about nobody else. It's just all what Steve wanted to do. Let's tell the truth today, people.
Jealousy is something else. But now let me ask you this. Did somebody... Do you believe that Bernie Mac's death was somewhat of a setup?
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to put too much emphasis on this because I don't know for sure. I got to find the letter. But there was a letter written to me and said that the night that they went on a comedy show, he was given a glass of lemonade and Steve handed it to him. Then 2 weeks later, he pretty much was sick and died. That shit's in the letter. I don't know the lemonade for me. I don't even know where you was at to get no lemonade. But they said after he drank that lemonade, he really got sick and then he died. What they said from pneumonia, whatever, I'm not sure. I just know they said that Steve Harvey handed that man a glass of lemonade. I don't know whether it's true or false. I'm just saying that was in a letter that I had saying they went to a comedy adventure one night. They stopped at a club or whatever the facility was. They stopped at. Everybody wanted to get some drinks and stuff like that. Bernie wanted some lemonade. Steve was adamant about going get the homeboy some drink. He brought him a glass of lemonade and he drank it. That's what the letter said. And then right after that, about 2 or 3 weeks later, he was in the hospital. Then next thing I know, he was dead. Steve, you can come validate in this way you want to. Anybody want to validate it or challenge me on it? I mean, it's what it is. I probably go back in and look for that letter since we talked about it. But there was a letter written to me. But I always felt like he had something against Bernie Mac after I found out Mary liked the way he smelled. And they used to chill on the back of the bus together with the door shut. What you got the Joe shut for? Playing peekaboo? Peekaboo?
What is 2 grown people that find each other attractive gonna do?
Yeah, exactly. But Mary had got tired of Steve cheating. And Bernie Mac had warned Mary about Steve. She said he didn't just come straight out and say it, but he did endo windows because they knew who Steve was. So that's what that was her concern. And she said the whole time after she got that letter and she found out Steve had got somebody pregnant, Steve was a serial cheater. He's a serial liar. She said he wouldn't tell the truth about nothing. I think I sent you a letter from his mistress where he said if his butt was up in the air and it was a tattoo with his name on it and his social security number on his ass, that he would still say it ain't him. So now you're a real good liar because you got paperwork and you still gonna lie.
Damn.
And you can't change black and white. But he said himself that he said that if someone said, "Is that you?" and he know it was him, he would still say it wasn't him. So what does that tell you? Why would somebody want to promote? Why would somebody want him on Family Feud? Why would you want him on anything if you know that he will sit up here and lie? Why would you want him on anything if he done destroyed a wife? Like he was married to Mary. He didn't have to take her son. He didn't have to do what he did. And then to add insults to injuries, I know Mary went through a lot. I know the children went through a lot. Storm, I was nobody. Like for him to start threatening me, harassing me, going after my family, threatening my life, calling my phones, like for what? Because I felt like they wanted me to have a nervous breakdown. I felt like they wanted to hurt me. Now I'm gonna be gangster about this and I'm gonna keep it 1-to-1. Would I have now? No, but one night they had put some pictures about me being abused about my mama because Steve paid my sister $2,500, $2,500, a box of chicken, 2-piece chicken. She didn't get the damn biscuit. She didn't get no jelly. She didn't get no tea with it. She just got a 2-piece snack, no biscuit. And she telling this man, trying to tell this man lies about me. My sister did this. And he would take her on them stalker channels you was talking about, and she would just say all kind of things. They had like 8 sites stalking me, but this one particular site stood out at me because they were mocking me being abused and how my mother had did me. I had never experienced nothing like that before. I called a suicide hotline because I wasn't finna kill myself. I wasn't finna kill myself.
I know what that means.
I called a suicide hotline, but I wasn't finna kill myself. And I started packing my bags and I called some homeboys and they was like, Essie, what you want to do? Because see, when you playing with people and you think they may be crazy, nigga, I could have snatched you. And you would have been down in somebody's basement. I would have been filming that shit on YouTube while you playing with me. Because you played with Margie, Marsha, and all them. My name's Essie. My shit don't start with M-A-R. And you came for me and you didn't know how far you could take me. And you underestimated me as a woman, an activist, a mother, because you had dogged all these women. But I had to catch myself, Storm, because I said, I'm going to go to jail. If I do anything illegal, I'm going to go to jail. You know, and then I ain't gonna lie, I had to take therapy. And I told my therapist, she said, well, Essie, what you gonna do when you do whatever you gonna do? She said, what if he have a heart attack before you get there? I said, his punk ass probably would. Yeah. So now you're gonna get me for killing this cat. So I'm not even finna do that. So I had to get in my right mind and start praying, Storm, because he had took me to a level, because I'm a lover. I'm not a fighter. I never had men calling me out my name. I've been married several times and I ain't never had no man disrespect me like Steve just did. But what I knew is he had told Mary, when I'm done with you, everybody's gonna believe you crazy because I'm Steve Harvey. And he has done that to so many women. He did it to Terry. He did it to Corlonda Harris. Corlonda Harris was a transgender woman. And you ought to have seen her in the beginning. She was a beautiful woman. I got pictures of her before and after. You could tell she had a mental breakdown. And he paid some deputies to go in the jailhouse and beat her up. It said in her court documents. That's who Steve Harvey is. While y'all sitting up there talking about he's a role model, he's a motivational, he's an inspirational speaker. But he tried to destroy everything about me. Well, before all this happened, I had my own salon. I was doing my thing. But because I had went through all this mentally and this nigga came trying to find me and destroy me, I didn't even know what to do, Storm. I had never experienced that like that. It was like I was lost. And even when Geneva stood by me and she was the one blogger that would keep putting stuff out by Steve, everybody else saw all this happening and then nobody tried to help me. And I don't know why that is. Why is it because you see people on TV that you're going to believe what they say? Because they on TV, they will lie to you. There's stories, but I could tell you about Rerun, and I was married to a celebrity. You wouldn't believe it, but it happened. So you can't believe half of what you hear and none of what you see unless you physically see it for yourself. And when people take you to the breaking point like that, I had never thought like that. But see, you don't put nobody in an uncompromising position because you don't never know what somebody might do at a breaking point to prove their truth. And I was at that breaking point that we're going to do something here because you're not going to keep doing this to me. And I didn't want my family to keep asking me dumbass questions about Steve Harvey like I was some kind of criminal because he was a bigger person than me. So what was I supposed to do?
Good point. That's heavy. That's heavy.
And if it gets too heavy, Storm, that we want to stop and you think about some of the stuff, put it together, we come back, we can do another day too, baby. It's on you, whatever.
Oh yeah. Oh
it's
yeah.
a lot.
It's a lot. We can always give them a part 2 or part 3 because believe me, the people got to take it in and then they got to digest it and they like, wait a minute, because we can't just go past the fact that he was with a transgender.
Yeah. And what happened was, I think this transgender was going to expose him. You read them, you saw that the video. I can't find the paperwork, but that paperwork is in Pacer, and there's 2 more gay people that's supposed to be in there. Okay, that Steve did something to. Another blogger, which I want to call her name, told me about it. That's how I got that case. But that case stuck out to me because she said that she said something to bruise Steve's ego, and when she said something to bruise Steve's ego, he started going after her. From 2008 to 2014, he probably knew he was going to get exposed and somebody was going to say something, but he messed with that girl all that time. So now, why would you want to shut up a transgender woman unless you was messing with her? Mary said she caught you with a computer full of men. What the fuck are you doing? She did kind of look like a dude a little bit. You know what I'm saying? She had the little short haircut and everything like a dude. Next, and anything I say, I will stand by it. If you want to call me for court, just let me know. You can email me because I'm not going to take back anything I said. I sent you the papers to prove what the transgender said. And then adding insults to injuries, any case that Steve has been on, it needs to be investigated because he do stuff and then he go try to gag people behind closed doors. And quite naturally, when I see how he locked Mary up for 30 days to pay those judges, what was I supposed to do? So that's why I came back and I was Mary POA, but then I seen them threaten Mary. Then you're threatening me. And then when I sued him, he started going after my whole family. It was horrible. And he didn't care. He didn't care.
Anything to save his image. You told me a funny story too about his hair pieces, his wigs.
I want to find that damn video. That's what I need to find. Okay, so I think it was in 2017 when I met Geneva. Me and Geneva on the mic talking, and I had never seen the paperwork from 2013 when he was trying to put me in jail, right? And when he said I was a co-conspirator, I had never seen that paperwork. So I get the paperwork in 2017 because Mary done sued him for murder his soul. And Mary said, nigga, I should have left you on the side of the road with a hole in your head. She called Marjorie every slut, every bitch. I said, bitch, that's why they put you in jail. They didn't put you in jail because of my videos. Bitch, did you read that paperwork? She tried to say she went to jail behind me. Bitch, you went to jail because you said you was going to leave that nigga on the side of the road with a hole in his head. Bitch, oh, girl. I wasn't saying that. I said, what you was saying? She said that nigga had a hole in his afro. I said, what? She said, yeah, he used to have to pack it down like this because the hole was like this. And she said he would have to pack. I said, what? So he had a makeshift? Yeah. So she said, won't you just cut that shit off? Because he was going bald in the top. And then he started wearing them toupees. Y'all know them lines are too straight, right? I know, yeah. All that, y'all, all them hair tops. Look at that, y'all. That ain't his. That's them little cuts. Steve Harvey was the first male that I really know to wear a lace front for men. A lace front. That's it right there. The lace front for men. See that cheese? Hey, yeah. A lace front for men. So Mary said she used to have to go get this dude high tops, shampoo him, put them in a trash bag and take them in the back of the garage, back of the barbershop so they could put them on. Steve would have to have a personal session because all this was bald and he just had this on the sides. And then they had to put the high top there. And she said, I said, well, how many did he have, Mary? Mary said he had about 5 or 6 of them, if not more. Hell, he about one when one don't look right. So he really was the first dude to ever wear lace fronts. I'm a master cosmetologist. That right there, them edges, baby, them edges was too straight, baby. They was too fine. They was right at it. And see right there, there it is. See, y'all see how he started off low? Y'all see how he started off low with his lace front? Then later on, it got higher and higher. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
so
and his funny looking ass got the nerve to be cheating on anybody.
Yeah. He only looked good when he got money. That's what Marjorie said, basically. Nigga, I ain't want you when you ain't have no money. You ain't look good. That right there, too. That roof. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what he look like with the men. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. See, that's when it was low. And then you remember how it kept getting higher and higher?
It got higher and higher.
He had different levels that he go to. I was like, what you say? I knew it anyway, though.
And then eventually they started calling him out. Like, come on now, Steve. Now let it go.
Yeah. And so I think Margie kind of got tired. She wasn't like Mary. She ain't gonna go wash nothing. Mary said she washed him, shampooed him, conditioned him, picked him out, sat him on. I said, girl, you did all that. You must have loved your man taking his hair through the barbershop for him to put it on in trash bags. Why you didn't just take it? I would have been carrying like a crown. He goes, dum, 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 dum. Here comes the time. You know what I'm saying? Don't just take it in a trash bag. You know what I'm saying? You done smashed it back now. And he used to be embarrassed. He wouldn't even take the trash bag. He wouldn't even take the hair in there himself. He'll go to his barber, let his barber start, and then call Mary and say, bring it up there. Because you was embarrassed to take your hair up there. Well, women do it all the time, my brother. It's okay. You know? I mean, we do it every day, all day. It's okay. You know? What?
It's just interesting that the more and more I'm learning about him, I'm like, wow. But it don't matter how much money you got. Insecurities truly run deep.
It does. It does. And some things happened to Steve when he was little. I'm not going to say nothing about that. But he was violated when he was younger. And he never spoke about it. But Mary told me about it. And Steve, because I don't like you, I'm not going to say anything about that. Because it would be nothing for me to like come up off of telling you that. I am very sorry about the person who violated you when you were young. I wish you really should have told somebody, because maybe you wouldn't be all jacked up like you are now. But if there's any way that he would see this and hear this, know that I would never try to destroy him, because that's nothing that I would go hard about someone and you're violated by another person. But I do believe by him being a child and he was violated by a church member. I think that has an issue with him right now. He probably would never want someone to say, and you can think about what it is. It would be for Steve to tell on that church member and to say that. And it's still to this day, because of the things that Steve Harvey has went through, some of his actions could have been displayed on the things that he went through when he was younger himself, because he's a liar. He didn't have a relationship with his mother like that. He barely had one with his father. You see what I'm saying? Did he love his mother? Yes, but it was not at the magnitude, because Mary said when his mother was on her deathbed, Steve was somewhere doing a show or something, and she continued to call Steve to come to her bedside, and Steve had a show to do, and it was more important. The next thing, I don't know if his mother had a stroke or something, she got all like discombobulated, and when Steve made it to the hospital, she was already dead. Wow. And when Steve got his money, he said his mother changed. Ask Mary. Steve's mother said he changed. I also got to talk to Steve Harvey's brother's wife. You didn't know that, did you, Steve?
I didn't know that.
Scary. When I was being stalked and harassed, and I got some text messages from her, by the way. She said Steve was a good man and that I need to give him a chance to make this situation right. She said that Steve did not mean to do what he did to me. So then I got her number and I called her. When we got through talking, she didn't want me to let Steve know that she had talked to me. So it's out now, sweetie. So it's whatever. I still didn't call your name, but this is Steve's brother's wife. She also told me that Steve was paying all their bills, that if she told something, he would stop paying her bills. So she couldn't tell me anything. She didn't want me to destroy her brother-in-law because he was paying a lot of people's bills. He wasn't paying mine. So that ain't have nothing to do with me. Hello. She also said that Mary used to come over to her house because Steve was a slight bit abusive at times, and Mary would come over there and get away. I saw the restraining orders, so he can't lie. They were in those court documents. And one time he slashed Mary's tire so she couldn't leave and get away because she didn't want to be bothered. But at the end of the day, even though he had a violent streak about himself, he would still try to make things okay. And she wanted me to know that if I destroy Steve, I destroy everybody in his family because he take care of so many people. And she said he drinks a lot and he gets drunk. And when he gets drunk, he does not know how to hold his liquor. And a lot of times when he called me on the phone, which I got phone calls of him calling me, y'all can go over and hear some of the stalking calls. You can hear a voice and know who voice it is. And because of that, she said that he didn't know what to do because he ain't never been in a situation. He had bullied so many people, but he had never been up against a person like me. So I used some of the stuff that he did. I started using it against him. When they would make videos, I would take their videos and retape them and put them on my page from them threatening me. But because I used his footage, they flagged my page for copyright and they took it all down. But what they don't realize is when I filmed it, I still got copies of it now. I don't have all that they did, but it was these about 800 videos of people stalking me. And Marjorie Harvey was a stalker called Coco Love. She was in on it too. Your ass had to use a mask because I know you ain't gonna come to me face to face because that ain't what kind of broad that you are. But just to know that they put themselves in this situation trying to like degrade people or run them crazy or disrespect them because we're telling the truth. Everything that Marjorie get right now, I wanted to feel sorry for her, but I cannot feel sorry for her. I cannot feel sorry for her the way she did to Jimmy Townsend. I can't feel sorry for her the way she let Wynton grow up without his mother. I can't feel sorry for her because you let Steve beat Wynton and you covered it up. I can't feel sorry for you because you helped Steve take Wynton away from Mary. I can't feel sorry for you because you let Jimmy did 27 years for your rotten ass because you didn't have enough class enough to go try to make sure your kid's father's okay. And he took that 27 years with you. No man in this world could take a 27-year-old, and I mean 27 years in a prison and I still not be by him. That's not even what type broad I am. You see what I'm saying? I was married and I'm cool with my body. I was married to my bodyguard and I'm cool with my bodyguard to this day. He's the first man that I've been married with before. We separated now. All this stuff with Steve Harvey, it was too much. Steve Harvey and brought some of his family members in to stalk me and come against me. So it just made us kind of break and we had to separate because I didn't want to keep going through that.
Lord have mercy. As you were talking about that with Steve Harvey's brother's wife, first off, I just read that Steve Harvey had his twin brother,
Terry.
Okay, so I found an article from 2011. See.
Come on.
We just started some shit now because people gonna start digging.
Come on. He paid him off to recant that. Come on now.
This is from Magic 102.3. I don't know what city that's in, but this was published February 1st, 2011, written by Courtney Hicks.
Read.
And it says Steve Harvey's brother Terry Harvey and his wife called into Sam Silk radio show and showed their support for Steve's ex-wife Mary being hurt and frustrated. Terry said he hasn't spoken to Steve in a year and a half. Mary posted 3 videos on YouTube over the weekend where she says Steve was a cheater and his current wife Marjorie had an affair with Steve while he was still married to Mary. The story keeps growing legs. Now, let's play this. Hold up, I gotta take it down. Let me know if you can hear the audio. You should be able to.
I don't know about
that.
I just check like the number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
Well, I like that 777 for sure. Superstar
around the same time, bro.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, that's another interview. Okay, never mind. That's something else. So, all right. So when you go to the page, they had the interviews have been taken down.
Yep. And that's why he paid his wife. He paid his sister him off. That's what that right there. That's what made him start paying him that interview. And you got to know, I know, because how would I know his brother's name?
That is very true. Me and you have never talked about that before. Now check this out.
It's so much be coming back when you start remembering. You know what I mean?
True. But check this out. So the date of this interview, Mary did an interview with Tom Joyner on January 31st, 2011. The interview that Terry Harvey did with their radio station was on February 1st, 2011. So Mary did her interview with Tom Joyner, then Terry did his interview with that radio station. Oh, Steve was mad as a motherfucker.
And Tom Joyner bought Mary on there to try to not help her, but make her look stupid for Steve. Now he couldn't. If I had been on there, he could have made Mary look stupid. I would have ate Tom Joyner up for breakfast, dinner, and supper. He wouldn't have had that nigga when he had them legs to stand on because he was a liar too. He tried to make Mary look bad.
Well, you know, I mean, they're in the business, so of course they gonna look out for each other. Tom ain't gonna tell, you know what I mean. He ain't gonna tell the truth.
But they know who to invite on their shows and who not to.
Hello, that's why certain people don't get invites because they
like
know.
Ricky Smiley did a show where he had Mary's personal assistant on there, right? She was a lie too, and Ricky rolled with that lie. Is that the same? What's that article? Tom Joyner?
Yeah, this is the Tom Joyner, and I'm just looking here at the old picture of them.
Mary had a good job to make that nigga happy.
2011, Mary Harvey told Tom Joyner, Tom Joyner invited Mary on and encouraged her to move on from the 2005 divorce. So he brought Mary on to tell her to let it go.
Yeah. And like, who was Tom Joyner to tell her to let it go?
When it's her life.
But who is your bald-headed ass to say anything? And where your wife at, Tom?
Mary said, it took me a long time to get to this point. The reason I've been silent this entire time is because I did take into consideration what it would do to both of our families and our community. But she said she decided to publicly discuss the fall of the marriage because keeping quiet hasn't served me physically. Hell no, with a bully like Steve Harvey, being quiet wasn't going to, you were supposed to get at that nigga ass.
Yeah, but then look at this. Even though all that happened, look at the whole world just shut down and just kept letting this cat. That's why he keep doing because they keep allowing him to keep violating women.
She said it hasn't served our son Wynton. I have suffered physically because of it. I'm not in good health right now. And that interview was gone too.
What you call it? Washed out storm?
Wiped out.
Yeah, see, and that's what they did. As soon as I came on it, it said like they started wiping everything out because you could go back and put trails. Like at one time, I found articles where they had pictures of Marjorie, but they were calling her Mary Harvey because people still didn't really know what was going on because they were still trying to look like the perfect family.
Damn, and they know people are not going to go back 11 years. People are not going to. A lot of this stuff, let me give y'all some tips. A lot of the real tea was on the internet, like right before the surge of the YouTubes and this platform and that platform. A lot of people used to upload tea on these celebrities back in the day that they've had scrubbed off now.
Right.
But when YouTube and shit, blog and all that stuff, Media Takeout was running things back in the day, but Media Takeout was always kind of known as like, it might be true, it might not be.
Right. Bloggers don't care. Y'all don't care. Y'all just put that out there and it's what it is. People are really leery now because of Tasha K, but I think more bloggers put out better stuff than some of the media people do now because a lot of bloggers ain't like me. I'm not scared to speak my truth if I know I'm telling the truth. I have no problem like saying what I say. I don't want anybody to think like I hate Steve. I hate what he did. I hate that he's a liar. I hate that he didn't come forth. I hate that he ruined a lot of people's lives. I hate that he was on the down low and kept it on the down low. You should have just been on the up and up and stop playing with women and knowing that you like both. It's okay. It's natural now. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I got plenty of gay friends. You get what I'm saying? They're males, but I love male gays. I don't really care. That's not going to make me look at you no differently. But some of the stuff he did, he can't even say why he did it. You see what I'm saying? He can't, like he told Jimmy that he was a punk ass father. Where your punk ass daddy at now? Well, where your punk ass is at when Marsha needed you to take care of the twins and your son? Where were you at then? Why did she have to call to ask you something since 2013? So we talk about punk asses. Let's just do this if we gonna do it. You can't throw no stone, brother. You got stones behind your back yourself, and you ain't trying to do right. And then I don't care what he say or how he look at it. Nothing that Steve Harvey has done has been right. So until these studios and stuff, y'all stop backing him. Stop making him bigger than what he is. Stop letting him lie and destroy people's lives because he destroyed a great part of me. I lost friends, family members, and a lot behind Steve Harvey. and he never even cared. He done text me and said he's sorry in so many ways, even on Instagram. If you lie, I'll pull that shit. And also he done talk nasty before too about if you lie, I'll pull that shit and I'll send it to Storm. So we ain't trying to play them kind of games. He told me he wanted me to be quiet and keep it his little secret. He wanted me to be that little secret. And can we start over and you get to know me? But because you keep making up different accounts to try to get to know me, I'm not going to do that. I want him to be honest about it and go and tell the world that he lied on me. But if he say he lied on me and he ever admit that, that's going to destroy everything else about him.
Yeah, it's true.
So what do you think, Storm, about him, how he stalked me and through all this, what would be the main purpose in trying to silence me unless I knew the truth?
That would be the only reason why. Now the way my mind worked, I mean, you have the strongest voice out of everybody that's ever come for him. I'm trying to figure out why he never just paid you off. I would have dropped a couple $1 on you just to get you to go away, because the source all comes back to you. If you be quiet, everybody else is going to go away, because everybody don't have it in them to go up against somebody like that. And that's understandable because he has a machine behind him. Mm-hmm. He ain't shit as a person, but he has a machine, and money and this and that. And, you know,
but then pay me off to do what though, Storm? Pay me off to what? Pay me off not to do my book?
To not do your book, to never talk about it again, to leave Mary alone, don't talk to her no more. I'm surprised he didn't offer you $2, $3, $4 million just to go away, put you on a lifetime NDA, and go about his business. I'm just surprised.
I would be scared to take it. You know why? Because I done see what this nigga do behind closed doors. So I'll be scared to take anything from him because you can't trust him. Who gonna write it up? Ricky? Oh, you? Who gonna write that up? You know what I'm saying? And then so, okay, let's say if I did do that, he said, Essie, because I'm gonna call his lawyers and I'm gonna tape it. So if anybody see that you take my call, I'm telling you I'm gonna do it. All my calls are monitored. But I want to know how we gonna come to a peaceful resolution and take me up out of that court case, and you got a warrant for my arrest on something I didn't do. So as long as you continue to blackmail me, as long as you can continue, this shit will never be over with. And how can I be silenced? People say, Essie, won't you just be quiet and go away? Won't you just shut up and have a nice day? Because it ain't you who got a warrant for your arrest. It ain't you who been blackmailed by a high-profile celebrity. It wasn't Joe ass who was put in the media saying he was a co-conspirator and extortionist. So media can do whatever they want to people like me. Why? Because he said it? Like I'm just an average Joe Blow and you just gonna do that? I'm gonna walk away? Yeah, I was connected to Rerun because I'm his widow, but all of it was a lie and nobody tried to stay at face value. So why should I shut up? Now, if Steve came to me and said, Essie, I want to make your life better because I was wrong. Let's just talk this over. I would have to look him in his face because I want to know, do I believe what Mary said? Yeah, but I was like, did you try to molest Mary's son? I want to see what the nigga gonna say. Did you try to? I know you ain't gonna try to tell me you didn't beat Wynton because I got the papers to that.
We know you did that.
Yeah, we know you did that for sure. I know for sure that you took half of the legacy and you gave it to Mary. And I know that when you were still married to Mary, even though y'all signed those papers, you had married Margie. It's a lot of shit that you've done behind closed doors. And let me put this out there. TD Jakes, I don't watch you. I don't care for you. I really never liked you. I didn't know like your preaching. You sweat too much for me. You got a gap between your teeth. And because you got a gap, they pretty much say people got gaps are liars. I'm just saying. Why I don't like TD Jakes is because TD Jakes was Harvey's marriage counselor. Okay? And he tried to tell TD Jakes that Mary was violating marriage because she wouldn't be submissive and do what he say. And he was like, well, Mary, why are you giving Steve a hard time? Mary say, well, TD Jakes, I didn't know I was giving Steve a hard time. Well, Steve, he's sitting up there too. Tell me, Steve, why I'm giving you a hard time. Steve didn't say shit because you had talked about her behind closed doors and y'all were two men. Instead of TD Jakes being a counselor, you just want to be a referee because you know Steve would slide you some money to the House of Pottery or whatever the hell your name is to your company. Then to add insults to injuries, you took your sweating ass over to Hawaii and you married his mistress and Steve. So not only was you Mary's marriage counselor. You was the preacher that married the man that you was counseling. You went and got his mistress and married his mistress, knowing that he was cheating on Mary. I would never come to your church, Pastor.
I wouldn't come. And in addition to that, between TD Jake's daughter and all them drama with them kids, she allegedly stole. But that child molesting husband she had allegedly.
Well, TD Jakes didn't be worried about his own kids because I heard they all be sipping behind closed doors. You know, like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, I can believe it.
Get your own house straight before you try to come in somebody else's. But just to know that he's a pastor, he's supposed to be going by God's laws. And he's, yeah, right. But you.
Until money get involved, money making change.
Yeah. So I know you was on T Steve's side because when he went in there, he was ready to attack Mary. But to know that you was her, see, he should say, you know what, Steve, that's a conflict of interest. I can't marry you and Margie. I don't want to go to Hawaii. He took his fat ass over there and went and married them in Hawaii. And knowing that this girl had been cheating with Mary, he had to know. So I don't like pastors like that. I'm a preacher's daughter, and I don't go to my father's church because I don't like the way he pray. So I'm not going to sit up and follow some guy because he said he got a Potter house and his name TD Jakes and because he could talk good game out his mouth. Because I can't really say that you are called by God when you will know that a man is cheating on his wife and you are the counselor and then you turn around and marry him with his mistress. Where they do that at?
That's some low down stuff.
Where they do that at? Okay, so we just calling people out. I want to make sure I don't miss nobody in there. So I never liked him. And that then when Mary told me the whole story and I found out and saw it for myself, I knew why.
Let me ask you this, and I don't mean you've never talked about it, and if you don't know, you don't know. They say that Marjorie Harvey and Kris Jenner is real cool. Do you know that to be true? Okay.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, I wouldn't even feel like that's true. I believe that Steve and Chris may have been cool, but I don't think Margie don't really care either way because she just worried about the money. I thought it was her and Steve that was cool with each other and they kicked it together. Let me tell you something that Mary told me. Mary said that Margie won't be caught. Let's go back, pull the paperwork. Go back and pull up pictures on Margie and tell me how many A-list celebrities that you done seen her around. You know why they're not going to be around Margie? Because they scared that Margie going to sleep with their husband, so they don't want them around. Mary used to be cool with Denzel Washington, Samuel L., Arnold Schwarzenegger wife. None of them didn't want to be around Margie because they thought that she would sleep with their man. I'm just saying what Mary said. Yeah, I mean, how many high-profile celebrities y'all have seen her with? I'll wait. Go get them. Go get me the pictures of A-list celebrities that you don't see Marjorie Harvey with the wife and the husband. They're not going to do it because they know Margie will sleep with cousins. And if you sleep with cousins, you'll sleep with their man.
Damn.
Call me Margie.
Not them saying she a no good hussy.
I mean, if the shoe fits, wear it. You know, I don't know what you call someone who sleeps with two cousins. In my day, in the country,
a cousin fucker
or whores. You know what I'm saying? Not saying you're one, Margie. You know what I'm saying? You just might have liked the wood dingalings. I don't really know because they were both cousins. You may have liked it like that, but you know that you're a cheater, and we know that you're a liar, and we know that you will cover up things because when I saw that abuse and I saw that and knew Steve was with her, I knew she would cover up anything else that he would do. Anything. And you're not going to tell me that you had, and I called that computer room where I said Mary found the computer with the naked men in Steve's room. I called that the dingaling dungeon because there was no coochies in that computer. It was all dingalings. So to me, that was the dingaling dungeon. And what were the $6,000 was about? And when you seen the men, were you dipping your hands in that Vaseline and doing, I'm just asking. She said it was a big jar of Vaseline. I said, how big, Mary? She said one of the big tubs. Well, damn, if you could just go get a little bottle, you had to go get a big tub of Vaseline. Well, where do you get the big tubs of Vaseline from, Steve? That's what I need to know. And it'll fit in the drawer. And by the way, she said the grease was nasty. The jar was nasty on the outside. So you dig it in the grease and rubbing on it, and you didn't even wash your hands and get some fresh Vaseline, whatever you.
Oh.
Just saying.
Child. Wait a minute.
Secrets ain't safe in the family ways no more. I'm just saying.
Wait a minute. She said the Vaseline was dirty?
Yeah, she said the whole jar was dirty. She said, because she said it was a dirty desk in there and it had a computer on top of it. But she said when she opened the drawer, it was a big old jar of Vaseline sitting down in the desk drawer. And I said, well, how big? She said it was like a tub of it. I said, where the hell he get a tub from? She said, I don't know. She said, but it was dirty. The outside, inside was dirty. Like somebody, I guess, was playing with it, and then you just dip your nasty hands in there with your little dirt on it. And, oh, you ain't see all that dirt and grease on there. Mm-hmm. Why was the jar dirty? Matter of fact, why was the Vaseline even in there within the dingaling dungeon?
Well, here. Oh my God, I don't want to get too
I know
graphic.
this guy's real messy. Then it just got messy so fast.
I don't want to get too graphic, but I'm thinking like if that Vaseline was dirty like that.
He touched the desk, he put his hand in it, then he did his thing, whatever he was doing with the Vaseline. You know what I'm saying? Whatever he was doing with the Vaseline. And then what? Did you even wipe your hands off? Or did you get good and then you just touched some more dirt and you went back in there? But to know the whole jar was dirty, go get Mary, go get her son, and go get her niece. Her niece validated it.
I'm wondering if he was playing in his own butt. That's what I'm wondering.
He probably was. He was playing with something. But then he might not be doing that because he could have playing with his weenie. But not only that, who else was you playing with? Because she said he had $6,000 worth of ones, not 20s, $6,000. I said, how do you know it was that many ones? She said she sat and counted it. And they put everything back. And he didn't even know they had been in that room that day. And after that, she said she started watching him. And then after that, he did that with Mary's son, trying to molest Mary's son. Next thing he knows, she started trying to move away. Because listen, Steve never tried to divorce. Mary divorced Steve. That's why. Y'all better ask some questions. Mary divorced Steve. So now you know why. You try to come at her son. You got a dingaling dungeon. You got bras so you would spend your weenie all across the universe, from transgenders to dingalings and to men. Or you just like to watch men do it with each other. You just play with yourself in a dingaling dungeon. I mean, we can ask you, Steve, but I'm sure you ain't going to tell us. And see, it'd be different if just Mary said it. The son said it and the niece said it. So come on, let's go do this. We're going to call all of us lies. Then I'm going to ask the judge, tell your ass to take a lie detector test because I'll pass mine. Will you?
Mm.
It's serious. Let's get it out of here. I'm going to take our clothes off. That's what he was doing in that dungeon. I'm going to take my clothes off. Then wash your hands.
Always got a dungeon boy, and just the fact that he had that digital lock on it lets you know it was some nefarious things going on.
And I forgot what Mary said the code was on it, but it was some shit that they kept playing and they finally got. I don't know if it was Wynton's birthday or it was somebody's birthday or something, and they figured the damn code out. But he had it backwards instead of frontwards, and they figured it out. They kept playing with it because he had went out of town. So they had a couple days that they could do it with.
Dang.
And then his tendencies. Like if you go back and see some of those stalking videos, how he get angry, how he talk about women, he demeanors women behind closed doors. Call them bitch. Look at all the stuff you see, the text messages, the threats about the court cases. I was bitches and everything, chocolate cake, everything that you could think of. They were coming from Steve Harvey. I'm in a program right now called Safe at Home. Safe at Home is a program for victims of domestic violence or stalking. It is in the state of California. You cannot get in this program without proof. You have to have 100% beyond a shadow of doubt proof in order to get in this program. A district attorney helped me get in this program. I did the majority of it myself, but they came and did everything for me, and we went back and forth. I showed her the videos. I showed her the text messages, and the main people that I named in the stalking was Steve Harvey, Bobby Edmond, which is an attorney at law, Ricky Anderson, Margie Harvey. Them was the four corporates that I named for sure. The rest of them, but them four, I named. Mary even said she heard Wynton talking stupid to me on one of those videos. That site that you said you knew was stalking me, I have a video that Geneva did, and I can send it to you, where Mary's talking about them stalking me, and she heard Wynton's voice on there. She went back to her son and said, who do this sound like, Stephen? She said, damn, that's my brother Wynton. So this dude even had Wynton over there trying to stalk me. Mary's watching everything and heard her son's voice on here, and they're still letting Steve stay up here and do what he's doing to violate people. And until that warrant is off me, I'm gonna always feel like I'm violated. If he came and sat me behind closed doors and we talked, I might would feel a little better, but it still ain't gonna help what I've lost, Storm. I had a salon before I met Mary. I was doing, like, you know what I'm saying? I had to move out of one place into a whole nother location, you know, because I didn't know what this man was going to do. And because you see him smiling, he's not a true character to who he say he is. He is a man of vision. What was I saying? He is a man who is of vengeance. He will go after you. He doesn't like to lose. In August 2020, I got a restraining order against Steve Harvey. If I didn't send it to you, I'll send it to you. The judge signed off on it. The restraining order would have been until this year. He gave me a 3-year restraining order. They turned around and took my paperwork and sent it to an address that I was not at no more. I just happened to go into an email and they sent it at the last minute. By the time I could go to court and fight Steve Harvey behind this restraining order, they had turned around and lied, and it just went out the door. So I'm kind of glad in one way that it did, because I couldn't been up here talking like I'm talking right now, because I would still been under restraining order. See what I'm saying? So when he went and paid that Judge Garcia to take the restraining order off on him in San Bernardino County Court, Judge Garza, he need to be up on the investigation too, because you cannot give anybody a restraining order unless you got valid proof. I told that judge that Steve Harvey was blackmailing me. That judge didn't care. They still took that warrant, that restraining order off Steve Harvey, because his lawyers was coming in there lying. But it was okay too, because when he did that, it just made my vengeance that much more for him. And then I knew what to do, because I knew then that I had no way out of anything. And that's why I'm doing the book right now. I'm not going to make that shit long and draw it out. I'm going straight to the facts. And then 7 chapters? It may not even be 400 pages. Besides the court documents, the threats, the violence, the restraining orders, and all. I got about 5 police reports filed against Steve Harvey, and y'all ain't get him yet. So all those kind of things is going to be in my book. A lot of times people write about stuff and they don't have the physical proof. I'm going to have the physical proof of everything that's in there, from the restraining orders to the court documents. And I'm going to have a chapter saying Mary said, and everything that Mary said that she wrote beyond herself. That's how I'm coming.
We need to put that on a t-shirt. We need to put that on a t-shirt. Mary said.
Mary said. Mary said.
I would love to have a conversation with Mary too, but I just.
You know what? They'll scare her. They will scare her.
Yeah.
Anytime 2021, I think we did a video with Mary at 2022, me and Geneva. Somebody offered me and Mary a reality show 2021, but Mary got scared. And then I guess Steven said they was gonna pay her off. Somebody says that one of the sites that I said is Ricky Anderson, he put on there that Mary's bills are being paid by Steve Harvey. If you ain't connected to Steve Harvey, how the hell would you know that? And if you go listen to The Truth, the one I told you about is Ricky Anderson, and go listen to Ricky Anderson voice, you'll know it's Ricky. But I'm gonna do better than that. And I'll pull your whole card. He got so bold that he went on somebody's site. I forgot the name of the guy. I'll send it to you. But they said, The Truth, are you Ricky Anderson? He said, yeah, that's my name. Are you a white boy? He said, no, but I've been told I sound white. So he just admitted that he was Ricky Anderson, which is Steve Harvey's attorney, which is the same nigga that I said was in the police reports when I said they were stalking me. And I taped him saying that. So I got that on tape. And I can send you that if you want me to. So he admitted that he was Ricky Anderson and that he was a part of that site, the same site that I said was stalking me. He needed to be held accountable, and his ass needed to be disbarred for sitting up here letting Steve Harvey pay him to go out to black women to violate them.
You were, of course, you are his widow.
I am.
I guess the people would want to know, how was he as a person?
He okay. Everything you see on TV is not of silver and gold. It's not what you really would think it was going to be. He was one person behind closed doors, but he was another person. When I left Georgia, I married him in Huntsville, Alabama. But when I came to California, he appeared to be a whole nother person. He was not the person that I thought he was going to be, but I still loved him anyway. It was abuse in there. Well, he tried to be abusive to me. I'm not really the country girl to be abusive to, because I'll set your ass on fire and ask questions later. There was one time when he threatened me and I didn't know what he was going to do. And I'm not gonna lie, I tied him to a chair. He fell asleep in the chair. When he woke up, he was tied in it, because I wanted to know why he threatened me. But I'm a country sister, so I wouldn't know. It was certain times where he got mad because I wanted to walk away. He would go out, he broke my windows out my car and threatened my life. He told me he thought he dreamed he shot my chest out with a double barrel shotgun in my sleep. I never knew why he would think about doing things like that, but I never knew he was a violent man either. I found that out after the fact, but I knew as a man and individual that he had been through so much, but it still don't give you the right to disrespect or hurt women. The things that you guys see of him being a happy-go-lucky pop-locking hip-hop person, he was that. He could dance his ass off and he was good at what he do. But yet and still he was broken on the inside, and a lot of people didn't see that. He loved being famous, but when he didn't have that red beret on, nobody knew who Fred Berry was, and that bothered him, that nobody knew him. There were so many demons that he carried within himself that it was unexplainable when changes came about, because I didn't know how to react to certain things. But I moved so fast because I did not know I was going to marry him. He said, "You ain't married. I'm not married. Let's go to California and take it by storm." I had already felt like, I had outgrew Columbus, Georgia. I was a master cosmetologist. I would win all my hair shows. Before we left before we left Georgia, we did a big hair show there. And I think we raised over $40,000, if not more. That's how we got from Georgia to California. But then after I got here, we was getting ready to do a movie deal about him and my life story. The producers love me. They love me. They love some bubbling brown sugar. They love country people for whatever reason. But then Fred got mad and he stopped the whole deal. So if it wasn't about him, it couldn't be about anybody. That was one reason why I was going to have the reality show, to show you that everything that you think is green on one side is not. It don't stop me from loving Fred. It doesn't stop me from seeing who he was or what's happening. And I don't want you guys to look at anything any differently. But when you read my book, I'm not going to be in my book and lie and act like he was a soldier and some of the things he did to me and he did to the other women as well. But I'm going to let them share that story because that's their truth to tell. But in those relationships before me, all these women had some type of abuse that they suffered behind Fred Berry. And when the police was called, they did just like they did when I called the police. They did nothing to help us, nothing to set us free. And there was nothing that I could do about that. So I had to pretty much learn like California on my own. And like people say, don't tell about how Rerun did you because it's going to disrupt his legacy. Well, hell, mine was already disrupted when I left Georgia. And one day I was sitting in this garage because we had moved in the hood because he wanted to be in Hollywood. I didn't like Hollywood. It was too phony. It was too artificial. Everybody was all over the place and they couldn't even relate to a sister like me. And we had moved in this little condo. It was in the hood. I was real cool with it. But some country folks owned it from Montgomery, Alabama, and they loved me to death. The old woman said, "Essie, come downstairs and I want you to listen to something." So she hid me behind this stand. And I sat there and I listened. And Rerun told that man that he brought me out here to pimp me because he knew I was a money maker. Now you pimp a hoe. So you brought me out because he saw I was talented. Like when I do hair, I create like robot churches, bird cages. I do shit that moves on top of your head. I'm a fantasy person. My creativity level goes beyond a whole nother level of a situation. So to know that I had married someone and didn't know he was abusive. I didn't know that he didn't have a relationship with his children. I didn't know that they considered him a deadbeat father. I didn't know he was abusive to the women before. I found out all these things later. So even though he was a fat, happy, pop-locking cat, he had his own demons. But when he came to Georgia, we would go out, we would kick it. I introduced him to so many positive people. He was there to do a movie about his life story called Testify. And when I say Fred Rerun Berry loved himself, he loved himself. I got documents, probably about 400 to 1,000, about this thick of documents that he left. So that's how I tell you how good I am with paperwork. This paperwork is from 1976 on down. And that paperwork will be in my book to show his story. So I'm going to tell some of my truth, but I don't want people to look bad at him because I told my truth, because he made such an inspiration to so many people in front of the camera, but behind closed doors, he was broken. And a lot of women, they shut up and didn't say anything. They remained in silence. I don't know if I had knew who he was then, would I have married him? But because how he died, you know, I married him October the 22nd, 1999. He died October the 21st, 2003. So God had to know that I was going to be the woman that carried his legacy. So I want to do it in an upright position, but I want everybody to know, just because you see somebody don't mean they don't have demons. Don't mean that they're perfect, because everybody see Fred and all they see is a pop lock and dances, but behind closed doors, he was a bad cat as far as how he treated women. And each one of the wives that went on with, that's why I was going to have them on Widow Wives and Exes, to give them that platform to tell their story, to not make you look at Rerun any type of way, but to know that there are women like me who has been in the celebrity industry. And I know when you say something, they will not believe you. But Fred is deceased now, and I can't change what has happened. But if my voice can do something to make someone stronger to know it ain't what it's cut out to be, I'm not going to hide that truth to make him look good and then not tell the real truth of how the celebrity world really is. I even asked one of his ex-wives, do you think that he sold his soul? She said, humility. She said, yeah, she think he sold his soul on humility. You know what I'm saying? And he was a millionaire twice. How you get to be a millionaire and you're broke? And now his legacy is worth $12 million. So if not more, I seen 12, I seen 5, I see 250. And someone said, Ms. Berry, do you know whatever Rerun's legacy is worth, that is what you're worth? I said, is that right? So now I didn't know that though. I didn't know that. So where is that money? So I have some attorneys right now looking into that. I'm getting ready to make a deal with them, because I know that the rest of the cast members want to do a movie and other things, but they can't do shit without me signing something. And I don't sign no $2 contracts. I would rather sit on his story for the rest of my life to sign a $2 contract and y'all make all the money and then his family go broke. We're not doing that. So my best thing now is, and I'm just about finished, to finish up my book, to put everything in it so people can see who he was for himself, because he was a foster kid, used to eat out of trash cans. You know, he never knew his father. Yeah. He legally changed his name to Rerun because the white people in the industry tried to take his name. Before he became Rerun, he was a locker. He was a group called The Locker, and they discovered pop locking, which ventured off into break dancing. So he danced with Frank Sinatra, traveled all over the world with the group of The Lockers. And then one day he went to ABC and he said they was looking for a white boy. See, Fred Berry, when they casted ABC and y'all see him on What's Happening, it was supposed to be a skinny white boy. And Fred showed up. He said, here I am. They say, no, we're looking for a skinny Caucasian man. We're not looking for you. Fred said, but I can do it. He did the part. They let him try it out for it because he showed up. And 2 weeks later, when he came back, they called him and he became Rerun. So he gave y'all a character. Y'all gave him a name. But then when Rerun and What's Happening went into syndication and they want to do What's Happening Now, Fred wanted more money and they didn't want to give him more money. So they tried to stop him from using his name, and they took Rerun and say, because he's dressed like he dressed, you can't use Rerun no more. I have those documents. He legally went to court with his mother before she died, and he changed his name to Fred Rerun Berry. So his biological name is Rerun. And when he changed his name, that way he was already could use his character, because he came dressed. When y'all see him suspended baggy pants, that's how he dressed as The Lockers. But when he got on that show, they was like, we're going to take your legacy. You can't use your own rights no more. That's what made me know how Hollywood is. That's why if you ain't got the majority of the rights to anything, then don't even sign the paper. Because if you get in 1% of something more than what you are, then it's an issue. Less than 90 days ago, maybe last year, I was discussing a business deal because they wanted to do a show on me called Born Again Version. I'm with that, right? But then they wanted 51%, but they'll say, I'll give you whatever you want, Miss Berry. We'll give you the money, whatever. But you want 51%.
Which means you own the majority, which means you control me at that point.
Right. And Storm, when I say they went at me to try to get this, they really wanted me to sign. I just could not give someone 51% of who I am. Because if I'm coming up with the idea of born again virgins, so how many more born again virgins that you're gonna see? Because I could take a lie detector test, but it just reminded me of how they took Rerun's legacy. Yeah. And I didn't want to do that, and how he had to fight. And if we don't take control of who we are, then someone owns the rights of who you are, and then they have the controlling right of that. And so now I got lawyers looking in on that because I want his legacy to be preserved. I want the story to be told, but I want it to be told truthful. That's why I don't have to go get none of the ex-wives. I could tell his story without them. I just chose to get them to give them the benefit of the doubt. But at the end of the day, that was his story, and he left it in a big folder so I can tell it. And the demons that he went through in the past from the women or whatever, I can't say why he went through that. I know what I went through with him, but it didn't stop me from loving him. It don't make me want y'all to say, don't watch what's happening, because it happened, because I still stood by my man anyway. But God allowed for me to be his wife because of the dates. Every other woman that Rerun would marry, he would marry them and go back to the state that he married them in. He would divorce them and go take their shit.
Oh.
Divorce them and go take all their stuff. So he didn't get to do that to me, nor was God going to let him do that to me. And I'm smart enough to allow that. But that was who he was. And I can tell y'all, maybe me and Storm will come back and we'll talk about the whole what's happening cast, because I can roast some of them as well. I won't get down into that right now, but there's a lot of dark stories behind that people don't know about that they need to tell. And no disrespect to nobody, Ernie and all them, Ernest Thomas is a fucking liar. It's a lot of shit that he lied about. Now, if you want to go get me and Ernest Thomas on this screen together and we can talk, we can do that. But I know you're a natural born liar. And I know a lot of stuff that they all said about Rerun wasn't true. And because of Fred, like they were going to cancel what's happening. Okay. Fred went to him and say, yo, we're going to stand together. Let's do this. When they got to the meeting, Fred was the only one stood up. And then right after that, they fired Fred, and then everybody else came in. But they couldn't hold that. They could not hold that show without Fred, because besides Fred Berry, Shirley, and Dee, that was the funniest characters on it.
That was the show. Was the show.
That's really all who people remember. Ernest still trying to hold on, but he was jealous of Fred. And I could tell that because we did a show called Unsung in 2014. You might could find that. We did an Unsung. They started calling me. Couldn't nobody do shit. I wasn't going to do it. But then Francesca, his first wife, called, and I said, okay, I'll do it. But then after we did it, they went up there and told the producer all kind of ugly stuff about me. And the producers, they were walking on eggshells. So I said, let me play this game since y'all listen to what he going to say instead of knowing who I am. And so I was like, give me some fried chicken, some collard greens, some cornbread. I want some apple pie. I was acting like that kind of bitch walking up in there, right? Only because he had already painted a picture of me. And then they was like, Miss Bear, we're so sorry. I said, first Francesca told me some of the things that were said. So I went back to them and told them, don't do that. Don't judge a book by its cover. And when it was all said and done, I was one of the highest paid people on Unsung because I negotiated my own deal. Okay. But at the end of the day, like Ernest and was mad because they wanted me to just keep signing contracts for shit that didn't make sense. And I wasn't going to do that. Yeah. So now I'm in negotiation to see where this is going to go, that I can sign some type of rights over that I will be compensated, but they can use the rights to go ahead and do Fred Berry's legacy and his life story because it needs to be told. And he paved the way for so many people in the world and heavyset people too. His personal life, if you told people about his personal life, they probably would judge him. But if that's the case, y'all ask me to judge Steve Harvey too. And a lot of these other raggedy celebrities that be doing what they do too. So you can't hold no stone because all these celebrities are raggedy behind closed doors and they put a picture in front of a screen and they want you to believe it. And that's including Fred Berry. I'm a Southern girl, born and raised in Columbus, Georgia. I don't have time to be fake and shaking and playing. It's not that serious to me. What I said is what I said, and I mean what I say. And I'm not going to backtrack on anything that I say. I don't care if I got discovered and I'm highly famous or whatever. You go back and say I called somebody a nigga, I'll be like, yeah, I called him a nigga because he was acting like a nigga. If you're a racist, I'm going to say you're racist. If you're a liar, I said it. You're not going to make me look bad because I done got up in the industry. And you're not going to take who I am away because God already created me to be who I'm supposed to be. So you can't take away nothing that ain't already given to me.
That is true, and I will say this too. I'm like, dang, if I had Miss Essie Berry as my manager, I could probably take this industry by storm.
You probably could. You probably could.
Because I know you would make sure I got paid.
Of course.
But it's interesting you say that too, because I feel like, and this is kind of unrelated, but I feel like God protected me as well, because I tried to get into the industry as a kid, and I never really talked about it. I just started talking about it a little bit, but it was like every time I would try to get in, it's like it would be blocked.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm thankful because I see how these Disney kids turned out, Nickelodeon kids turned out.
And they're not lying. You know they ain't lying.
I'm just saying, and my mom was a single mom. We're from the Midwest, so they probably would have made her sign me over to some manager, and who knows what they would have did to me. Like, who knows?
Correct. And the bad part about it is, I feel like Fred got violated in the industry because I asked Francesca, and then I talked to Fred, and certain things he would close down about. So I know he got violated. I even said for me as well, so many contracts that came to me, Mr. Storm, like even here recently, I'm going to send you a video because we're doing a breakdance boot camp. Breakdance boot camp is I was going to go get all the old school players who created breakdance and pop locking, because Paris Olympics now have honored breakdancing as an actual sport. Mm-hmm. So Tampa, Florida is getting ready to pick up the boot camp for me, and we may be filming out there. I'm still working the technicalities though, but if it means that I got to do something to sell my soul, we won't be doing that either, because I'm not going to be willing to jeopardize myself. Like, even though, like what I told you about the show, I'm not going to jeopardize myself. I'm not going to kind of contract, and I'm definitely not going to let someone have more percentage because you're giving me more money. Then we need to work something out differently. I done came up with half of the ideas. It's a lot of ideas that I done came up with that I can show you. And if you don't put it down on paper and you do it right, y'all, they'll steal it. They will steal it. I can tell you about one right now with the dance crew. Somebody stole that idea from me. Your ass ain't try to see me in court because I still got a pole man copyright. And let me tell you what a pole man copyright is. Say if you come up with an idea, Mr. Storm, and it's your idea, and then somebody said, oh, I came up with it only because you told that person. But if you take your idea and you write it down on a piece of paper, you take it and you put it in an envelope, you put your address at the top and you put your address at the bottom, you mail it back to yourself. But when you take it in there, you're going to ask for it registered and certified. They're going to put a green piece of paper on the back of it, and they're going to stamp it, and they're going to seal it. If somebody go to court and say, yo, I got this idea from Mr. Storm Monroe. I mean, I got this idea. It ain't Storm Monroe's, it's mine. This is my idea. Knowing you created it and you got that paper sealed, you can walk up in court. The judge will unseal that paper and he will give you that shit automatically. Because back in the day when white men and slave masters used to steal black folks' ideas, the only thing they could do is do a poor man copyright in order to save themselves so they would not steal their legacy and their ideas. I won a lawsuit behind that. I won a case of a poor man copyright because I did a digital image of something that was on my shop. And the white man wanted to say that he created this image. My ex-husband, my children's father, drew the image, and I had did a poor man copyright, and I put it up. And 2 years later, that poor man copyright saved me because it was registered. But when you get it, you can never open it. The only way you have to open it if somebody came and took your idea and you had to challenge them on it and you go to court, you will win hands down.
Mm. I would keep that in mind about something actually. But that's also why I went and trademarked my name. And not only that, the character I came up with, I trademarked that too. But I'm gonna do that poor man copyright too.
If it's something, if you come up with an idea or something and you know it's yours, and I had to learn that the hard way. I done seen like 4 or 5 ideas that I done put out there, and I done seen them on TV. And why I say that is because they have something called a Screen Actors Writers Guild, and you can register your idea. Then a producer might go in there, he might want to use that idea, and they'll contact you. But after a certain amount of years, if you got that idea in there and you don't go back and register it, somebody can snatch your idea. I didn't know.
So they just wait for that shit to expire and then just
And that's exactly what they do. And that's how they get a lot of their shows online because of that.
So it's a dirty game.
Yes, it is.
It's a dirty game. Maybe I need to just produce my own stuff. Just go the Tyler Perry route. Just produce my own stuff. Because Hollywood just sound like if you ain't giving up ass and your soul and your self-respect and dignity. Because every nigga you see that they put on a pedestal, they ain't got their self-respect, their soul, or their dignity.
When I first came out,
and I gotta be me. I will cuss your ass out. That's me. I don't care about no camera.
And I'm like that too. I was supposed to be. I don't know if y'all ever seen a movie called Go for Broke. Bobby Brown was in it. Lisa Ray was in, a lot of people. There was a chick named Goldie, the one who had got out of prison. I was supposed to be her. I went to the set because they was filming that day. I had just got out here, whatever year that was, and this producer took me on set to this filming. So I had the flip little hairdo. I was blonde at that time, looking real cute. And they wanted me to be Goldie. So I was about to be in the shower, washing up. And the chick was going to come slap my ass. And they said he's going to pay me $25,000. But I had to be in the shower naked. I told them I'm not going to do that. When I say them cats sat there about 2 hours trying to get me to do that, I said I'm not going to do it. Not for no $25,000. I'm not going to do it for any amount of money. I just don't feel comfortable. And if I don't feel comfortable, it doesn't matter how much money you give me. I'm not going to lose my self-dignity. But they thought because they said, we'll give it to you right now. We make you get residuals. I wasn't doing it. I didn't know the industry like I know it now. And I was not comfortable. But they thought because they said that I would jump on and be like, oh, okay. I didn't do it. It wasn't worth it. And it's not. And another thing, pictures, you guys. Say, for instance, Storm, me and you got this right here, and we got this picture. We take this picture of me and you, okay? So you own this picture, right? But if somebody came right now with me and say, I want to buy the picture of you and Essie, you can't sell that shit without me. You can't do nothing with it. You would have to come back and ask me, could you take this picture and sell it, or any footage? Because if not, somebody can get you for copyright. Let me tell you how I know. There were pictures of Fred that was took in the past. If y'all see Fred Rubenberry, you'll see him like to the side. He is in black and white, and he got his beret suspended back. I bought all those pictures from the photographer. You know why? Because he had owned them, and then people were using them, and then they were saying that I had to pay to use them. I'm not gonna pay to use nothing. So any pictures that somebody owned of my husband, I went back and bought them. So I got pictures that nobody has ever seen before that's going to be in the book too. That will be a part of his legacy. Some things that have not been seen. But if you go and you use somebody's picture, and because I want a lawsuit like this, I'm just going to put this out there. I ain't going to say what it was. I know everybody know who Getty Image is. Y'all know them? Getty Image? How about I want a lawsuit against them? Let's go. Yeah. Yeah. And they settled out of court. I'll tell you about that. I said, because you know, once you settle out of court, you're supposed to keep your mouth shut. But they were using pictures of me and Fred, funeral pictures. They used his funeral pictures, and I found out that they were selling them overseas. And they're going to tell me they weren't selling them. And they were selling pictures of me, and I looked crazy as hell because I was crying. So what I did, I contacted the company, and I bought the pictures of myself. And they still was lying. So I hired an attorney, and I bought those pictures, and I gave them to the attorney, and I won hands down out of court. Anybody else, they would have to go back and sue them themselves. I was just worried about me at the time, but I won against Getty Image. So let's don't play. Getty, don't make me pull it because you can't win. But I went after them. So when you use somebody's image and their likeness, you got to ask them. Because then what happened is, okay, so I didn't get as much as I should have because I had a radio talk show called Spit It Out. Spit It Out was aired out of Ohio, and it was a internet radio talk show. We was number one on the board, but then they started wanting to get crazy and talking about a ledge. I don't do a ledge, and the Jew tried to check me on the mic, and I checked his ass, and I came all the way off the mic. But in the process of doing that, I learned so much about like people like this, what you can and can't do. Because if a person take a picture of you and he's a photographer and you let them take that picture of you, they own your picture, Storm. So you better take your own pictures, because if you let someone else do it, they own that picture, and pretty much they're going to say that they can sell it, and they'll sell it to the highest bidder, but then you got to figure out how to go back and get it. So when they start selling my pictures to the highest bidders, I knew how to go back and get my pictures.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna leave it there. This was good. We gonna come back again for sure, because I know the people gonna have questions, and I would say this. Thank you first off for sitting with me, because you didn't have to do that. So first off, thank you for sure, and spending 3 hours with me on your Mother's Day. But I will say, if anything, you want Essie Berry on your side.
For sure. Because I'm a ride or die sister. And maybe Storm, we can come back and you could talk more about the stalking, that part, and because you said we're gonna leave it right here, give him a little bit of suspense. But you say you know for a fact too that was Steve now. But I'm gonna see some more footage and make sure that you know it's him. And then maybe we can come back with that after we do all that they heard, because they're gonna have questions, because they're gonna see how he violated me and some of the stuff I've already given you. So I want to hear how you know that's he's a stalker as well. And what did you find out? You know what I'm saying? That's important to me. I want to say that I'm very grateful to you for having me on your platform. I think you're a tremendous guy. I think you're funny. I think you're smart. I feel like you can go a long way. I feel like you're a leader and you are not a follower. I like that you don't get shooken too easy. And if you get shooken now, you got a sister for life. All you have to do is pick up the phone and call. I don't change. I'm very direct about what I do and say. I just don't like no two-faced and all the playing games. I didn't go on people's platforms because I did not want them to take my story and make it into something funny when it was nothing funny about anything I've been through. Yeah. So that's why I trusted you enough to come on your platform and be how I am, and know I felt like Geneva did, I feel like you'll protect me. And I have to give my shout out to Geneva's Closet, for a sister who rode with me for 5 years on this case. Bloggers, everybody saw that was going on with me, and nobody said anything. It was like they were trying to exclude. Let's don't say nothing about Essie Berry. Let's don't say nothing about GD's Closet. But it seemed like, Storm, that everybody tried to go around the fact of Essie Berry was the one who truly brought all this shit out about Steve. So I want to thank you too for recognizing that and speaking up on that, because it seemed like people try to go around, but you can't go around true facts. And what I did not want to do is bring you anything and everything we've talked about on this platform, you guys. I put it in black and white. Mr. Storm has it. And should someone come after Mr. Storm, that would be a bad issue, because just as I'm professional, I will get on this internet and I will roast you like you stole something. And I want people to know, when they see civil rights activists, that is a title that I've given myself, and I've honored that, and I've worked by that. But at the end of the day, my name is Essie Bear, and I'm a human being, and I give what is given. And for every action, there will always be a reaction. And do not think that I'm not the type person that you just come up and bully me or do what you want to do. I'm going to give you what you give me. And if you come too stupid, I'm just like the next person. I will get on this internet and cuss you out, and then I'll go ask God for forgiveness. But what I won't do is stand and let someone violate me, and I know that I'm telling the truth. So to be up on a platform of your magnitude, and I love that you're a guy, because I really don't like women like that. I love y'all, but I don't like women like that. I'm just keep it real, because women are real messy. You know what I'm saying? It's an honor to get a refresher course on someone new that feels and understands and ain't scared to speak out about what we're going through. And you've done that, Mr. Storm, you know, and much props to you and much success. I see you going to large places. And if I can ever pick up and make a phone call for you, I will. You know, I can make anything happen if I truly wanted to, but it got to make sense. If it doesn't make sense and you're going to lose yourself or lose who you are, then you really don't truly want to do it. Because what people don't realize, this is a dressing up room down here. whatever we do, we're going to do it from down here. And if you don't live right down here, you're going to die. And what you going to do when you die? So none of this shit is all like permanent. It's just a momentary substance. So we need to make sure we're visual about the things we do while we're here on earth, and the people we coordinate with, the people we respond to, how we relate to people, because people don't realize these are spirits. We are of the flesh, but these are different spirits that we're dealing with. And you don't have control over nobody else's spirit. Some people come in your life for a reason, some come for a season, and some come for a lifetime. And I would hope that I would be part of your lifetime, Mr. Storm.
It's a Storm Show. Ay, it's a Storm Show.
All right, people. I believe that we are live. Storm Chasers, I believe we're live. Okay, so as you guys are coming in, let me know that you can hear and see me. I see myself, so I'm pretty sure that you can see me, but just let me know that you can hear me, and then we can get this popping. We can get this popping, because it's been a whole lot of drama. It's been a whole lot of drama going on. As a matter of fact, we got some breaking news. And so I just want to make sure that I let y'all know the breaking news before we break down everything. All right? All right. I think I still got a bit of an echo in here, but we're going to make it work. What's up? What's up, folks? I got my computer here, so I have to kind of like look down, but I see y'all. I know y'all there. Hey, Storm. Yes, we can hear you. Okay, perfect. So today is part 3 of the Steve Harvey saga. All right. The untold story of Steve Harvey. We gave you part 1, then part 2. Today is part 3 so that we can wrap this up in a pretty bow, and then we can move on with life. But guess what? It got a little bit more complicated this weekend when I got a phone call from Mary Harvey herself. Oh, yeah. Mary Harvey herself called a nigga, confronted me on the phone, and got me told. But before we get into everything that she told me to get me told, I want to show y'all this breaking news here. Breaking news, breaking news. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like as you come in. Breaking news, breaking news. There we go right there, people. Y'all see it? That's from Mary Harvey's sister that just DM'd me. We've been in communication. And she said, I just had to take my sister Mary. Mary said, I just had to take my sister Mary to the emergency room. And if anything happens to her, I'm blaming you and Essie. Now what me and Essie got to do with Mary going to the emergency room? What me and Essie got to do with Mary telling lies and contradicting herself? What me and Essie got to do with the fact that Essie contacted me? I mean that Mary contacted me, not Essie. Mary contacted me this weekend. I didn't ask for Mary. Mary's done enough interviews and talked enough, and quite honestly, Essie has enough, so many damn audio recordings. We didn't really need to hear nothing else from Mary, to be quite honest. Mary has said it. Mary has said everything. Mary has said everything. All right. So we're going to break it down and get into it. And I keep saying Mary said, because I know she hate when we say that. I know she hate that. She can't stand it. That's okay, though. That's okay. So let's go ahead and put a picture up here. I know y'all ain't forgot what Mary Harvey looks like. It's pretty hard to find a picture of her. But, you know, I mean, there she go with Steve back in the day. The second wife. It is what it is. Okay, so let's get right on into it. Mary called me this weekend, all right? She called me from a private number, and she wanted to let me know that she's seen the videos. She's heard everything that Essie has said and the things that are being said on the internet. And Mary was concerned because she told me that the things that Essie and I have discussed online are impacting people that I'm not even aware of. Mary goes on the phone and she says, are you aware of the possible ramifications of what's been discussed on your show? Are you aware of how many heads that are rolling behind the scenes? And I'm going to be quite honest with you. Was I aware? And not really. Did I give a damn? No, not really. I didn't really give a fuck. And y'all might be saying, Storm, why wouldn't you care? Because there's been a few of y'all to ring my telefono. ¿Cuál es tu teléfono? A lot of y'all have ring my teléfono asking me, am I scared? Am I concerned? Do y'all know how many people we have called out on this show? Diddy, Jay-Z, Beyonce. We love Beyonce, but we've called out too. Do y'all know the type of topics we have discussed on this show? Harvey Weinstein, CBS. We talked about all the CBS, the stuff behind the scene. Yeah, what? Why am I concerned about Steve? No shade to Steve. But of all the shit that's been said about him, why should I be worried? Just let me know. Now, Steve is, of course, welcome to hit the link, and Steve is, of course, welcome to come on the show. But let's get right on into it. So, Mary called me and she said, I just want to let you know that I know you've been talking to Essie, and I thought that Essie was my friend, but apparently me and Essie were never friends. Mary claims that all of those recordings that Essie has of her was recorded without her permission. Mary claims that she had no idea that she was being taped, and she thought that she was just venting to a friend. But Mary went on to say that she regrets doing any interview, and she regrets ever talking to anybody because it didn't help bring her baby home, and there was no point. Now, I disagree with that. I don't think that you should regret it because it didn't necessarily bring your baby home. I just think that you should have fought harder for your baby. I think you should have been more focused on your baby. I think you should have been more focused on your baby. And by her baby, we're talking about Wynton. You should have been focused more on Wynton than the money. And things might have turned out a little different. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's no shade, but that's all I'm saying. So then Mary went on to say, Essie, and the things she have said, 99% of the things that Essie has said are false. That's what she said. 99% of what Essie has said is false. However, as the conversation went on, Mary went on to confirm 99% of what Essie said. So let's get right on into it. Mary was most upset about the fact that Essie and I discussed the Bill Cosby story. Now, what's the Bill Cosby story? It was a story that allegedly that Mary and Steve went to Bill Cosby and Camille Cosby's home, that Mary was offered some wine, that Bill Cosby had the jelly pudding pop, the wop, pop smile, and he took her to the back room and thought he was going to get some action. And she said, hell nah, nigga. And then she left, and she left Steve there with Bill and Camille, only for Steve to allegedly come back home the next day with his drawers stinking and him stinking, smelling like shit. That was a story, allegedly, right? And she says that ain't true. She says that was a figment of Essie's imagination, and that's just not how it happened. She said Camille was not even there. Steve and I went to Bill's house by ourselves. She said that Bill never offered me a glass of wine. We just talked. And Steve and I were in such awe that he even knew who we were, and we were just honored to be at his house. Now, let me ask y'all something. What is Bill, Steve, and Mary gonna do alone in a house? Does that even make sense? Does that even make sense? So two niggas and you sat up in the house and talked about what? And then you left your husband there to do what? Because you already admitted that he didn't come home until the next morning. But you said when he came home the next morning, he didn't smell like nothing. He just smelled normal. I just want to know. You tell me. Because Steve and Bill, those are old school men. And actually, back in the day, when men got together, if it was going to be that kind of situation where it was just two men smoking cigars with some whiskey, which is probably what happened. That sounds about right. You feel what I'm saying? Mary would not have even been invited. It just would have been Bill and Steve talking about business, talking about the business, and whatever else they had to discuss. But for the simple fact that Bill invited Steve and Mary to his home, which Mary confirmed on the phone with me, it only makes sense that Camille was there as well. It only makes sense. It only makes sense. Why Mary was so concerned about that part of everything that was said, I don't know. But she claims that if this got back to Camille, that it would just be so detrimental to Camille and Bill, as if Bill ain't been on trial for allegedly drugging how many women and getting on top of them with the do-wop pop sideways smile with the eye that's going to the left and the eye that's going to the right, one going east and one going west. As if we don't already know that it was Hugh Hefner that really threw Bill Cosby under the bus because he had so much shit on Bill Cosby, and Hugh Hefner wanted to make sure that the FBI didn't take down his own operation. So it was still a white man that took him down in the end from the grave in heaven or hell or purgatory, wherever the hell Hugh Hefner is. Anyway, y'all can believe what y'all want about that. I then went on to ask Mary. I said, Mary, Essie brought receipts. Essie brought audio recordings. Some we have published and some we have not. She went on to say that anything you've heard my voice on or any paperwork that you see that I've signed my name to, you can take it as truth. I said, it was your voice on the recordings, correct? Well, yes, it was. You want to know how I know it's her voice? Because Mary couldn't distinguish her voice if she tried to. She couldn't mask her voice if she tried to. It's a very, I don't know how to describe Mary's voice. It's kind of long and drawn out like mine. Little deep and little sneaky and mischievous at the same time. No shade to Mary, but you definitely couldn't hide your voice if you wanted to. So anyway, like I said, Mary maintains that she was recorded without permission and went on to threaten Essie with possible imprisonment. She said that I hope Essie knows that that warrant that she has in Texas, yeah, that warrant ain't going nowhere. And as long as Essie continues to talk, the warrant definitely ain't going away. Mary went on to say that, hey, I did my time in jail, but Essie is deathly afraid of going to jail. Now, I feel if Essie was deathly afraid of going to jail, Essie wouldn't do no interviews. Essie would just go away. She would just go away and we would never hear from Essie again, or she would never speak Steve's name again. So I don't think Essie that's scared. And Essie really don't strike me as nobody that's scared. Let me tell you guys something about Essie. Essie is the same on the camera and off the camera. Okay. So the more and more that I talked with Mary, what I got down, what I deduced is that Mary was just upset with Essie because of a video where Essie said that Mary was never my friend. But Mary, there is no way that you ever could have been Essie's friend the way that you threw her under the bus. The way that when y'all was, fighting to get interviews and fighting to get a show, and you really use Essie as your bulldog. You told them white folks behind Essie's back that she's nothing but ghetto trash. And that after you get your money, after you get your $60 million out of Steve, you're going to dump her on the side of the road. So you're a user and a manipulator. And the more and more that I spoke to you, Mary, what I deduced, Mary said, oh, she can stand that shit. Mary said, I deduce that really there's not much of a difference between Marjorie and Mary. One just dressed better and looked better and did it better. That's it. Mary and Marjorie low-key is the same person. Mary ain't all that innocent. Marjorie damn sure ain't innocent. I don't know nothing about the first wife, but as far as I'm concerned, we know Steve ain't innocent. But as far as I'm concerned, the only victim in all of this is Wynton. Wynton got the short end of the stick in this whole fucking family. He got a daddy that's an open narcissist, and he got a mama that's a closed narcissist. I don't know which is worse, somebody that do this shit in your face or somebody that do it behind your back. I don't know. That's what I deduce. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. Mary went on to say that she don't understand why Essie is so worried about what Steve called her and that Steve called her a co-conspirator. She said, I don't know why Essie cares. Steve has called me a lot of things and my name is bigger than hers. I don't care, so neither should Essie. Now, I'll let y'all argue on who got the bigger name. Who y'all think got the bigger name? Is it Mary Harvey, who's now Mary Vaughn, or is it Essie Berry? Y'all let me know. Mary did confirm that the alleged child abuse, I can't say alleged because it's in the paperwork, that the child abuse from Steve to Wynton is true. She did not deny that, and I said it ain't no denying that because we got paperwork. It is true that Steve pulled Wynton out of college, out of FIU, the same college that Lori went to shortly before she actually dropped out, all because he found out that Wynton was back in contact with Mary and pulled him out in the middle of the night, 3, 4 in the morning. Oh, we're going to get into that next. So that was definitely true. All right. All in all, Mary wants the public to know that she hates that Mary said because she claims she never said it, even though we have it on recording. She also wants to know that she is not weak and to tell Essie that she will speak when she wants to speak. She said that I don't understand this vendetta that Essie has against Steve. And I got quiet for a minute. I said, And then she went on to say, Essie is just so obsessed with this and she won't let this go. And I don't know why. And I said, well, wait a minute. What about all the stalking and the bullying and the text messages and the YouTube videos made against her over the years and the doxing and the fact that she had to change her life, all because she was advocating for you, only for you behind the scenes on several different projects to say that Essie was nothing but ghetto trash and that you was just using her to fight your battles. You used Essie because you knew Essie had the backbone that you didn't. The truth of the matter is Essie fought harder for Wynton than Mary did. Mary was only concerned about the money. Mary was always concerned about the money, and Mary had other issues, which is why Steve moved on and just went with Marjorie, who looked better on his arm and knew how to handle business, and did not have mental health issues behind the scenes. So Steve wasn't all the way wrong for leaving Mary. He just didn't have to do her the way that he did. But like I said, ain't nobody innocent in this. The only innocent one is Wynton. We ended that call. We ended that call with Mary saying, look, yes, Essie has been stalked and bullied and harassed. She has. And by saying that, Mary, you inadvertently confirmed that all of those, that at least some of those texts and videos and YouTube videos over the years that Essie was a victim of, that it was somebody on Steve's team, if not Steve himself. But from what you said, Mary, you like, look, hey, okay, fine. If she wants to fight that battle, fine. But just keep my name out of y'all mouth. So that's how we left that. So before we get into the Wynton part of the story, what do y'all think? We're going to get into this Wynton story. And then we're going to bring up Essie. What's up, y'all? They said put a 100 in the chat. Essie was one of Storm's top best 3 interviews. Yes, because Essie, not only is Essie entertaining, Essie is real. Essie is herself on and off the camera. Essie came with receipts. I'm telling y'all, I'm low-key about to go to Hollywood and just hire Essie as my manager because I know I'm going to get paid. I know I ain't going to get fucked over. I ain't got to worry about it. Shit, Essie, you want to be my Kris Jenner? Because I know I'm going to be straight. They said keep her name out of your mouth, but Essie been advocating for you. Exactly. I think Steve told Mary to say something. Boom. Boom. They say Mary is lying and scared, but they say Mary's in the hospital right now. So we're going to see what happened. Okay. If the chat is on repeat, you got to refresh it to all messages. Okay. So let's move forward because I definitely wanted to get into this Wynton story. All right. I didn't know what would be the right time to actually talk about this, but Mary called and now we're going to talk about it. All right. This right here is a picture of Wynton back when he was at FIU, back when he was in college, right? With his boys. Don't they look young and innocent? You know how we all had that baby look as freshmen in college? If I look back at my freshman picture, I probably look the same way. But just look at Wynton. Innocent, pure. I always felt that Steve was low-key jealous of Wynton. Wynton's a better looking version of him. Wynton got a bigger heart than him. Wynton is super respectful. Tall, looks like a model. Didn't want nobody ever asking Steve ugly ass to model shit. Ain't it something when you literally produce a better version of yourself on the inside and out? And a lot of us got parents that's jealous of us because we done and accomplished shit that they never fucking could. Let me stop bringing in my own drama in this. So, with that being said, that's him in college because I want y'all to know I got the tea for real, for real. I was sent a letter And we're going to go through it together. Okay? They said, I saw your video about Steve Harvey. The woman is telling the truth about Steve. He is controlling and abusive towards Wynton. I was friends with Wynton back in college at FIU. And to his father sent a strange man, that's Boomerang, in the middle of the night to yank him out of school because of his grades. It really wasn't because of the grades. It's because Wynton was trying to go back and live with Mary. All right, trying to get back cool, trying to reestablish a relationship with his mother. Granted, Wynton never went to class, but it was just so odd how they sent someone to pull him out of his dorm at 3 or 4 a.m. I'll never forget how upset I was because I couldn't properly say goodbye until months later when he came with Lori and Wynton snuck on our floor to properly say goodbye. We were damn near in tears. Let's move on. Those were the boys of our friend group. I blocked out some of the names. Wynton was dating a crazy white girl named Sophia. They was effing on the low. The rest of that's not really important. But truthfully, this person said, I love him like a brother. And Wynton took my rejection like a soldier and never treated me differently. Wynton had a good heart. There's nobody that Wynton encountered that didn't like him. One night before Wynton left FIU, he told me something I'll never forget. Our friend group went up on the roof of one of those multi-story garages. We got high and drunk. Then he started confessing how his father was always verbally and physically abusive towards him. See, Mary, this is what we need to be worried about. Not Essie hurting your feelings. This is what you need to be talking about. And this is what you should have kept talking about, no matter how many times they threw you in jail. He even said that Steve lied to him about his mother for years. Mary, I want to make sure you come to, or Ruth, who's ever watched, I want to make sure you come to the camera so you hear this. He said that Steve lied to him about his mother for years, but he knows the truth now. So your baby knows the truth. He knew that you loved him. He knew that you didn't abandon him, but he had to get away for himself. Let's keep going. He cried so hard that night. We were all shook at his words. We admired his father and thought he did too. Wynton then went on to express his disdain for Marjorie and Lori. We never liked Lori. They claimed Lori was a stuck-up ass bitch. Anyway, before she left FIU to follow Memphis around. Remember, Memphis, D-Lay or DJ of Memphis, the soccer player, is Lori's first fiance. First public boyfriend. So keep in mind, Lori left college to go chase a boy around who she didn't even end up marrying. Although we only saw Lori in passing, blah, blah, blah. Okay, bam. So let's move on. Wynton ended up losing contact with all of us, but we kept an eye on him on social media. He was our real friend. We never cared about who his father was. I remember that night he cried and talked about his past, and he said, y'all are the first real friends I've ever had. So what in the hell was going on? Oh, we already know, but just think that Wynton didn't even have no damn real friends until he went to college and got away from his pappy. And that's because we never tried to use him or ask him for anything. He was able to be vulnerable with us and have a real relationship that was based off of materialism and not shallow, that wasn't based off of materialism or shallow ideals. And what did his daddy do? Took away the only real friends that he had. But I want to go back now, because this is a picture of Wynton in Dubai, which is where he lives now. And he does the fashion thing and the photography thing. And like I said, it literally looks like a better version of his father. The kind of man that Steve wish he was on the inside and out, character-wise, looks-wise, all that. All right. What's important to know is that one night, one of those drunken nights with his friends at FIU, Wynton told everybody that if he ever moved, he would move to Dubai. And he also said if he ever had a family, got married, or had any kids, that he would raise them in Dubai. He would not even live in the United States. And everybody said, what? Like, why? You know, this was before it was cool to go to Dubai. Now it's cool to go to Dubai. They done built it up, blah, blah, blah. It was, you know, a decade ago. Wasn't nobody talking about it like that. Not in the general public. And they said, why would you want to raise your kids in Dubai? Why would you want to be away from everyone. Why would you want to be over there isolated by yourself? And he said that I would raise my kids in Dubai because I know that if I'm in Dubai, my father cannot get his hands on my children. This young man is so afraid of his father and knows that his father has such a long reach that he said, nigga, I need to be on the other side of the world to get away from him. I need to be somewhere where my daddy can't even come over here and thinking he running things and thinking he can buy, because Dubai got money on top of money on top of money. You act like you got some sense when you go to Dubai. They still chop your hands off if you steal in Dubai. So he knows if he goes over there, that his father can't get his hand on him or his children. And the only thing I'll leave y'all with is, why is Wynton afraid of Steve being able to get his hands on his potential children? If Wynton ever has any kids, who knows? He may already have kids. Who knows? He may just be keeping it on the low. Because once again, he wants to keep them away from his father. Right? So I said it before and I said it again, damn it. The only victim in this, of course, Essie, because literally she's lost like a decade of her life, decade plus. But as far as the Harvey name, Mary said, the only victim is Wynton. He wasn't ever able to trust anybody. His mama was worried about the money and too busy with her own mental health issues. His daddy was off either working or abusing him, beating him mentally and physically, spiritually, emotionally, breaking him down, lying to him. Marjorie never gave a shit about him. All the other kids was too afraid to speak out, and they stayed in line, and any authority figure turned on them and was bought out by Steve Harvey, allegedly. So there has literally always been no one. There has never been anyone to truly advocate for Wynton. Not even his own mama. Not until Essie came along. So I'm gonna leave that there. Essie, can you hear me?
I can.
How you doing tonight?
Can you hear me?
I sure can. How are you tonight?
I'm gonna be honest. Storm, I don't know whether to cry. I really don't even know what I should say right now. Like, you broke down everything that I felt in all these years, and you just like laid it out there. Like, and I know people are gonna hear whatever they're gonna hear, but to hear what you said about Wynton, I just felt like I failed Wynton. No matter what nobody can say, how y'all say it or what y'all feel, I failed him. I can't feel no other way. And if I go too fast, so I'm just throw your hands up if you want to say something, okay?
Okay.
The whole thing you said was powerful. The whole thing you said was powerful. And I'm just sitting back here like, damn, especially with that young lady and whoever that young lady is who wrote that about your friend. I know that you are truly Wynton's friend. And I am humbly grateful that you knew that I was telling the truth. And you took a chance to let Mary know that her son loved her, that his dad was truly an abuser, and that I was not a liar. Because that's something people can't say about me. Y'all can go get true syrup, a lie detector. It doesn't matter. I'll take any of that shit. I don't think the Harveys will.
Why do you?
Storm said so much in this interview right now.
It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. How do you feel about Mary calling me and saying that you're a liar and not to trust you and that you're manipulative?
I feel sick on my stomach. It did something to me mentally because this is a woman that I fought for 10 years. I fought for Mary's son harder than Mary would fight for her own child. And let me tell y'all how. I didn't know any of this until I wanted to do the reality show in 2013. But in 2009, if I'm not mistaken, y'all said, and in 2011, go back and listen to Mary interview when she's sitting on the couch with this young lady, and she's talking about how Steve took her little Wynton from her. Not one time in that interview did I hear Mary say, Steve beat my son with a sorority paddle. Not one time did I hear Mary say that he beat Wynton with a belt buckle. The child abuse happened in 2008. Here's the report. And let me call the number out if y'all don't know. The report number is OR 2008-00199-568 in Plano, Texas Police Department. Now, while Mary was sitting up there trying to say I was a liar, I could easily say, Mary, you helped cover up child abuse because Steve was paying you because your ass got on all these different sites and you never once said that this report existed. You knew it existed, but you never said it existed. So really, when I really kind of knew who Mary was, I started learning who she was way before now. And we're going to get into all that. But to know that Mary wanted to call Storm and tell Storm I was a liar, I saw somebody in his comment box say, Mary don't want this smoke. Mary finna get all the smoke in the shit for 10 years. I'm finna tell all Mary business like the fuck I told Steve, because this is what you're going to deserve for yourself. You don't bring a loyal person like to me in your circle. You don't bring a person to me like I am God. I don't care if I cuss. I'll cuss you out the day, probably slap the hell out you, but you can never say I don't know God. And you can never say on this internet that I did not fight for Mary Harvey. But let me tell y'all something. Let me clear this up. It was about Mary Harvey being gagged as a Black woman. But when I saw the police report that Daryl Padgett, a white lawyer, had sent me some documents, Mary still would not tell me about the child abuse. So you guys talk about 9, 10, 11, 12, 5 years that Mary got on this internet whining about what Steve didn't do for her. But you never said that he beat Wynton like he beat Wynton on here. While you was asking for your money, you should have been telling this report, because this happened in 2008. You was on the mic whining in 2009 and 2011. So that tells me that you care more about money, fame, and power that you didn't have anymore because you divorced Steve Harvey. And see what Steve should have did as a man? Steve should have pulled me aside. All I wanted was an apology. You guys, I was in too deep. I was called a co-conspirator and an extortionist.
And she
Nobody
said,
wanted to deal with me.
And she said, and she said that you should have been okay with that because her name is bigger than yours.
Is that right?
She said her name is bigger than yours.
Okay. Your name might have been bigger than mine, but your name was shit till 2013 because Steve Harvey gagged your ass. Now that's the true fact. They may have knew you were Steve's second wife, mistress to Marsha. So let's go ahead and admit that. Mary cheated with Steve, and I got a tape of that too, Mary, saying that you cheated with Steve while Marsha was pregnant with Steve's son,
Broderick
his
Jr.
oldest son. So you are no better than Marjorie and Lot. Right, with Broderick Jr. So I don't want nobody to think I'm going to be shade and throw Mary up under the bus. But since you want to say I'm a liar, you can go get Steve, because I know he done paid you now. And you can go get him, Margie, all the judges who violated you, the lawyers too, and you still not going to win against me, because God is my attorney and I'm coming for victory.
Should we be scared, Essie? Why she called me talking about some, are you concerned? Do you know how many people are affected by this?
Because she's a coward. Because if she wasn't a coward while she was on the internet 2011 and they took my Wynton, and I can't believe what Steve did. You knew he was a hoe. You know he was a hoe when he was sitting up there with Terry. But you still came and did what you gonna do. And you still stayed with him no matter what. Now listen, you guys, she's already gone to the hospital. So unless she's watching this in the ambulance or in Ruth's car, and Ruth, I got some shit for you too. You can't
Ruth,
say that
by
me and
the
Storm
way,
interview has done anything to you, because you should not have. Go ahead. How did you even know Ruth? Ruth is Mary's sister. How do you know Ruth, Storm?
Ruth contacted me. Ruth watches the show. And so Ruth reached out to me when me and you did like the first interview when I released part 1. And then Ruth, commented a couple times in the DMs. And then this weekend, she's like, my sister Mary wants to speak with you. I'm okay, cool. And that's the conversation we had. Then boom, today, 1 minute before we go live, Ruth talking about, I just rushed Mary to the ER, and if anything happens to her, it's you. I'm blaming you and Essie. Me? You blaming us? We didn't kill her soul. We didn't take her baby. We didn't take her out of her own house and home. We didn't keep her from the money in the divorce. We didn't keep her from the assets. We didn't illegally sign her name and forge it in a divorce decree. We didn't do that. We wasn't even the damn the marriage counsel that turned on her and then went on to marry Steve and Marjorie in an unofficial, illegal ass, not ordained by God, with his big sweaty fat ass in Hawaii. We didn't do that. No shade to TD Jakes, but you're very big and very sweaty. We didn't do that.
And I throw shade to TD Jakes because you was married to Harvey's marriage counselor. I'm throwing shade. You were married Harvey's married and knowing cheating with Steve Harvey in Hawaii, and you married them. What kind of shit is that? That's the new preacher stuff. That's why I don't run up in people's churches. That right there. Now, you guys, what I'm going to say, it may sound harsh. It may sound cruel. But I'm Essie, and can't none of y'all get me to heaven. So whatever I say, I'm getting ready to have to take accountability for that. But I will not take accountability for no man. I will take accountability for God. Because for this whole situation for 10 years. And when I saw child abuse, because I was abused, everything, I didn't think about Mary no more. I wasn't loyal to Mary. I was loyal to Wynton. I was loyal to Wynton because I am him and he is me. And I knew that child abuse face. So when Mary set her ass all up on the internet, not saying nothing for 5 years, go look in the mirror now, Mary, because you helped them do that to Wynton. That's the real truth. You allowed Steve, you allowed Margie to violate your son because you was too busy trying to get money in your pockets, that you never said nothing about them beating Wynton at all. And Mary said a couple of times Steve would give her portraits. One portrait was like $60,000. So I don't know if Margie knew, but he would take portraits over there to Mary so she could take them to a consignment shop so she would have money in her pocket. So Steve, now I'm going to do you a favor, because don't think I got a personal vendetta against Steve Harvey. I just feel like Steve Harvey said, think like a man, act like a woman, whatever the hell you said, and you will lie when the truth will do. You should have just said, Essie Berry, let's me and you talk. But you didn't know Essie Berry, and I'm not Margie, Mary, or Marsha. My name is Essie Berry. I'm a soldier for God. I don't fold. I don't worry about people talking about me, because you can't get me into heaven. What I'm going to say may sound cruel, and it might sound bad, but this is what Essie Berry felt. Says Mary want to sit up and try to make it like I'm a liar. Says Mary Harvey want to say that she didn't give me permission to tape her. And you guys can contact Geneva Closet, because she gonna tell the truth too. There'll be a video coming out where Mary said that we could tape her. And ever since she said that, I take every damn thing she said, beginning to end, because she's a coward. Look at her. How you gonna say she ain't no coward? And she jumped on the mic in 2011 and she never told y'all that Wynton was beaten with a board. And here's the report right here. She could have said anything. She never said it. Why? So here we go. Steve, this one's to you. Steve's a comedian, right? And I understand as a comedian, you're supposed to make people laugh and make people smile. And you were married to Mary, because I'm going to tell you some things that Mary has done. And she is no better than Margie. But this particular thing was one of the first things that made me lose mad respect for Mary. Now, Steve is a comedian. He on the road and he provide for you and your kid. And one of your kids wasn't his. Whatever happened, I'm sorry about that. But your kid was still there. And he provided for your family too, Mary. So while Steve on the road, you trying to take pills and commit suicide. And that's a horrible thing to happen. But what is more horrible is Mary had enough guts, because I say that's a coward, to sit up there and try to kill herself while Wynton was upstairs in the room. So now you tell me, when Steve came in and saw that you were doing that, should he have left his son with you to think that you may do it again? Or would a real man just try to snatch his kid? But the way he did it, I'm not going to say that was ever right. I'm not going to say them signing paperwork in Mary's name was ever right. But to know that you needed help yourself, and you claim that they snatched your son Wynton, but you yourself was trying to take your own life. So what would have happened if you took your own life? Steve still ended up with Wynton anyway, but he definitely would have ended up with Wynton then, because you were trying to take your own life. So when you send up here trying to blame Steve for some actions, maybe you should go back and look in the mirror and blame yourself too. Because one of his in-laws told me that Steve would beg to stay with Mary. Mary divorced Steve. And now you mad because you ain't got the money that you should have thought you were given. But maybe because you were so low down and trifling to Steve's first wife, and you did what Margie did to you, it's called karma, boo-boo, and it came around 10 back fold to you. And to know that you want to deceive a person like me, it's okay, because God's going to protect me no matter who you may be. Point blank, period, simple. So do I blame Steve for the way he did it? Yes, I do. But I had to think about this man's a comedian, and he probably don't even know. They think because of how I talk, and as Mary said, I'm ghetto, that I'm not intelligent. Bitch. To be intelligent, to be ghetto, and to know the law, I'll annihilate any attorney you, because I'm ready. I may have walked away before. You just admitted your husband bullied me. Y'all ain't ready for this, Essie Berry, because I'm coming with everything you see. And if you bring any more papers to me or Storm, I will release everything on this internet, because they are my conversations to you. Because I knew that you would continue to try to use Wynton to try to protect Steve. Because you never really tried to protect Wynton. Because I would have been saying, look, dude beat my baby with a belt buckle and a sorority paddle. If Mary had did that in 2011, 2009, even 2017, Steve would not be in the power that he is in right now. But it took my ghetto ass. It took my whatever you said I am, because she did tell someone that once she win her lawsuit, the murder of the soul in 2017, she was going to dump my ghetto ass on the side of the road, and she was going to take her money and run. She didn't even have enough sense to even deal with this whole situation. That's why I was her POA. So I would run to the hospital too, because Mary know I'm going to put all her damn business out here. Just like you tried to act like Steve was so ratchet, so raunchy, you are disrespectful too. You have disrespected me for 10 years, and I smiled on this damn camera because but I didn't owe that to you. I owed that to Wynton, and I stayed loyal to Wynton. But now Wynton's in Dubai, and if anything happens to Wynton, they try to lie and say he did something, please go get Steve, because Steve will be the mark, because I think he would do anything to silence Wynton. Wynton's not going to come. But his friend just spoke what Storm said. Storm read that letter, and his friend spoke for herself. So basically, to me, it's nothing else to say about that. And no shade to Mary on no end. But it takes two people to do all this negative stuff. So before I go further, Storm, what did you think about Mary calling, telling you those things about me? And you see, I done got my ass whooped on this internet behind Mary Harvey. I done got dragged through the mud behind Mary Harvey. I done got stalked like a Hebrew slave behind Mary Harvey and her son, because I fought for your son like a mother should do when you went and tucked your tail and hear from Steve Harvey or whatever you do.
I think at the time she needed somebody to fight her battles. and she knew that you had the backbone to do it. And so she looked down on you, but literally still used you as her pit bull, as a bulldog, because she knew Essie gonna get it. Essie gonna be able to do and say everything that I don't. How is it that you got the child abuse paperwork, but she being the mother, she couldn't even get it? They told her no. She just took that. She's never had a backbone. She's never been strong. You were her strength, and she looked down on her.
That was a damn good question.
And you were you literally were her strength, but she looked down on you at the same time, which is mind-boggling to me. When I was listening to her speak,
So y'all want
as she went on to confirm pretty much everything that you said, I said, damn, Essie should have dropped her a long time ago. And I told you that on the phone. I said you should have dropped her a long time ago.
Everyone who met Mary, including that day when y'all saw her in that white outfit in 2017 and she was interviewing with my people, every one of those women said I should not be dealing with Mary. My best friend had said at the time she didn't like Mary because her and her got into something because Mary thought she was more than everybody. That white fit outfit Mary had on, I paid for that. I didn't even know Mary was coming or in California when she did the lawsuit for murder of the soul, but I became her POA. I pawned all my jewelry. I paid over $3,000, not $3,000 to $5,000, if not more, because I put gas in Mary's car. I put money in her pocket every day. I put her in a hotel room. I bought her everything she wanted to drink. I bought her food and stuff in the hotel she had. It had a kitchenette in there so she could be up in there. And she still talked shit about that because she had the finest. But because you have the finest don't mean that you know how to live the finest. Now I have to give it to Marjorie about that. She was a better eye candy on Steve's arm than you. Mary used to hate when I wear blonde hair. Why? Because I know I look better than you in it. That blonde hair, Mary look ratchet as hell. If didn't nobody ever tell you as a friend, if you don't think I'm that, you should never wear blonde, Mary, because the shit didn't look good on you. And even though Storm want to cover his mouth, don't cover your mouth now, Storm, because it get ready to get serious. Even though Steve is a nice looking dress man, not one outfit besides the one on this thumbnail that I thought that you look good in. That was the first one. At least Marjorie gonna do her hair and not throw it back in a ponytail and wear all the shit to make her man look good. So that was another reason why. Neither one of you complimented each other. You want to be Steve's mother and he want to be your pappy. So now how that go? Yeah, that baby. Don't ever do that again, Mary. Did you tease that too high? She's a talk smack, you guys, about me wearing blonde hair. You guys can go back and Google me and see me with blonde hair. And why would a woman do that? And I'm trying to worry about being her friend. And then you poking out your boobs that Steve told you to buy. And then look at Mary and look at, and then you can tell Mary mad. That's why Steve didn't want you out there, because of shit like that. And whoever did your hair, you need to go back right now and go off on them, because that wasn't a do to wear. Point blank, period, simple. So Mary is who she faked to be, but she's really not who she claimed to be. So she got rushed to the hospital. Because let me ask your people something. Do y'all really want to know the real Mary Harvey from what I know? Is that what y'all really want to know? Girl, there's another one. Now, how did that dress with them flowers fit that black suit? How did that fit that black suit over here to the right there? Yeah, that outfit didn't fit that black suit. Nothing she wore complimented what Steve already had. Everything Marjorie wear, Marjorie, I'm giving you a compliment. I don't really care for you. Everything you wore compliments yourself with Steve Harvey, pretty much, except that time when you wore that white outfit with them white eyelashes. You like you was a dove finna fly to another land. Don't do that again, Margie. I'm just saying. So Mary used to get upset because I had blonde hair. I don't know why that upset her, but it upset her really bad. Now y'all see that picture right there? That's when Mary went to jail in 2019. I called Fox News and got Fox News, a person who ghetto, a person who don't know nothing, a person who's beneath Mary, as she say, and I got Fox News to go up in interview Mary, and she still didn't tell that Steve had beat her son. Please ask me why Mary didn't tell that Steve beat her son, and the media camera was right there in front of her. She looked confused. She looked like she couldn't think straight, but then she turned around and just didn't say nothing and got son in jail. Knew her son had got beat the hell out of her, and she was like, oh, which way did I go? Which way did I go? Oh, that's what she did. But you could get on this internet and holler about your money. But you can holler about your son. I be wanting to go to the hospital too, because you knew I was going to come for you, because you don't want this smoke. But I'm going to give you all the smoke, since you want to make me look like a liar, and you want to try to confirm to Storm some shit that ain't even true. And you would have better off kept your mouth shut. That's what she should have did.
I agree. I agree, because I was listening to her and I'm just like, she must didn't do her research on who I was. How many people have I called out on this show? I've called out the Satanism in Hollywood. I don't think so. I've called out the child trafficking. I've called out all kinds of stuff. Illuminati. I've called them all out on the show. I've showed y'all the rituals that they do. We have called some shit out. We've called out Diddy, and Diddy is bigger than Steve Harvey. Harvey Weinstein, Mark Wahlberg. Come on now, the white folks. I don't think she did. I got R. Kelly's number.
So what makes Mary so different?
Exactly.
Mary, he got R. Kelly on speed dial. How are you? You may end up with them too for covering up child abuse. Stop playing. You did cover up child abuse because you didn't never holler about it. You never got on the internet saying nothing about it. So what makes you better than Steve? So now y'all say y'all want to know who Mary is? Come on, Mary. You put these gloves on. 10 years. 10 years. I shut my mouth behind you.
And before you get into it, hold on. Before you get into it, we should also tell them that in the emails to both of us, not only did she threaten me with jail by saying, if you illegally record me, that's a felony and a $250,000 fine. She literally said on a phone call with me, and as far as Essie is concerned, I'm working on that. So what is she working on? What does she have against you? What is she planning?
Can y'all imagine Mary trying to do something towards me and I done fought for her all these years? Did you hear what Storm just said? So that's why I put your damn business out here. I'm going to let people know that really Mary was a disrespectful ass sister the whole time I've known her. She always thought that I was beneath her. All I want to do was fight for Wynton. This was never about Mary. When I found out that Wynton was abused in 2008, this is about what Steve Harvey did. When I found out that Steve in 2015 and in 2017, this is another police report. So we got 2 abuse reports against Wynton, about Wynton from Steve Harvey, and y'all let him stay on the platform. And Mary still didn't get on there and talk about that, but she talked about her money. So let me tell y'all who Mary Harvey truly is. I read that comment. I got to say something about that. Bitch, whoever you are, I don't care if you is Storm's people. It ain't no what she said, a personal attraction towards Steve Harvey. Take your ass over there and ask Steve Harvey, why is he blackmailing me? And why is there a warrant in Texas? And I've never been to Texas. You sound stupid as hell. You the type bro to sit up there and let somebody put his dick in your mouth and sit up there and go run behind cameras and let someone do everything you want to you. Everybody else would do it, so why wouldn't you? So this ain't about an attraction, because I didn't stalk Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey stalked me. I didn't call Mary and tell Mary to shut up. Steve Harvey did that to Mary. I told Steve Harvey to take that raggedy ass warrant off me, because conspirator and extortionist can get you 20 years in jail. But Danielle, tell me how did I get a warrant on me in a state that I never been in? I don't care what color you are. You a dumbass broad. Because you the type broad, not that person. And it's cute, son, because I'm a civil rights activist. But before activist, I was Essie Berry. And I said what I said the way I said it. Because I'm not afraid to speak my mind. Period. So ask Steve why he has a fatal attraction with me. Why Steve let me turn his life upside down. And all he had to do was say I lied on Essie Berry. She was not a co-conspirator and extortionist. And as long as Steve got that warrant on me, we stay connected together. And how cowardly is it of Mary to say that I'm scared to speak out when I was the one who told your son got beat up? You didn't. You sat on your ass for 5 years and begged for money, but you still let your son stay in the presence of Steve Harvey. So what are you talking about? It's women like you that makes me sick. Go ahead and read it, Storm. What did she say?
She said, Essie, I do not have to remind you that wiretapping, that's what she's trying to get you on, is a federal offense in the state of California. The offense comes with a $250,000 fine and for broadcasting private conversations had between you and I. Additionally, remove any and all videos pertaining to me.
Now, since let me just see if Geneva answered this phone. Because Geneva could tell you that she begged us to tape her. She gave us 20,000 ways. Please, y'all tape this. Make sure you don't forget about it. Put it online. She taped us we taped her 24/7. So let me tell you this. If a person don't want you to know their business, then keep your damn mouth closed. Because they ain't going to know your business unless you tell it. Y'all threaten me again. You threaten Storm again. I'll put all this shit out here, and what you gonna do? And I'm gonna go do just like Tasha K. When you sue me, I ain't got it. Shit, I've been to the hospital too. What the fuck did y'all do about me? Did nobody come to my rescue? Mary told us 2 years ago that she was finna die. Ask Geneva. Y'all seen that interview when Geneva did it with Mary 2 years ago? Mary came to us and said she was going to die. She said that the doctor said she was going to die and she had something and she needed some money. So every time she need money, she'll get on and make Steven think she gonna tell something so she can get some money. So I made her tell me everything and I taped her because I knew she was a coward and she kept that string dangling. Steve, I helped your ass out. I'm putting it out there for her. She wasn't bold enough. Because is this why y'all said Mary was gagged? Because from what I understand, even when Mary went to jail, she didn't go to jail for being gagged, but that's what they told me. She went to jail for child support. Yeah. So how was she ordered child support and Steve had took her kid? But see, it still come back to Mary raggedy ass. Because at the end of the day, I fought for Mary and I got called a co-conspirator and extortionist, but I only got called a co-conspirator and extortionist because I knew about the child abuse with Steve Harvey. And it's more. I got like 3 police reports against him and 2 restraining orders. 1 in the state of Arizona and 1 in the state of California. And the judges just dismissed it like it wasn't nothing. But I'll make sure I put it in my book. I'll do that. You got something to say, Storm?
I'm so happy that we are really clearing this out. I didn't know how I was gonna wrap this up, but God said Mary was gonna call me, try to throw me off my game, only for me to really figure out this whole time I don't have any sympathy for her. I had, at least with you, I had sympathy for her, and the public had sympathy for her. But now, really, you covered up the fact that Steve had the room allegedly with all the gay prawn and the dirty Vaseline and $6,000 in bonds. You covered up the fact that allegedly Steve brought your oldest son, Steven, in a room with his shirt buttoned down, talking about some come here, boy. And your son felt very uncomfortable. And you didn't leave then. You didn't leave with the gay porn. You didn't leave with the $6,000 in ones. You didn't leave when your son felt very uncomfortable.
You didn't leave when Steve had his dingaling and Wynton face. You didn't leave when Steve bit Wynton on the butt. You didn't leave when Steve would go in there while Wynton naked in the bathtub, and you asked him what the hell he doing. And I got all we tape. So I'm going to save them tapes if y'all want to bring me to court. And in 48 hours, when I get my summons, I'm going to put all this shit out here. Let's do this. Mary, you asked for this. I stay loyal to you. I am a friend. But when you come do me, one was enough. Two was too many. You won't even get a third time. This shit's it for me. And when I get off this mic, this is not about disrespecting Mary. This is not about violating Mary. But Mary thought that Storm was going to be some kind of flunky. Like, I ain't going to call the blogger name. But there was a blogger who talked to me. And as soon as Steve Harvey people contacted her, she went and got her a new ponytail, a raggedy, it wasn't even human, bitch. You could have got a human one. Some raggedy ass Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde fingernails. She went and got her little board. She had teeth. She ain't put nothing on her lips. The shit looked like she had ring around the lips. And you try to come for me? Really? So she thought that Storm would be that same sellout blogger, or she thought that Storm would run and tuck his tail and go get drunk like Tasha K did, or she thought that she could sit up here and maneuver the lies she has told for so many years. And she thought that now that she know I'm finna expose her ass, that we got to go to the hospital. I'm feeling bad. Essie Berry ain't my friend, but I've been your friend all this time, but I didn't even want to be your friend because you bought your friends. You bought your friends. You said that on the video. I used to take my friends and we used to fly here, we used to fly there because you paid for your friends. You didn't have to buy me. I came with loyalty. I came with receipts. I came as an activist should, and I didn't give a damn if it was Steve Harvey. That's where you messed up at, and that's what all y'all losers who talking shit about me don't understand. Steve Harvey was just a celebrity case that I had came across because he beat his son, and I still hold these papers up to this day. But I've done cases before, and they call me the bulldog because I don't take my teeth out. I want to win. So don't sit up here and blame me because you got dead in. And keep it real. Storm said something about Bill Cosby. She tried to interject on that lie. So now do Camille know you was sitting up in her house with Bill Cosby and her man? Because you told me Camille was there. It sounds more better what you just said. So you talking about Marjorie coming out the judge chambers. What chambers were you coming out in Bill Cosby house? I just want to know, since we going to make people look like liars and nobody's gonna tell the truth about shit. You're just as bad as Steve and Margie too, because you covered it up. So now what y'all gonna do? You're gonna pay Mary, and then you're gonna go get Mary, Margie, Steve, all y'all niggas together. Y'all can't whoop me. So bring whatever you gonna bring and bring that smoke. And if you bring some smoke to Storm, I got so much credibility now that any lawyer will take his case and eat y'all asses up. Because they all on the internet showing that me and Storm didn't put out no picture of him kissing Bill Cosby. Where did that come from? Me and Storm didn't put out no picture of him kissing Diddy. Where did that come from? I did put out one where you said Kenny Dingaling was in Steve's face. I mean, his Dingaling was in Steve's face. I did do that.
Woke up all like that.
But you didn't want us to do that. Yeah, like that. See, he was doing just, oh, my bad. But he was naked doing it. So he was naked. So y'all, let's come on, bring the smoke. If y'all, that's exactly how it was. Oh, my bad. Mary said he thought that dude was going to get him hooked up. If she knew that one about her husband, why would she say that? If you knew your husband went on the down low, Mary said, why does that irritate you that I said Mary said? You said it. You said everything. But what I did, I saw some bloggers saying, Essie keeps saying, Mary said, and she didn't put produce no videos that Mary said it. So Mary, forgive me if I call somebody bluff. But everything I say, that Bill Cosby shit, I'm going to find that video and put it out there. Because Geneva already got you tape saying that you could tape us. And then Geneva's going to tell you for herself, too. Geneva Closet, if y'all don't know, because Mary was all on there spilling her guts with Geneva, too. And I do believe that she probably drinks sometime, because I know I bought her liquor. And maybe she get liquored up and forget what she say. I don't know. But you know what they say. What a man said drunk they want to say when they were sober. They just didn't know how to say it.
And let's not forget too, let's not forget to speaking of sucking dick. Who else sucked some dick in this case and still didn't come out with nothing? I would hate to slob on a knob and still come out losing. Just a dick sucking loser. And a white dick at that.
So, okay, so we went out a little bit, Storm, so they may have didn't hear what you said. Now, Mary, you told me this, but then I thought about what you said, go Storm?
No, I was just saying, No, I was just saying, go. Yeah, it's just somebody else in this case that was sucking deep. But yeah, you go ahead, you tell.
Okay. Now I don't say 100%. I don't know 100% that Mary slobbed on the joystick. Okay. Mary had an attorney. I know Steve paid the attorney $226,000. When Mary had this white attorney, I guess 2007 or whenever she had him, she didn't win. But Mary said she was sitting in a chair and the dude walked up, unbuttoned his pants, and whipped his joystick out. And what did you do with it, Mary? Mary, you want to call to tell Storm what you did? Because you wanted to win the case, you did what? I'm listening. I want you to tell him, Mary, because how did that man get his dingaling straight in your face like that because you were trying to win your case? Let's go tell your business now, Mary, since you want to tell all Steve stuff and put him out here. So you thirsty enough to do the same thing that you said Margie did. Oh, this finna get deep. You ready for the next one, Storm?
Yes,
and that was a white man that put his joystick in my face. Excuse me?
No, I said, yes, ma'am. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I'm ready.
And I don't give a damn if everybody on this page saying Mary friend. Mary was never my friend. Mary paid for friends. She didn't have to pay me shit. But matter of fact, can I get my little $3,000 or $4,000 back that I spent on you when you didn't do shit for me, but bring me further in the hole? I lost my shop. I lost my house. I lost everything behind you. And I'm still running my mouth. Bitch, I ran my mouth more for you and your son than really I didn't do it for you because I knew you were raggedy a long time ago. So are y'all ready to hear how I knew? And Steve, this is one for you too, Steve, because I kind of feel sorry for your ass. But you didn't ask me what Essie thought. Y'all were too busy trying to blackmail me. And Mary, how dare you say that warrant ain't go away? She said that warrant's not going to go away in Texas. She said that her and Steve on good standing terms. Well, when was the hell you going to call to tell me?
Oh, I forgot
that.
Go ahead.
Oh,
thank you. On the phone, Mary said, she said, Storm, whether you believe it or not, there is no love lost between Steve and I. She said there is no bad blood. So we all on this internet windmilling for you. And he done allegedly cheated you out of all your money in a divorce. And we supposed to feel so sorry that he went on and moved on.
But we know he beat your kid.
We know he beat your kid. But you sit on that phone and say somebody that did that to Wynton. Mind you, Wynton had blood in his urine for weeks. You know how bad you got to be beat to have blood in your urine? And you say there is no love lost? So really, this whole thing, it wasn't about Wynton, and it wasn't about murder of your soul, if you ever had one. Your feelings were hurt, and you still love Steve, and you want Steve back. That's the truth. And if he called your ass tomorrow, you would go running back. All this shit online. All this shit online, all the bloggers from Tasha K to Lionel B to Geneva's Closet, everybody that's covered this story, not just because it was Steve Harvey, because we felt bad for you. And you sit on the phone and tell me, basically, you still love the nigga. Girl, bye. Goodbye. Your ass need to be in the hospital. Your ass need to be in the hospital. Check your ass in there for a couple weeks. Because you done lost your mind.
So how much did they? So Mary, how much did they pay you? How much did they pay you to call Storm and try to threaten me and Storm? Because you did this to me in Geneva. Matter of fact, Storm, you got lucky. He gave Geneva a gag, tried to get Geneva a gag order. Geneva put it in a frame. How many people is Steve Harvey, black people? How many more black people is Steve Harvey going to try to shut up behind his ass? How many? So let me go further. Y'all ready to know who Mary is? And Mary, I'm finna put the bombshell in your damn shell because you should have left me alone. And matter of fact, Mary wrote me a letter saying, I got your phone call 2 weeks ago. I just decided not to answer the phone because I didn't want to. You don't want to hear what I got to say. You too difficult. But my ass wasn't difficult when I was fighting for your damn baby. It wasn't too difficult when they was calling me bitches, sluts, and hoes. It wasn't too difficult when you admitted that your son and Steve and all them were cyberbullying me and stalking me. And you think that I should just go away. And to add insults to injuries, y'all, she lied and told Storm. Essie Berry, that shit didn't go on the paper. It wasn't on the internet. It didn't go out to the media. The only thing called Essie a co-conspirator and a distortionist, it was sealed in some documents. So why you got to seal that lie? So I'm going to live with that lie. Mary, like, sense-wise, think it's okay for Steve to lie and say I'm a co-conspirator and extortionist. That should be investigated alone. That I'm a civil rights activist fighting for people's rights. I found out that Wynton was abused 5 years after he was abused. Mary sat her ass on the internet, scared as hell, the coward that she is. Never once said that Wynton got beat in any kind of way. Knew there was a police report that existed. She couldn't get it, and then I got it in 2013. She should be giving me a standing ovation because as a mother, I did what the fuck you couldn't do for your kid. Now, that's the truth. But let me go further. If y'all didn't know, Steve, this is a 2 point for you. But you still beat Wynton and you still need to be up on investigation. Marjorie need to be up on investigation because she knew it. Mary needed a little help because you sat your ass on the internet for 5 years. And let me tell you why I still brought that up. Because I looked at people kept saying that Mary was on the internet. But then something, I don't know why I thought it was 2009. But it don't matter when it was. This is a legal paper in 2008 saying Wynton was beaten. This is one in 2015 saying what Steve did to snatch his baby out of college. To know that Mary kept jumping up on internets, everything. One day Mary said Wynton was on his way to college. So she went up there to see him. He said, now you showing up trying to be a mama. You know why he said that? Because the fuck you was never a mother either. I fought more for your son in these last 10 years than you done fought in your whole life. That's why Wynton probably don't want to be bothered with you. He said that he knew that Steve did what he did because Storm just read that letter. But to know that Wynton said, oh, now you're trying to show up to be a mother, I never knew why Wynton made that comment. But after really praying about it, and Storm told me that Mary had called him, I say, now, God, you know I'm triggered. So give me a peace of mind so when I come on this mic, I'll know what to say. And what I looked at is that this happened in 2008. And every time Mary got up on the platform, she hollered about her money, but she never hollered about her baby being beat up. Why? But if you want to get a little deeper and tell you who Mary is, and Mary, you can sue me, but then you'll have to go get your ex-husband. So if y'all don't know it, Mary was remarried after Steve Harvey. What? Oh my God. Say it ain't so. Mary. Yeah, watch out now. So Mary was married after Steve Harvey, but Mary was getting $40,000 a month in alimony. So when she married this guy, she found out that she wasn't gonna get her alimony no more. But the guy she married was an electricianist. So I guess he electrified her at the moment, and that's why she married him. Or did she just want to throw darts at Steve because he had got married? I'll show him. He went and got Marjorie. I'll get me an electrician. But it still wasn't Steve. So Mary got married to this guy, and when she got married to the guy, she was with him for 30 days, and then she divorced him. She divorced him because she figured out then, damn, I divorced him. I ain't gonna get my alimony no more. Because once you remarry, you don't get your alimony no more.
Cut off.
So Steve was like, hell yeah, got off my alimony, doo-dah, doo-dah. I ain't got to pay Mary no more. That's what Steve was singing all the way to the bank. So when Mary found out she couldn't get her alimony no more because she had got married, she divorced the dude in 30 days. Yeah, 30-day fiance. Oh, y'all didn't know that? But it's getting ready to get ugly. The man was good to Mary, and I met him. He was a nice guy. He was a hardworking guy. He was a very sincere guy, and I liked his spirit. Mary was the type person, she'll come and holler at you for that time, because when she thinks of money involved and Stephen thinks she going to say something, now she can't get you no more, Steve. I'd have put all her business out there, so you ain't got to worry about Mary saying that because I got all her conversations. Mary was going to, are y'all ready? You ready, Storm?
I'm ready.
You ready, Storm?
I'm ready.
Mary had came to me one day because after she had divorced this guy, she was still with him, but he had gave her a car. You know, people who done got out of the industry, they still try to try cars and stuff that look like they rich. They ain't got no damn money, but they got a car. They'll live in their car. I think it was either BMW or Mercedes, one or the other. So Mary had told me, and Mary, I'm gonna tell you how I know in a minute. So don't ever pull a whole card with me, because I'll tell all your damn business. I'm not scared about going to jail. Mary was going to sleep with her husband and tell the police that he raped her. Mary told me that, and I told her that was some fucked up shit to do. Mary don't know to this day, but go get your ex-husband now, Mary. Yeah, lay back. Go get the man that you married as a Steve. I called Mary's husband, and I told Mary's husband, Mary's going to set you up for rape. But by that time, y'all, how I'm going to walk away, because they got me all in the paper as extortion and co-conspirator, so I'm still trying to clear my name. So I knew who the fuck Mary was a long time ago. So Mary, if you didn't know, I told your ex-husband, the one after Steve, that you were going to set him up for rape. Take the car, because she was going to set this man up for rape because she wanted his car, and she wanted his house, and she wanted the little furniture that was in his house that he had so worked hard for. He couldn't believe that I told him that, but I didn't know who Mary was, and I felt like Mary would do something like that. So I called Mary's ex-husband and told Mary's ex-husband that he was going to set her up for rape. There we go, y'all. That's who Mary is. So, Steve, if your ass came to me a long time ago and talked to me, I just wanted an apology, because it was so deep that you wanted to lie on me and say I'm a co-conspirator and extortionist. And Mary's no better than Margie. I don't even know if Margie would have did no shit like that. But Mary, don't play with me. Go ask your husband, did I call him and tell him out my own words that you were going to set him up for rape, and he better run the other way. He thanked me from the bottom of his heart. So cats, I knew who the fuck Mary was in 2013 and 14. But guess what? It was too late, because Steve had already tried to set me up like I was a criminal. Mary lied and told Storm that it never made it to the media. He took every one of my names, a.k.a. Essie Berry, a.k.a. this, a.k.a. trying to make me look like a criminal. So how was Mary, and people knew it. People knew that Mary was not the friend that I was. People knew that, okay? But even though people knew that, it's still, I had to still try to get my name clear, you guys. What was I supposed to do? Just walk around and let Steve Harvey lie and say I was a co-conspirator, and I was not a co-conspirator? So Mary's she'll talk about you and then smile in your face. She had some women that she was supposed to go out with. She said, yeah, they don't recognize I'm Mary Harvey, and I used to buy them dinner and take them out. I don't want to deal with none of them hoes and bitches. I said, is that right, Mary? She thought she was too good. I was working in a beauty shop. I lost my beauty shop behind all this. I had to walk away, but Mary swept trash in it, and she thought she was too good to even sweep a dustpan full of hair in my beauty shop. So one day she said these women invited her to something. She said, I'm not going to go. So she swept and came up in the shop, got clean, swept one dustpan of trash. I think I put like $100 in her pocket. She said, I'm finna go. As soon as she got the money, she was gone. She went straight to them same women that she talked about. That's who the fuck Mary Harvey is. So really, I know, but look how I protected her. Look how I kept my mouth shut. But you think I looked at Mary the same when I found that she was going to set her husband up for rape? So could you imagine really some of the things she would do to Steve? Now you can't lie about the child abuse. Here's go two of them right here.
That's in black
you
and
can't
white.
lie about that, Steve. But Mary even lied about that. Well, she didn't lie. She just kept her mouth closed. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Mary made sure that I kept protecting her because she knew if I kept, she would win. Mary says she's higher than me. If that's what you think, so be it. I was never trying to be higher than Mary. I was trying to protect her son. But you see how simple-minded she is, that she went to Storm and tried to betray a woman that she didn't have no friends. I came with no money attached. I came with no strings attached. I came with the truth, and I've been blackmailed by Steve Harvey ever since. And everybody shut it up. Everybody just did their own thing. But in the end of it, Wynton to me suffered the most. And I ain't gonna lie, I know I suffered because I had to move, relocate. As Storm said, I had to change my life behind what Steve Harvey did. So to know that Mary got on this platform and tried to manipulate Storm, I have so much respect for you, Mr. Storm, because you didn't let that happen. And neither did Geneva when I went on her platform. You're about the only two bloggers that I know that ain't scared of nothing. And don't nobody give a damn about going to court. Why does somebody care? Why do you got to be threatened about court? Because you know how big somebody else ain't going to be if we connect with Steve Harvey. So go ahead and do that. And that little ratchet ass thing she sent Storm talking about take down the videos. And then how dare Mary? So you've been shut up for 10 years and you gonna throw something at Storm and me talking about $250 fine, 10 years in jail. How much time is it for a mother who shut up the fuck up for 5 years and then tell that the baby daddy beat her? And an activist had to come and tell that your man, your ex-baby daddy beat your kid. What's up with that? What do you get for that? So do I get any recognition? And do y'all know to this day, Mary has never said, thank you, Essie. I appreciate you. Steve Harvey lied on you. Thank you for standing for my baby. But when I told her I was going to tell about this rape shit, she tried to come back with a new letter. And matter of fact, let's go and put some more of your business out there. Ruth. Good night, John boy, because I'm going to put all y'all asses to sleep. Ruth, didn't you tell me the reason why Mary ain't cool with some of her sisters is because Mary slept with her sister's husband? So how the fuck is she better than Marjorie? Because y'all spread the coochie around too. So we gonna go tell business since you gonna make me look like a liar, and I got that too. Ruth, you remember you telling me that, right, Ruth? But Ruth is two-faced. Ruth just was there trying to be Mary. Mary said Ruth wanted to be like her. Mary said that Ruth took a picture and cut it out and put, since you're going to run with Mary, and put it in her folder and cut Mary's face off of it. Ruth taped her face to Steve Harvey because she was infatuated with Steve too. Did you know that Mary found that picture, Ruth? If she didn't, that's what she told me. So what we really doing here when we just want to lay the truth out? So Mary, you slept with your sister's husband, but you want to talk about Margie being a hoe. I don't owe you no loyalty because you trying to make me look like I'm not truthful, and I'm the broad that fought for your son. I'm the female that fought and got a police report open because you couldn't get it. I'm the broad that said that Steve beat your kid because you were so busy on the internet. Oh, my Wynton, and oh, and what he did, and Steve knew, and oh my God, you did the same damn thing to Marsha. So stop it. Cancel Steve. Cancel him. Y'all spread this. He should be canceled. Here go 2 police reports of abuse. Why he ain't canceled? Then I got 3 police reports and 2 restraining orders. Why he ain't canceled? Why Mary still jumping on this mic? Mary, maybe you should stay in the hospital and get you some rest now, because we finna put your ass to sleep. Don't ever come for somebody like me, because I come with receipts. And when I come with receipts, I ain't got a 100% winning rate because I'm dumb. I got a 100% winning rate because I work for God and I tell the truth, and it's of justice. So never did I want to do this to Mary, but Mary did it to herself, especially when he called my whole car and you try to make me look some kind of way. And I can't even wait when Geneva put all the conversations out about what you said, but we got witnesses for all that, Mary. So you already, like she used to tell people, go take a nap. Are you taking a nap since Ruth? Did you take a nap on the way to the hospital? Because you didn't see me in Storm. And you stupid if you sit up here and watch it, because that's your fault if you watched it and knew me and Storm was going to come home. So you can't sue me and Storm, girl. I know the law now. You should have knew I knew the law because I whooped your husband ass. One of the richest men in the world. I busted one of the richest men in the world. And you sit up here trying to come for me. What they do it at? Steve hired all dumb crooks. I'm ghetto, but I know law. I'm ghetto, but I told on your ass. I'm ghetto, but I got receipts behind mine. Y'all all rich folks who eat caviar and whatever else, bonbons and weenies, and y'all all are dumb crooks. That's all I have to say.
Essie, I want to say thank you for coming up. I think after today, that's it. We wrapped the bow on this. We wrapped we put a bow on this.
So no, let me put this out here. I don't think that me and Mary has ever been friends. I think I was Mary's friend, but Mary was never my friend. So right now, today, I don't have to put out no more videos. They all should be up on the investigation. I really don't have nothing else to say about Mary, but I'm telling you, Ruth, go sit your Ruth ass down somewhere. Don't contact Storm no more, because this ain't what you want over here. You said all about your sister, and then now you trying to act like you a guardian. You was the main one that scared, tucked your tail, and didn't say nothing about Mary. Less than 6 months ago, Ruth told me to go somewhere, shut up and sit down, because I shouldn't keep telling Mary business. Bitch, as long as I got a warrant from me that shouldn't be on me in a state I've never been in, I'm going to talk as long as I need to. So if y'all are smart right now, instead of sending me any more paper trying to shut me or Storm up, you'll send me a paper saying, Essie, there's no warrant for you. Please just go the fuck away and leave us alone. And I'll do that. But I'm still going to write my book. I'm finishing that up. But I ain't got to make no more videos because me and Storm just dropped the mic. It's a wrap. And I don't ever want to hear, I don't even want no friends named Mary. If your name Mary, you better change your name to something else. You better call it Carrie, because I don't want nobody even Mary. I ain't representing nobody case named Mary. I don't want nobody named Steve. I don't want nobody named Ricky. I don't want nobody named Bobby, Angela, Margie. I ain't taking nobody with them names. Y'all have a good night.
Woo! You dropped the mic. You dropped the mic. That's it. That's it. I'm trying to think. Should I take some questions? Should I take some people just for a little bit? Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I will read some comments though here briefly. We left that on a good note. I ain't got time for no troll to be coming up. So actually, no. I'll take comments. Yeah. Okay, Camille, if you're still in the chat, here, I'm going to put the link up. Right now, this is only for Camille. Only for Camille. Only for Camille, if you're still in the chat. Hold up. Camille, if you're still in the chat. We still on now.
So you know they try to...
You say what now? Wait, you say what now?
You know it's too hot for the season, and they try to cut us off. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Oh, yeah, I know. Did you click out or did it click you out?
It clicked me out. The shit get too hot, right? That's why they clicked me out. It just went off. I just want to tell everybody, for the people who know me, thank you for believing in me. Storm, thank me for having me on your platform. I am who I am. I'm not going to change that. Whatever somebody think right now is what it is. at this time, Essie Berry getting ready to go on her life. I feel good about myself because I myself feel guilty too because I kept the child abuse reports. I had these reports for a long time. I thought Mary would tell it. I'm a mandate reporter. How long do you got, Storm, about a child abuse? What? If you don't report child abuse, you will be in jail for 6 months to a year. I sat on these papers and still kept telling people in 2013. Miriam didn't say nothing. So I'm not trying to cover up nothing because whoever it is, if you do the crime, you do the time. If you come across Essie Berry, you're gonna get dealt with. You're gonna get the smoke. So at the end of the day, Storm, you are one of the best interviewers that I've been with. I ain't been with that many, you know what I'm saying? You're in Geneva. But as far as males, I love you to death. You're gonna make it big somewhere. And let me tell you something. My girlfriend told me that she said that you was talking about getting some cosmetic. Don't do that, Storm. You're a little cutie. Baby, you got a whole distinctive look on with your little sexy self. You better go carry that big Storm Monroe smile all the way into Hollywood. You don't want to sit up and looking deformed and crazy. Can't prove your face, can't be, because they done did something to you. You are fine the way you are, and your personality smokes it all the way. I love you. And my girlfriend said she gonna cry if you change how you look because you too. And you was a little bit younger. She said she was a little bit younger. She'll rob your cradle. I said, don't be doing that. You can't have him. But that's how cute you are. Don't change who you are. Don't. You too cute for your own good. Do you, Storm? You're nice looking. Bring something different to this platform. And I like how you broke everything down. I really felt like I didn't have to come over here and say anything because everything I wanted to say, you said it for me. And thank you guys for being Storm subscribers. Thank you for being here. And for the ones who don't like me, that's okay too, because God loves me. And that's all I really know at this time. So God bless you guys. I had fun. Hopefully Mary is okay. I don't have no ill feelings, but never come for a person like me because it's going to be what it's going to be. Take care, you guys, and God bless y'all.
Good night now.
God bless.
All right. I guess it was meant for her to come back and say that. I thought she had just dropped the mic, but it dropped out apparently. Camille didn't hit the link. I understand if she wasn't able to stick around, but listen, Camille, you're more than welcome to email me. You're more than welcome to DM me on Instagram, and you can tell me your story. Ooh, excuse me. I don't know who Camille is. I have no idea what she's going to say. So, just saying. But we had a damn good show. Baby, we cleared some shit. We cleared some stuff. This was the perfect wrap. I didn't know how I was going to tie it all up together. I didn't know. The only thing that could make this better is if Wynton come on himself. If Wynton see this and then he comes and talks, that's the only thing that can set this off at this point, or Steve himself. But other than that, that's that. Oh my God. And everybody talking about this plastic surgery. Y'all act like I got the damn appointment booked. Good Lord. I ain't got nothing booked, y'all. Man. Let's see. Wynton and Steve at odds. I just think Steve is just doing him. Put it that way. Can you do a live on Jackie? Yes. Yes. Let's see what else we got. Oh, well, real quick. I had to go get a haircut finally. Y'all, I've been tripping and slacking, so I had to be presentable for today. So I'm happy everything came out okay. Is this godly? We telling the truth. It ain't never bad to tell the truth. Let's see. Looking like 2016 Storm. I wasn't on the internet in 2016. I wasn't on YouTube in 2016, but I know what you mean. You mean 2019? But I know what you mean though. That'd be funny. Sometimes people be like, I've been watching you for 8 years. I haven't been on YouTube for 8 years. It's okay though. Miss Jersey said this was bomb. Leave your damn face. I don't have anything booked. I don't have anything booked. I promise. I can't even afford to take off right now to even go do that. So you ain't got to worry about it. Are you coming back on live tonight? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Years from now, when you on TV or Mother, I will recall this episode discussion. Thank you, Angela. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Shout out to Love Jones. What's up, Love Jones? We need to do that thing too that you texted me about. We gonna do that. I might have to shoot up there so we can knock that out. Let's see. Can you talk about 4 peg video? Oh, good Lord. That's a storm after dark. That's something. Woo. Yes, it's gonna be epic. So true. So Mary is no better than Marjorie, Essie, but she was backing her. So what basically this was about fighting for Wynton, number one, because Essie is a survivor of child abuse as well. And number two, once Essie really figured out who Mary was, she was already in too deep. She was already involved in a divorce paperwork and this and that. And it was just like, damn. All Essie wants is her name cleared and the warrant in Texas to be dropped. If they drop that warrant, that active warrant that they have on Essie, then Essie ain't never got to speak his name again. She can go about her business. But as long as a warrant is out in a state that Essie has never been to Texas, she ain't never been there. So what's the point of having a warrant there? Okay, I'm gonna leave that there. We'll come back later because we got more news to get into. Like, comments, yeah, and she is an activist, literally an activist. Like, comment, subscribe. I will catch you all later. Who lives in Texas? Steve has a house in Texas, and Steve had people in Texas at that time when he originally sued Essie. All right, I'll catch you guys later.
Storm, I don't know whether to cry. I really don't even know what I should say right now. Like, you broke down everything that I felt in all these years, and you just like laid it out there. Like, and I know people are gonna hear whatever they're gonna hear, but to hear what you said about Wynton, I just felt like I failed Wynton. No matter what nobody can say, how y'all say it or what y'all feel, I failed him. I can't feel no other way. And if I go too fast, so I'm just throw your hands up if you want to say something, okay?
Okay.
The whole thing you said was powerful. The whole thing you said was powerful. And I'm just sitting back here like, damn, especially with that young lady and whoever that young lady is who wrote that about your friend. I know that you are truly Wynton's friend. And I am humbly grateful that you knew that I was telling the truth. And you took a chance to let Mary know that her son loved her, that his dad was truly an abuser, and that I was not a liar. Because that's something people can't say about me. Y'all can go get true syrup, a lie detector. It doesn't matter. I'll take any of that shit. I don't think the Harveys will.
Why do you?
Storm said so much in this interview right now.
It was a lot. It was a lot. It was a lot. How do you feel about Mary calling me and saying that you're a liar and not to trust you and that you're manipulative?
I felt sick on my stomach. It did something to me mentally because this is a woman that I fought for 10 years. I fought for Mary's son harder than Mary would fight for her own child. And let me tell y'all how. I didn't know any of this until I wanted to do the reality show in 2013. But in 2009, if I'm not mistaken, y'all said, and in 2011, Go back and listen to Mary interview when she's sitting on the couch with this young lady and she's talking about how Steve took her little Wynton from her. Not one time in that interview did I hear Mary say, Steve beat my son with a sorority paddle. Not one time did I hear Mary say that he beat Wynton with a belt buckle. The child abuse happened in 2008. Here's the report. And let me call the number out if y'all don't know. The report number is OR 2008-00199-568 in Plano, Texas Police Department. Now, while Mary was sitting up there trying to say I was a liar, I could easily say, Mary, you helped cover up child abuse because Steve was paying you because your ass got on all these different sites and you never once said that this report existed. You knew it existed, but you never said it existed. So really, when I really kind of knew who Mary was, I started learning who she was way before now. And we're going to get into all that. But to know that Mary wanted to call Storm and tell Storm I was a liar, I saw somebody in his comment box say, Mary don't want this smoke. Mary finna get all the smoke in the shit for 10 years. I'm finna tell all Mary business like the fuck I told Steve, because this is what you're going to deserve for yourself. You don't bring a loyal person like to me in your circle. You don't bring a person to me like I am God. I don't care if I cuss. I'll cuss you out the day, probably slap the hell out you, but you can never say I don't know God. And you can never say on this internet that I did not fight for Mary Harvey. But let me tell y'all something. Let me clear this up. It was about Mary Harvey being gagged as a black woman. But when I saw the police report that Daryl Padgett, a white lawyer, had sent me some documents, Mary still would not tell me about the child abuse. So you guys talk about 9, 10, 11, 12, 5 years that Mary got on this internet whining about what Steve didn't do for her. But you never said that he beat Wynton like he beat Wynton on here. While you was asking for your money, you should have been telling this report, because this happened in 2008. You was on the mic whining in 2009 and 2011. So that tells me that you care more about money, fame, and power that you didn't have anymore because you divorced Steve Harvey. And see what Steve should have did as a man? Steve should have pulled me aside. All I wanted was an apology. You guys, I was in too deep. I was called a co-conspirator and an extortionist.
And she
Nobody
said,
wanted to deal with me.
And she said, and she said that you should have been okay with that because her name is bigger than yours.
Is that right?
She said her name is bigger than yours.
Okay. Your name might have been bigger than mine, but your name was shit till 2013 because Steve Harvey gagged your ass. Now that's the true fact. They may have knew you were Steve's second wife, mistress to Marsha. So let's go ahead and admit that. Mary cheated with Steve, and I got a tape of that too, Mary, saying that you cheated with Steve while Marsha was pregnant with Steve's son,
Broderick
his
Jr.
oldest son. So you are no better than Marjorie and Lot. Right, with Broderick Jr. So I don't want nobody to think I'm going to be shade and throw Mary up under the bus. But since you want to say I'm a liar, you can go get Steve, because I know he done paid you now. And you can go get him, Margie, all the judges who violated you, the lawyers too, and you still not going to win against me, because God is my attorney and I'm coming for victory.
Should we be scared, Essie? Why she called me talking about some, are you concerned? Do you know how many people are affected by this?
Because she's a coward. Because if she wasn't a coward while she was on the internet 2011 and they took my Wynton, and I can't believe what Steve did. You knew he was a hoe. You knew he was a hoe when he was sitting up there with Terry. But you still came and did what you gonna do. And you still stayed with him no matter what. Now listen, you guys, she's already gone to the hospital. So unless she's watching this in the ambulance or in Ruth's car, and Ruth, I got some shit for you too. You can't
Ruth,
say that
and
me
by
and
the way,
Storm interview has done anything to you, because you should not have. Go ahead. How did you even know Ruth? Ruth is Mary's sister. How do you know Ruth, Storm?
Ruth contacted me. Ruth watches the show. And so Ruth reached out to me when me and you did like the first interview when I released part 1. And then Ruth, commented a couple times in the DMs. And then this weekend, she's like, my sister Mary wants to speak with you. I'm okay, cool. And that's the conversation we had. Then boom, today, 1 minute before we go live, Ruth talking about, I just rushed Mary to the ER, and if anything happens to her, it's you. I'm blaming you and Essie. Me? You blaming us? We didn't kill her soul. We didn't take her baby. We didn't take her out of her own house and home. We didn't keep her from the money in the divorce. We didn't keep her from the assets. We didn't illegally sign her name and forge it in a divorce decree. We didn't do that. We wasn't even the damn the marriage counselor that turned on her and then went on to marry Steve and Marjorie in an unofficial, illegal ass, not ordained by God, with his big sweaty fat ass in Hawaii. We didn't do that. No shade to TD Jakes, but you're very big and very sweaty. We didn't do that.
And I throw shade to TD Jakes because you was married to Harvey's marriage counselor. I'm throwing shade. You were Harvey's married and knowing cheating with Steve Harvey in Hawaii, and you married them. What kind of shit is that? That's the new preacher stuff. That's why I don't run up in people's churches. That right there. Now, you guys, what I'm gonna say, it may sound harsh, it may sound cruel, but I'm Essie, and can't none of y'all get me to heaven. So whatever I say, I'm getting ready to have to take accountability for that. But I will not take accountability for no man. I will take accountability for God. Because for this whole situation for 10 years. And when I saw child abuse, because I was abused, everything, I didn't think about Mary no more. I wasn't loyal to Mary. I was loyal to Wynton. I was loyal to Wynton because I am him and he is me. And I knew that child abuse face. So when Mary set her ass all up on the internet, not saying nothing for 5 years, go look in the mirror now, Mary, because you helped them do that to Wynton. That's the real truth. You allowed Steve, you allowed Margie to violate your son because you was too busy trying to get money in your pockets, that you never said nothing about them beating Wynton at all. And Mary said a couple of times Steve would give her portraits. One portrait was like $60,000. So I don't know if Margie knew, but he would take portraits over there to Mary so she could take them to a consignment shop so she would have money in her pocket. So Steve, now I'm going to do you a favor, because don't think I got a personal vendetta against Steve Harvey. I just feel like Steve Harvey said, think like a man, act like a woman, whatever the hell you said, and you will lie when the truth will do. You should have just said, Essie Berry, let's me and you talk. But you didn't know Essie Berry, and I'm not Margie, Mary, or Marsha. My name is Essie Berry. I'm a soldier for God. I don't fold. I don't worry about people talking about me, because you can't get me into heaven. What I'm going to say may sound cruel, and it might sound bad, but this is what Essie Berry felt. Says Mary want to sit up and try to make it like I'm a liar. Says Mary Harvey want to say that she didn't give me permission to tape her. And you guys can contact Geneva Closet, because she gonna tell the truth too. There'll be a video coming out where Mary said that we could tape her. And ever since she said that, I take every damn thing she said beginning to end, because she's a coward. Look at her. How you gonna say she ain't no coward? And she jumped on the mic in 2011 and she never told y'all that Wynton was beaten with a board. And here's the report right here. She could have said anything. She never said it. Why? So here we go. Steve, this one's to you. Steve's a comedian, right? And I understand as a comedian, you're supposed to make people laugh and make people smile. And you were married to Mary, because I'm going to tell you some things that Mary has done. And she is no better than Margie. But this particular thing was one of the first things that made me lose mad respect for Mary. Now, Steve is a comedian. He on the road and he provide for you and your kid, and one of your kids wasn't his. Whatever happened, I'm sorry about that, but your kid was still there, and he provided for your family too, Mary. So while Steve on the road, you trying to take pills and commit suicide, and that's a horrible thing to happen. But what is more horrible is Mary had enough guts, because I say that's a coward, to sit up there and try to kill herself while Wynton was upstairs in the room. So now you tell me, when Steve came in and saw that you were doing that, should he have left his son with you to think that you may do it again? Or would a real man just try to snatch his kid? But the way he did it, I'm not going to say that was ever right. I'm not going to say them signing paperwork in Mary's name was ever right. But to know that you needed help yourself, and you claim that they snatched your son Wynton, but you yourself was trying to take your own life. So what would have happened if you took your own life? Steve still ended up with Wynton anyway, but he definitely would have ended up with Wynton then, because you were trying to take your own life. So when you sit up here trying to blame Steve for some actions, maybe you should go back and look in the mirror and blame yourself too. Because one of his in-laws told me that Steve would beg to stay with Mary. Mary divorced Steve. And now you mad because you ain't got the money that you should have thought you were given. But maybe because you were so low down and trifling to Steve's first wife, and you did what Margie did to you, it's called karma, boo-boo, and it came around 10 back fold to you. And to know that you want to deceive a person like me, it's okay, because God's going to protect me no matter who you may be. Point blank, period, simple. So do I blame Steve for the way he did it? Yes, I do. But I had to think about this man's a comedian, and he probably don't even know. They think because of how I talk, and as Mary said, I'm ghetto, that I'm not intelligent. Bitch. To be intelligent, to be ghetto, and to know the law, I'll annihilate any attorney you, because I'm ready. I may have walked away before. You just admitted your husband bullied me. Y'all ain't ready for this, Essie Berry, because I'm coming with everything you see. And if you bring any more papers to me, a storm, I will release everything on this internet, because they are my conversations to you. Because I knew that you would continue to try to use Wynton to try to protect Steve. Because you never really tried to protect Wynton. Because I would have been saying, look, dude beat my baby with a belt buckle and a sorority paddle. If Mary had did that in 2011, 2009, even 2017, Steve would not be in the power that he is in right now. But it took my ghetto ass. It took my whatever you said I am, because she did tell someone that once she win her lawsuit, the murder of the soul in 2017, she was going to dump my ghetto ass on the side of the road, and she was going to take her money and run. She didn't even have enough sense to even deal with this whole situation. That's why I was her POA. So I would run to the hospital too, because Mary know I'm going to put all her damn business out here. Just like you tried to act like Steve was so ratchet, so raunchy, you are disrespectful too. You have disrespected me for 10 years, and I smiled on this damn camera because I owed, but I didn't owe that to you. I owed that to Wynton, and I stayed loyal to Wynton. But now Wynton's in Dubai, and if anything happens to Wynton, they try to lie and say he did something, please go get Steve, because Steve will be the mark, because I think he would do anything to silence Wynton. Wynton's not going to come. But his friend just spoke what Storm said. Storm read that letter, and his friend spoke for herself. So basically, to me, it's nothing else to say about that. And no shade to Mary on no end. But it takes two people to do all this negative stuff. So before I go further, Storm, what did you think about Mary calling, telling you those things about me? And you see, I done got my ass whooped on this internet behind Mary Harvey. I done got dragged through the mud behind Mary Harvey. I done got stalked like a Hebrew slave behind Mary Harvey and her son, because I fought for your son like a mother should do when you went and tucked your tail and hear from Steve Harvey or whatever you do.
I think at the time she needed somebody to fight her battles and she knew that you had the backbone to do it. And so she looked down on you, but literally still used you as her pit bull, as a bulldog, because she knew Essie gonna get it. Essie gonna be able to do and say everything that I don't. How is it that you got the child abuse paperwork, but she being the mother, she couldn't even get it? They told her no. She just took that. She's never had a backbone. She's never been strong. You were her strength. And she looked down on her.
That was a damn good question.
And you were you literally were her strength, but she looked down on you at the same time, which is mind-boggling to me. When I was listening to her speak,
so y'all want
as she went on to confirm pretty much everything that you said, I said, damn, Essie should have dropped her a long time ago. And I told you that on the phone. I said you should have dropped her a long time ago.
Everyone who met Mary, including that day when y'all saw her in that white outfit in 2017 and she was interviewing with my people, every one of those women said I should not be dealing with Mary. My best friend had said at the time she didn't like Mary because her and her got into something because Mary thought she was more than everybody. That white fit outfit Mary had on, I paid for that. I didn't even know Mary was coming or in California when she did the lawsuit for murder of the soul, but I became her POA. I pawned all my jewelry. I paid over $3,000, not $3,000 to $5,000, if not more, because I put gas in Mary's car. I put money in her pocket every day. I put her in a hotel room. I bought her everything she wanted to drink. I bought her food and stuff in the hotel she had. It had a kitchenette in there so she could be up in there. And she still talked shit about that because she had the finest. But because you have the finest don't mean that you know how to live the finest. Now I have to give it to Marjorie about that. She was a better eye candy on Steve's arm than you. Mary used to hate when I wear blonde hair. Why? Because I know I look better than you in it. That blonde hair, Mary look ratchet as hell. If didn't nobody ever tell you as a friend, if you don't think I'm that, you should never wear blonde, Mary, because the shit didn't look good on you. And even though Storm want to cover his mouth, don't cover your mouth now, Storm, because it get ready to get serious. Even though Steve is a nice looking dressed man, not one outfit besides the one on this thumbnail that I thought that you look good in. That was the first one. At least Margie gonna do her hair and not throw it back in a ponytail and wear all the shit to make her man look good. So that was another reason why neither one of you complimented each other. You want to be Steve's mother and he want to be your pappy. So now how that goes? Yeah, that baby. Don't ever do that again, Mary. Did you tease that too high? She's a talk smack, you guys, about me wearing blonde hair. You guys can go back and Google me and see me with blonde hair. And why would a woman do that? And I'm trying to worry about being her friend. And then you poking out your boobs that Steve told you to buy. And then look at Mary and look at, and then you can tell Mary mad. That's why Steve didn't want you out there, because of shit like that. And whoever did your hair, you need to go back right now and go off on them, because that wasn't a do to wear. Point blank, period, simple. So Mary is who she faked to be, but she's really not who she claimed to be. So she got rushed to the hospital. Because let me ask your people something. Do y'all really want to know the real Mary Harvey from what I know? Is that what y'all really want to know? Girl, there's another one. Now, how did that dress with them flowers fit that black suit? How did that fit that black suit over here to the right there? Yeah, that outfit didn't fit that black suit. Nothing she wore complimented what Steve already had. Everything Margie wear, Margie, I'm giving you a compliment, and I don't really care for you. Everything you wore compliments yourself with Steve Harvey, pretty much, except that time when you wore that white outfit with them white eyelashes. You like you was a dove finna fly to another land. Don't do that again, Margie. I'm just saying. So Mary used to get upset because I had blonde hair. I don't know why that upset her, but it upset her really bad. Now, y'all see that picture right there? That's when Mary went to jail in 2019. I called Fox News and got Fox News, a person who ghetto, a person who don't know nothing, a person who's beneath Mary, as she say, and I got Fox News to go up in that interview Mary, and she still didn't tell that Steve had beat her son. Please ask me why Mary didn't tell that Steve beat her son, and the media camera was right there in front of her. She looked confused. She looked like she couldn't think straight, but then she turned around and just didn't say nothing and got son in jail. Knew her son had got beat the hell out of her, and she was like, oh, which way did I go? Which way did I go? Oh, that's what she did. But you could get on this internet and holler about your money. But you couldn't holler about your son. I be wanting to go to the hospital too, because you knew I was going to come for you, because you don't want this smoke. But I'm going to give you all the smoke, since you want to make me look like a liar, and you want to try to confirm to Storm some shit that ain't even true. And you would have better off kept your mouth shut. That's what she should have did.
I agree. I agree, because I was listening to her and I'm just like, she must didn't do her research on who I was. How many people have I called out on this show? I've called out the Satanism in Hollywood.
I don't think so.
I've called out the child trafficking. I've called out all kinds of stuff. Illuminati. I've called them all out on the show. I've showed y'all the rituals that they do. We have called some shit out. We've called out Diddy, and Diddy is bigger than Steve Harvey. Harvey Weinstein, Mark Wahlberg. Come on now, the white folks. I don't think she did. I got R. Kelly's number.
So what makes Mary so different?
Exactly.
Mary, he got R. Kelly on speed dial. How are you? You may end up with them too for covering up child abuse. Stop playing. You did cover up child abuse because you didn't never holler about it. You never got on the internet and said nothing about it. So what makes you better than Steve? So now y'all say y'all want to know who Mary is? Come on, Mary. You put these gloves on. 10 years. 10 years. I shut my mouth behind you.
And before you get into it, hold on. Before you get into it, we should also tell them that in the emails to both of us, not only did she threaten me with jail by saying, if you illegally record me, that's a felony and a $250,000 fine. She literally said on a phone call with me, and as far as Essie is concerned, I'm working on that. So what is she working on? What does she have against you? What is she planning?
Can y'all imagine Mary trying to do something towards me and I done fought for her all these years? Did you hear what Storm just said? So that's why I put your damn business out here. I'm going to let people know that really Mary was a disrespectful ass sister the whole time I've known her. She always thought that I was beneath her. All I want to do was fight for Wynton. This was never about Mary. When I found out that Wynton was abused in 2008, this was about what Steve Harvey did. When I found out that Steve in 2015 and in 2017, this is another police report. So we got 2 abuse reports against Wynton, about Wynton from Steve Harvey, and y'all let him stay on the platform. And Mary still didn't get on there and talk about that, but she talked about her money. So let me tell y'all who Mary Harvey truly is. I read that comment. I gotta say something about that. Bitch! Whoever you are, I don't care if you is Storm's people. It ain't no what she said, a personal attraction towards Steve Harvey. Take your ass over there and ask Steve Harvey, why is he blackmailing me? And why is there a warrant in Texas? And I've never been to Texas. You sound stupid as hell. You the type bro to sit up there and let somebody put his dick in your mouth and sit up there and go run behind cameras and let someone do everything you want to you. Everybody else would do it, so why wouldn't you? So this ain't about an attraction, because I didn't stalk Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey stalked me. I didn't call Mary and tell Mary to shut up. Steve Harvey did that to Mary. I told Steve Harvey to take that raggedy ass warrant off me, because conspirator and extortionists can get you 20 years in jail. But Danielle, tell me how did I get a warrant on me in a state that I never been in? I don't care what color you are. You a dumbass broad. Because you the type broad, not that person. And it's trigger son because I'm a civil rights activist. But before activist, I was Essie Berry. And I said what I said the way I said it. Because I'm not afraid to speak my mind. Period. So ask Steve why he has a fatal attraction with me. Why Steve let me turn his life upside down. And all he had to do is say I lied on Essie Berry. She was not a co-conspirator and extortionist. And as long as Steve got that warrant on me, we stay connected together. And how cowardly is it of Mary to say that I'm scared to speak out when I was the one who told your son got beat up? You didn't. You sat on your ass for 5 years and begged for money, but you still let your son stay in the presence of Steve Harvey. So what are you talking about? It's women like you that makes me sick. Go ahead and read it, Storm. What did she say?
She said, Essie, I do not have to remind you that wiretapping, that's what she's trying to get you on, is a federal offense in the state of California. The offense comes with a $250,000 fine and for broadcasting private conversations had between you and I. Additionally, remove any and all videos pertaining to me.
Now, since let me just see if Geneva answered this phone. Because Geneva could tell you that she begged us to tape her. She gave us 20,000 ways. Please, y'all tape this. Make sure you don't forget about it. Put it online. She taped us we taped her 24/7. So let me tell you this. If a person don't want you to know their business, then keep your damn mouth closed. Because they ain't going to know your business unless you tell it. Y'all threaten me again. You threaten Storm again. I put all this shit out here, and what you gonna do? And I'm gonna go do just like Tasha K. When you sue me, I ain't got it. Shit, I've been to the hospital too. What the fuck did y'all do about me? Did nobody come to my rescue? Mary told us 2 years ago that she was finna die. Ask Geneva. Y'all seen that interview when Geneva did it with Mary 2 years ago? Mary came to us and said she was going to die. She said that the doctor said she was going to die and she had something and she needed some money. So every time she need money, she'll get on and make Steven think she gonna tell something so she can get some money. So I made her tell me everything and I taped her because I knew she was a coward and she kept that string dangling. Steve, I helped your ass out. I'm putting it out there for her. She wasn't bold enough. Because is this why y'all said Mary was gagged? Because from what I understand, even when Mary went to jail, she didn't go to jail for being gagged, but that's what they told me. She went to jail for child support. Yeah. So how was she ordered child support and Steve had took her kid? But see, it still come back to Mary raggedy ass. Because at the end of the day, I fought for Mary and I got called a co-conspirator and extortionist, but I only got called a co-conspirator and extortionist because I knew about the child abuse with Steve Harvey. And it's more. I got like 3 police reports against him and 2 restraining orders. 1 in the state of Arizona and 1 in the state of California. And the judges just dismissed it like it wasn't nothing. But I'll make sure I put it in my book. I'll do that. You got something to say, Storm?
I'm so happy that we are really clearing this out. I didn't know how I was gonna wrap this up, but God said Mary was gonna call me, try to throw me off my game, only for me to really figure out this whole time I don't have any sympathy for her. I had, at least with you, I had sympathy for her, and the public had sympathy for her. But now, really, you covered up the fact that Steve had the room allegedly with all the gay prawn and the dirty Vaseline and $6,000. You covered up the fact that allegedly Steve brought your oldest son, Steven, in a room with his shirt buttoned down, talking about some come here, boy. And your son felt very uncomfortable. And you didn't leave then. You didn't leave with the gay porn. You didn't leave with the $6,000 in ones. You didn't leave when your son felt very uncomfortable.
You didn't leave when Steve had his dingaling and Wynton face. You didn't leave when Steve bit Wynton on the butt. You didn't leave when Steve would go in there while Wynton naked in the bathtub, and you asked him what the hell he doing. And I got all we taped. So I'm going to save them tapes if y'all want to bring me to court. And in 48 hours, when I get my summons, I'm going to put all that shit out here. Let's do this. Mary, you asked for this. I stay loyal to you. I am a friend. But when you come do me, one was enough. Two was too many. You won't even get a third time. This shit's it for me. And when I get off this mic, this is not about disrespecting Mary. This is not about violating Mary. But Mary thought that Storm was going to be some kind of flunky. Like, I ain't gonna call the blogger name. But there was a blogger who talked to me. And as soon as Steve Harvey people contacted her, she went and got her a new ponytail, a raggedy, it wasn't even human, bitch. You could have got a human one. Some raggedy ass Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde fingernails. She went and got her little board. She had teeth. She ain't put nothing on her lips. The shit looked like she had a ring around the lips. And you try to come for me? Really? So she thought that Storm would be that same sellout blogger, or she thought that Storm would run and tuck his tail and go get drunk like Tasha K did, or she thought that she could sit up here and maneuver the lies she has told for so many years. And she thought that now that she know I'm finna expose her ass, that we got to go to the hospital. I'm feeling bad. Essie Berry ain't my friend, but I've been your friend all this time, but I didn't even want to be your friend because you bought your friends. You bought your friends. You said that on the video. I used to take my friends and we used to fly here, we used to fly there because you paid for your friends. You didn't have to buy me. I came with loyalty. I came with receipts. I came as an activist. Should, and I didn't give a damn if it was Steve Harvey. That's where you messed up at, and that's what all y'all losers who talking shit about me don't understand. Steve Harvey was just a celebrity case that I had came across because he beat his son, and I still hold these papers up to this day. But I've done cases before, and they call me the bulldog because I don't take my teeth out. I want to win. So don't sit up here and blame me because you got dead in. And keep it real. Storm said something about Bill Cosby. She tried to interject on that lie. So now do Camille know you was sitting up in her house with Bill Cosby and her man? Because you told me Camille was there. It sounds more better what you just said. So you talking about Marjorie coming out to Judge Chambers. What chambers were you coming out in Bill Cosby house? I just want to know, since we going to make people look like liars and nobody's gonna tell the truth about shit. You're just as bad as Steve and Margie too, because you covered it up. So now what y'all gonna do? You're gonna pay Mary, and then you're gonna go get Mary, Margie, Steve, all y'all niggas together. Y'all can't whoop me. So bring whatever you gonna bring and bring that smoke. And if you bring some smoke to Storm, I got so much credibility now that any lawyer will take his case and eat y'all asses up. Because they all on the internet showing that Steve, me and Storm didn't put out no picture of him kissing Bill Cosby. Where did that come from? Me and Storm didn't put out no picture of him kissing Diddy. Where did that come from? I did put out one where you said Kenny Dingaling was in Steve's face. I mean, you know, his Dingaling
all
was
in
in
his
Steve's face. I did do that.
Woke up all like that.
But you didn't want us to do that. Yeah, like that. See, he was doing just, oh, my bad. But he was naked doing it. So he was naked. So y'all, let's come on, bring the smoke. If y'all, that's exactly how it was. Oh, my bad. He thought, Mary said he thought that dude was going to get him hooked up. If she knew that one about her husband, why would she say that? If you knew your husband went on the down low, Mary said, why does that irritate you that I said Mary said? You said it. You said everything. But what I did, I saw some bloggers saying, Essie keeps saying, Mary said, and she didn't put no produce no videos that Mary said it. So Mary, forgive me if I call somebody bluff. But everything I say, that Bill Cosby shit, I'm going to find that video and put it out there. Because Geneva already got you tape saying that you could tape us. And then Geneva's going to tell you for herself, too. Geneva Closet, if y'all don't know, because Mary was all on there spilling her guts with Geneva, too. And I do believe that she probably drinks sometime, because I know I bought her liquor. And maybe she get liquored up and forget what she say. I don't know. But you know what they say. What a man said drunk they want to say when they were sober. They just didn't know how to say it.
And let's not forget too, let's not forget to speaking of sucking dick. Who else sucked some dick in this case and still didn't come out with nothing? I would hate to slob on a knob and still come out losing. Just a dick sucking loser. And a white dick at that.
So, okay, so we went out a little bit, Storm, so they may didn't hear what you said. Now, Mary, you told me this, but then I thought about what you said, go Storm.
No, I was just saying. No, I was just saying. Go. Yeah, it's just somebody else in this case that was sucking deep. But yeah, you go ahead. You tell.
Okay. Now I don't say 100%. I don't know 100% that Mary slobbed on the joystick. Okay. Mary had an attorney. I know Steve paid the attorney $226,000. When Mary had this white attorney, I guess 2007, whenever she had him, she didn't win. But Mary said she was sitting in a chair and the dude walked up, unbuttoned his pants, and whipped his joystick out. And what did you do with it, Mary? Mary, you want to call to tell Storm what you did? Because you wanted to win the case, you did what? I'm listening. I want you to tell him, Mary, because how did that man get his dingaling straight in your face like that because you were trying to win your case? Let's go tell your business now, Mary, since you want to tell all Steve stuff and put him out here. So you thirsty enough to do the same thing that you said Margie did. Oh, this finna get deep. You ready for the next one, Storm?
Yes,
and that was a white man that put his joystick in my face. Excuse me?
No, I said, yes, ma'am. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. I'm ready.
And I don't give a damn if everybody on this page saying Mary friend. Mary was never my friend. Mary paid for friends. She didn't have to pay me shit. But matter of fact, can I get my little $3,000 or $4,000 back that I spent on you when you didn't do shit for me, but bring me further in the hole? I lost my shop. I lost my house. I lost everything behind you. And I'm still running my mouth. Bitch, I ran my mouth more for you and your son than really I didn't do it for you because I knew you were raggedy a long time ago. So are y'all ready to hear how I knew? And Steve, this is one for you too, Steve, because I kind of feel sorry for your ass. But you didn't ask me what Essie thought. Y'all were too busy trying to blackmail me. And Mary, how dare you say that warrant ain't go away? She said that warrant's not going to go away in Texas. She said that her and Steve on good standing terms. Well, what the hell you going to call to tell me?
Oh, I forgot
that.
Go ahead. Thank you. On the phone, Mary said. She said, Storm, whether you believe it or not, there is no love lost between Steve and I. She said there is no bad blood. So we all on this internet windmilling for you. And he done allegedly cheated you out of all your money in a divorce. And we supposed to feel so sorry that he went on and moved on.
But we know he beat your kid.
We know he beat your kid. But you sit on that phone and say somebody that did that to Wynton. Mind you, Wynton had blood in his urine for weeks. You know how bad you got to be beat to have blood in your urine? And you say there is no love lost? So really, this whole thing, it wasn't about Wynton, and it wasn't about murder of your soul, if you ever had one. Your feelings were hurt, and you still love Steve, and you want Steve back. That's the truth. And if he called your ass tomorrow, you would go running back. All this shit online. All this shit online. All the bloggers from Tasha K to Lionel B to Geneva's Closet, everybody that's covered this story, not just because it was Steve Harvey, because we felt bad for you. And you sit on the phone and tell me, basically, you still love the nigga. Girl, bye. Girl, bye. Your ass need to be in the hospital. Your ass need to be in the hospital. Check your ass in there for a couple weeks. Because you done lost your mind.
So how much did they? So Mary, how much did they pay you? How much did they pay you to call Storm and try to threaten me and Storm? Because you did this to me in Geneva. Matter of fact, Storm, you got lucky. He gave Geneva a gag, tried to get Geneva a gag order. Geneva put it in a frame. How many people is Steve Harvey, black people? How many more black people is Steve Harvey going to try to shut up behind his ass? How many? So let me go further. Y'all ready to know who Mary is? And Mary, I'm finna put the bombshell in your damn shell because you should have left me alone. And matter of fact, Mary wrote me a letter saying, I got your phone call 2 weeks ago. I just decided not to answer the phone because I didn't want to. You don't want to hear what I got to say. You too difficult. But my ass wasn't difficult when I was fighting for your damn baby. It wasn't too difficult when they was calling me bitches, sluts, and hoes. It wasn't too difficult when you admitted that your son and Steve and all them were cyberbullying me and stalking me. And you think that I should just go away. And to add insults to injuries, y'all, she lied and told Storm. Essie Berry, that shit didn't go on the paper. It wasn't on the internet. It didn't go out to the media. The only thing called Essie a co-conspirator and a distortionist, it was sealed in some documents. So why you got to seal that lie? So I'm going to live with that lie. Mary, like, sense-wise, think it's okay for Steve to lie and say I'm a co-conspirator and extortionist. That should be investigated alone. That I'm a civil rights activist fighting for people's rights. I found out that Wynton was abused 5 years after he was abused. Mary sat her ass on the internet, scared as hell, the coward that she is. Never once said that Wynton got beat in any kind of way. Knew there was a police report that existed. She couldn't get it, and then I got it in 2013. She should be giving me a standing ovation because as a mother, I did what the fuck you couldn't do for your kid. Now, that's the truth. But let me go further. If y'all didn't know, Steve, this is a 2 point for you. But you still beat Wynton and you still need to be up on investigation. Marjorie need to be up on investigation because she knew it. Mary needed a little help because you sat your ass on the internet for 5 years. And let me tell you why I still brought that up. Because I looked at people kept saying that Mary was on the internet. But then something, I don't know why I thought it was 2009. But it don't matter when it was. This is a legal paper in 2008 saying Wynton was beaten. This is one in 2015 saying what Steve did to snatch his baby out of college. To know that Mary kept jumping up on internets, everything. One day Mary said Wynton was on his way to college. So she went up there to see him. He said, now you showing up trying to be a mama. You know why he said that? Because the fuck you was never a mother either. I fought more for your son in these last 10 years than you done fought in your whole life. That's why Wynton probably don't want to be bothered with you. He said that he knew that Steve did what he did because Storm just read that letter. But to know that Wynton said, oh, now you're trying to show up to be a mother, I never knew why Wynton made that comment. But after really praying about it, and Storm told me that Mary had called him, I say, now, God, you know I'm triggered. So give me a peace of mind so when I come on this mic, I'll know what to say. And what I looked at is that this happened in 2008. And every time Mary got up on the platform, she hollered about her money, but she never hollered about her baby being beat up. Why? But if you want to get a little deeper and tell you who Mary is, and Mary, you can sue me, but then you'll have to go get your ex-husband. So if y'all don't know it, Mary was remarried after Steve Harvey. What? Oh my God. Say it ain't so. Mary. Yeah. Watch out now. So Mary was married after Steve Harvey. But Mary was getting $40,000 a month in alimony. So when she married this guy, she found out that she wasn't going to get her alimony no more. But the guy she married was an electricianist. So I guess he electrified her at the moment, and that's why she married him. Or did she just want to throw darts at Steve because he had got married? I'll show him. He went and got Marjorie. I'll get me an electrician. But it still wasn't Steve. So Mary got married to this guy, and when she got married to the guy, she was with him for 30 days, and then she divorced him. She divorced him because she figured out then, damn, I divorced him. I ain't gonna get my alimony no more. Because once you remarry, you don't get your alimony no more.
Cut off.
So Steve was like, hell yeah, got her off my alimony, doo-dah, doo-dah. I ain't got to pay Mary no more. That's what Steve was singing all the way to the bank. So when Mary found out she couldn't get her alimony no more because she had got married, she divorced the dude in 30 days. Yeah, 30-day fiance. Oh, y'all didn't know that? But it's getting ready to get ugly. The man was good to Mary, and I met him. He was a nice guy. He was a hardworking guy. He was a very sincere guy, and I liked his spirit. Mary was the type person, she'll come and holler at you for that time, because when she thinks of money involved and Stephen thinks she going to say something, now she can't get you no more, Steve. I'd have put all her business out there, so you ain't got to worry about Mary saying that because I got all her conversations. Mary was going to, are y'all ready? You ready, Storm?
I'm ready.
You ready, Storm?
I'm ready.
Mary had came to me one day because after she had divorced this guy, she was still with him, but he had gave her a car. You know, people who done got out of the industry, they still try to try cars and stuff that look like they rich. They ain't got no damn money, but they got a car. They'll live in their car. I think it was either BMW or Mercedes, one or the other. So Mary had told me, and Mary, I'm gonna tell you how I know in a minute. So don't ever pull a whole car with me, because I'll tell all your damn business. I'm not scared about going to jail. Mary was going to sleep with her husband and tell the police that he raped her. Mary told me that, and I told her that was some fucked up shit to do. Mary don't know to this day, but go get your ex-husband now, Mary. Yeah, lay back. Go get the man that you married as a Steve. I called Mary's husband, and I told Mary's husband, Mary's going to set you up for rape. But by that time, y'all, how I'm going to walk away, because they got me all in the paper as extortion and co-conspirator. So I'm still trying to clear my name. So I knew who the fuck Mary was a long time ago. So Mary, if you didn't know, I told your ex-husband, the one after Steve, that you were going to set him up for rape. Take the car, because she was going to set this man up for rape because she wanted his car, and she wanted his house, and she wanted the little furniture that was in his house that he had so worked hard for. He couldn't believe that I told him that, but I didn't know who Mary was, and I felt like Mary would do something like that. So I called Mary's ex-husband and told Mary's ex-husband that he was going to set her up for rape. There we go, y'all. That's who Mary is. So, Steve, if your ass came to me a long time ago and talked to me, I just wanted an apology, because it was so deep that you wanted to lie on me and say I'm a co-conspirator and extortionist. And Mary's no better than Margie. I don't even know if Margie would have did no shit like that. But Mary, don't play with me. Go ask your husband, did I call him and tell him out my own words that you were going to set him up for rape, and he better run the other way. He thanked me from the bottom of his heart. So, cats, I knew who the fuck Mary was in 2013 and 14. But guess what? It was too late, because Steve had already tried to set me up like I was a criminal. Mary lied and told Storm that it never made it to the media. He took every one of my names, a.k.a. Essie Berry, a.k.a. this, a.k.a. trying to make me look like a criminal. So how was Mary, and people knew it. People knew that Mary was not the friend that I was. People knew that, okay? But even though people knew that, it's still, I had to still try to get my name clear, you guys. What was I supposed to do? Just walk around and let Steve Harvey lie and say I was a co-conspirator, and I was not a co-conspirator? So Mary's she'll talk about you and then smile in your face. She had some women that she was supposed to go out with. She said, yeah, they don't recognize I'm Mary Harvey, and I used to buy them dinner and take them out. I don't want to deal with none of them hoes and bitches. I said, is that right, Mary? She thought she was too good. I was working in a beauty shop. I lost my beauty shop behind all this. I had to walk away, but Mary swept trash in it, and she thought she was too good to even sweep a dustpan full of hair in my beauty shop. So one day she said these women invited her to something. She said, I'm not going to go. So she swept and came up in the shop, got clean, swept one dustpan of trash. I think I put like $100 in her pocket. She said, I'm finna go. As soon as she got the money, she was gone. She went straight to them same women that she talked about. That's who the fuck Mary Harvey is. So really, I know, but look how I protected her. Look how I kept my mouth shut. But you think I looked at Mary the same when I found that she was going to set her husband up for rape? So could you imagine really some of the things she would do to Steve? Now you can't lie about the child abuse. Here's go two of them right here.
That's in black
you
and
can't lie
white.
about that, Steve. But Mary even lied about that. Well, she didn't lie. She just kept her mouth closed. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Mary made sure that I kept protecting her because she knew if I kept, she would win. Mary says she's higher than me. If that's what you think, so be it. I was never trying to be higher than Mary. I was trying to protect her son. But you see how simple-minded she is, that she went to Storm and tried to betray a woman that she didn't have no friends. I came with no money attached. I came with no strings attached. I came with the truth, and I've been blackmailed by Steve Harvey ever since. And everybody shut it up. Everybody just did their own thing. But in the end of it, Wynton to me suffered the most. And I ain't gonna lie, I know I suffered because I had to move, relocate. As Storm said, I had to change my life behind what Steve Harvey did. So to know that Mary got on this platform and tried to manipulate Storm, I have so much respect for you, Mr. Storm, because you didn't let that happen. And neither did Geneva when I went on her platform. You're about the only two bloggers that I know that ain't scared of nothing. And don't nobody give a damn about going to court. Why does somebody care? Why do you got to be threatened about court? Because you know how big somebody else ain't going to be if we connect with Steve Harvey. So go ahead and do that. And that little ratchet ass thing she sent Storm talking about take down the videos. And then how dare Mary? So you've been shut up for 10 years and you gonna throw something at Storm and me talking about $250 fine, 10 years in jail. How much time is it for a mother who shut up the fuck up for 5 years and then tell that the baby daddy beat her? And an activist had to come and tell that your man, your ex-baby daddy beat your kid. What's up with that? What do you get for that? So do I get any recognition? And do y'all know to this day, Mary has never said, thank you, Essie. I appreciate you. Steve Harvey lied on you. Thank you for standing for my baby. But when I told her I was going to tell about this rape shit, she tried to come back with a new letter. And matter of fact, let's go and put some more of your business out there. Ruth. Good night, John boy, because I'm going to put all y'all asses to sleep. Ruth, didn't you tell me the reason why Mary ain't cool with some of her sisters is because Mary slept with her sister's husband? So how the fuck is she better than Marjorie? Because y'all spread the coochie around too. So we gonna go tell business since you gonna make me look like a liar, and I got that too. Ruth, you remember you telling me that, right, Ruth? But Ruth is two-faced. Ruth just was there trying to be Mary. Mary said Ruth wanted to be like her. Mary said that Ruth took a picture and cut it out and put, since you're going to run with Mary, and put it in her folder and cut Mary's face off of it. Ruth taped her face to Steve Harvey because she was infatuated with Steve too. Did you know that Mary found that picture, Ruth? If she didn't, that's what she told me. So what we really doing here when we just want to lay the truth out? So Mary, you slept with your sister's husband, but you want to talk about Margie being a hoe. I don't owe you no loyalty because you trying to make me look like I'm not truthful, and I'm the broad that fought for your son. I'm the female that fought and got a police report open because you couldn't get it. I'm the broad that said that Steve beat your kid because you were too busy on the internet. Oh, my Wynton, and oh, and what he did, and Steve knew, and oh my God, you did the same damn thing to Marsha. So stop it. Cancel Steve. Cancel him. Y'all spread this. He should be canceled. Here go 2 police reports of abuse. Why he ain't canceled? Then I got 3 police reports and 2 restraining orders. Why he ain't canceled? Why Mary still jumping on this mic? Mary, maybe you should stay in the hospital and get you some rest now, because we finna put your ass to sleep. Don't ever come for somebody like me, because I come with receipts. And when I come with receipts, I ain't got a 100% winning rate because I'm dumb. I got a 100% winning rate because I work for God and I tell the truth, and it's of justice. So never did I want to do this to Mary, but Mary did it to herself, especially when he called my whole car and you try to make me look some kind of way. And I can't even wait when Geneva put all the conversations out about what you said, but we got witnesses for all that, Mary. So you already, like she should tell people, go take a nap. Are you taking a nap since Ruth? Did you take a nap on the way to the hospital? Because you didn't see me in Storm. And you stupid if you sit up here and watch it, because that's your fault if you watched it and knew me and Storm was going to come home. So you can't sue me and Storm, girl. I know the law now. You should have knew I knew the law because I whooped your husband ass. One of the richest men in the world. I busted one of the richest men in the world. And you sit up here trying to come for me. What they do it at? Steve hired all dumb crooks. I'm ghetto, but I know law. I'm ghetto, but I told on your ass. I'm ghetto, but I got receipts behind mine. Y'all all rich folks who eat caviar and whatever else, bonbons and weenies, and y'all all are dumb crooks. That's all I have to say.
Essie, I want to say thank you. Thank you for coming up. I think after today, that's it. We wrapped the bow on this. We put a bow on this.
So no, let me put this out here. I don't think that me and Mary has ever been friends. I think I was Mary's friend, but Mary was never my friend. So right now, today, I don't have to put out no more videos. They all should be up on the investigation. I really don't have nothing else to say about Mary, but I'm telling you, Ruth, go sit your Ruth ass down somewhere. Don't contact Storm no more, because this ain't what you want over here. You said all about your sister, and then now you trying to act like you a guardian. You was the main one that scared, tucked your tail, and didn't say nothing about Mary. Less than 6 months ago, Ruth told me to go somewhere, shut up and sit down, because I shouldn't keep telling Mary business. Bitch, as long as I got a warrant for me that shouldn't be on me in a state I've never been in, I'm going to talk as long as I need to. So if y'all are smart right now, instead of sending me any more paper trying to shut me or Storm up, you'll send me a paper saying, Essie, there's no warrant for you. Please just go the fuck away and leave us alone. And I'll do that. But I'm still going to write my book. I'm finishing that up. But I ain't got to make no more videos because me and Storm just dropped the mic. It's a wrap. And I don't ever want to hear, I don't even want no friends named Mary. If your name Mary, you better change your name to something else. You better call it Carrie, because I don't want nobody even Mary. I ain't representing nobody case named Mary. I don't want nobody named Steve. I don't want nobody named Ricky. I don't want nobody named Bobby, Angela, Margie. I ain't taking nobody with them names. Y'all have a good night.
It's Storm Show. Ay, it's Storm Show.
We have a very special guest, the activist, the one and only lady that got the niggas in the street that'll get to their knees and bow down. Do you hear me? The one that got the gangsters that respect her, the one that Steve Harvey and his mustache is currently running from. And the one that refuses to say allegedly because she has all the receipts, the civil rights activist as well, the lady that's going to be my manager when I go to Hollywood, all right? Because that's the only one I can trust. Miss Essie Berry, how you doing tonight?
Storm, I am gracious to be a part of your platform. I love the way you always bring me on. I want to say that I'm honored to be on your platform. But I want people to know too, this is special to me because I don't know Storm will let everyone do this. Yes, I'm going to interview him, y'all. We're going to get all in the business. I want to let people know what Storm do. I admire you incredible because you just be going and you getting them stories and you putting them out. I see people take your story and run with it too. I want people to know on this platform tonight, like even though I say activist Essie Berry, that's a title. I'm Essie Berry. I ain't at these questions I've been asked. That's Essie Berry. This ain't no activist, but I don't interview. I interrogate. So you guys will get a little feel of how I do things because I ain't here to invest.
Oh, I am shook. She asked me about my business. I am shook.
Okay. Don't be shook. Just be real. Because if I get in the hot seat, I'll be real.
True. That's
Also,
true.
I want to say one more thing. And Storm, I have to say this to protect you. So there have been threats coming against me and Storm and C-Dub as well, talking about videos and stuff we put out. They don't want me conversating with Storm. So there was a video came out with a transgender woman. And I think Storm tried to protect me. But if I get Storm, we're working together. That's what bloggers should do. And as an activist, I'm going to do that. So the transgender story that you guys saw, a lot of people hit me up saying that you may get sued. He's not going to get sued. I gave him the story. He rocked that with all his might. And the girl, she felt a lot more comfortable. Some things you asked, though, Storm, it was real deep, she said. So, you know, and I enjoyed the interview. But I want to say, like, it ain't about suing. It's about telling the truth. If I got to back the truth up, then we'll go get her and bring her to court. But we ain't finna let nobody sue Storm. I would be very reluctant to think that someone's going to come for me, because if I come on somebody's platform, I'm a civil rights activist. If I'm going to protect myself, I'm damn sure going to protect Storm. So whether Storm say something or not, I'm not worried, because I already know what Storm getting ready to interview for he do. So I'm not going to give him something he's going to get sued on. And if he do, we can handle that too. So I want to put that out there before we get started.
Appreciate that. Appreciate that.
Okay. So Storm,
yes,
I've been knowing about you for several years, but I'm knowing of you and I'm learning about you now. And I think there's a lot of things that fascinate people out here on these YouTube streets. So I want to get down to the bottom of it. So now they ain't got to worry. They ain't got to think. They ain't got to ask any more questions. Is that okay with you?
You know they still gonna have questions after, but yes, absolutely.
I don't know, because I said I'm interrogating. I ain't interviewing.
Okay.
So let's do this. So
Let's
first of all, I want to say, where are you from, Storm? Because you got a personality of a Southerner for some reason.
Of Southern from some reason.
The Southern hospitality thing, you know?
So I'm from Illinois, but St. Louis, Illinois. So people don't really know that, like, you have St. Louis, Missouri, St. Louis, Illinois. Just like you got Kansas City, Missouri, and Kansas City, Kansas. And so, yeah, I'm from the east side of St. Louis. This little town called Belleville. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. I don't think we have anybody famous from my area.
Well, you.
Me, yeah, I guess me, right?
Famous for sure. You YouTube street famous for sure.
Yeah. So a lot of people don't know, but I will say, okay, so a lot of people, like, if they were from the east side of St. Louis, like when they got famous, they would say they were from St. Louis, Missouri. So like Tina Turner used to live in East St. Louis. Red Fox is from South St. Louis, Missouri, but he met LaWanda Page on the east side of St. Louis. So anyway, long story, it's a whole thing. You don't know unless you know, but yeah.
Yeah. So do you have siblings?
I have one half sibling on my dad's side.
So you grew up an only child besides your half sibling?
Yeah, because we didn't grow up in the same house. And I'm the only kid to come out my mom's cooch. That's what she used to say.
So do you consider yourself spoiled?
No. Okay, so let's get it.
Okay.
No, I don't, because people got to understand, like, even though, yes, I was the only child, like, nothing was really given to me like that. Like, I've always had 2 jobs. I used to catch 2 buses and 2 trains to get to work. Yeah, my parents could never really, like, get along, so to speak. So I wouldn't go without the necessities, but, like, when you would think of, like, what an only kid should have, it wasn't like that, boo-boo. So yeah.
So your mom struggled a little bit.
At times, but not well, yeah, sometimes, yeah. When I was younger, yes, but one thing about her, I gotta say, like, I've seen her fall down many times, but she's always gotten back up. And so I have to give her credit for that, because there's some stuff that would have took people out. I always joke with her, like, thank God you don't look like what you've been through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So did you ever get whoopings?
A couple. I didn't really have to get whooped like that. I don't know. I think it was more of, like, my mom grew up in an abusive household, and even, like, my dad kind of did too. So they weren't crazy with that. But I would say probably, I guess you could say, maybe I suffered from some, like, verbal abuse.
I understand.
Or emotional abuse.
Yeah.
Some people would say, I didn't think so back then, but some people now would say, nah, that was kind of bad to do. So I don't know.
So So did you have friends growing up? I mean, who did you get along with? More males or more females? Who you got? I mean, what was the crowd you hung with? Ladies, man, what's up, bro?
Oh man, what you mean from the time I was a kid going up?
Yeah, because you know you
Oh
got
my
friends coming up, you get people. So what was your flavor like? Like I connected more with men because I'm a woman. I connected with a few. So I'm just saying with you, who did you hang around more as far as when you was coming up, could tell your business to, stuff like that? Or a best friend? Did you ever have a best friend?
For a little bit. So you got to keep in mind, like I moved around a lot. So I probably transferred schools, I want to say 13 or 14 times.
In a year or just all together?
All together. So yeah,
Okay.
it was pretty much like every year I was going to school somewhere else. So I had friends, don't get me wrong, but I mean, I was always like the new kid at school. And I guess I kind of even kept that up as an adult because like I'm always moving somewhere. So it's true what they say, the patterns never really change.
Yeah, it doesn't. So like when you traveled and you moved around a lot like that as a young man, did that bother you?
Not at the time. I didn't understand. No, at the time it was just like my normal. So it was like, oh, okay, I'm going to a new school. And you know, I went to good schools, bad schools, all black schools, all white schools, diverse schools. I kind of seen it all. Well, from the black or white aspect. So being like that, I'm from the Midwest, like I didn't really know any Indian people. I didn't even know no Hispanic people, to be honest. Like everybody I knew was black, white, or mixed. So when I say that, that's what I mean. But yeah, I didn't think it was an issue then. It was kind of exciting, like, oh, okay, I'm going to a new school. It is what it is.
So you were able to adjust real easily?
I didn't have no choice.
You're right.
There was no exceptions. There was no, my mama was strict. There was no like, what you mean you can't adjust? You better figure that shit out. Like there was none of that.
So when you were born, your mother and father, was he in the household at any time with you, or did he depart? How old were you when your father left?
I was 5.5, I want to say. So they went to high school together, and my mom wouldn't talk to him because he was a drunk. And she said that in science class, he tried to talk to her. And she said, nigga, you drunk all the time. All you do is sleep when you come to class. But he has a photographic memory. So he could hear something once and still like pass all his classes, like because he would pass the finals. You know, back in the day, if you pass the final, you pass the class. It's a little bit different now. But anyway, shit, the nigga could have been a lawyer if he had his head on straight. But anyway, so yeah, then they met up again after graduation, and then they got together. They was like 18 to 17, 18 to 19, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like you got mother traits and you got father traits. What did you inherit from your mother, and what did you inherit from your father?
Ooh, that's a good question. Ooh, that's a good.
Now, none of this is to rehearse, you guys.
Oh, that's a good question.
I'm going to ask him. I don't do that. I come off the top of my head. Remember, this is my interrogation.
Oh, that's a good. Oh my God, that's a good one.
Do you look like your mom or do you like your dad?
Oh, my dad's side of the family. Yeah.
Okay, so what traits did you get from each one? You think, or you feel like did you get any traits from your father, and did you get any traits from your mother?
Physical or behavioral?
All the way around. Like I'm talented. I'm not sure where I got my talent from. You know what I'm saying? I got my looks from between my father. You know, I look like both my father and my mother. So like your talent, like how energetic you are, your personality, like where you get that from. And then that go-getter when you be interviewing, where you get that from. So
oh shoot. Okay. So let me back up then. Okay. So if we talk looks wise from my dad's side of the family, yeah. Looks from my dad's side of the family mostly. Behavioral, I can say I'm probably definitely a runner like my dad is. Like it's nothing for him to pack up, move, and start his life over somewhere else and act like you really don't exist.
What? So
but it was not. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, to a certain degree, yeah. Like it's nothing. It would be nothing for me to just disappear off the grid. Like
you would have no problem with it.
I really wouldn't.
and you could drop off the face surf and not bother anybody and not say nothing.
Yeah, I really wouldn't think twice. Yeah,
I could do that too, though. So I just want to see what you're gonna say.
Yeah.
I don't know why that is. Maybe because I'm a loner. Because Stubb said something about an introvert and an outrovert or whatever. I'm not sure which one we are, but it's something about like some of us be by ourselves.
Okay. So I don't even know what skin complexion I am. I'm not even gonna go there. I came out a little darker than people expected as I got older. It is what it is. But no, go-getter mentality. My mom was definitely a go-getter when I was young. She didn't have a choice, though. She had to be. I would say she grew up where it was like my grandmother definitely like raised her girls, but like loved the boys, that kind of a thing. So yeah, mom was definitely a go-getter. My dad relies on women a lot.
He what?
My dad relies on women a lot. Like he leans on women, right? He's kind of needy in that sense. And I'm not like that. But then I always joke, I think that's why I'm single, because like if you come around me, you like I really don't need you for nothing. Versus he's the kind of man that he needs you as a woman. He needs you for sure. Like he definitely needs you.
So coming up, did you have any girlfriends? Was it that one little love that you wish you had left back in school, or?
Oh, that's a good question too. I would say there's one. Okay, I can think of one girl for sure, but our parents went to high school together, so our parents were cool. So we like used to live around the corner from each other, and she was definitely my first kiss at like 5 years old. It was so cute. But then once we like got to high school, like her dad didn't want her to have like nothing to do with me at all. I was supposed to take her to prom and all that. Her dad shut that shit down. So yeah, I guess he didn't want to. I don't know. I don't know what her dad's reasoning was. I have no clue. I don't know. All I know is she ended up getting pregnant outside of marriage anyway, and he forced her to get married. So, you thought you was doing some nigga, you didn't. Anyway, I'm just saying, nigga thought he was doing something, but you didn't.
Was you hurt?
Huh?
Did that hurt? What I mean, so when they separate y'all, how old were you then? You was a teenager? Or?
No. I mean, we were technically separated around 9 or 10, but we always kept in touch.
Okay.
So we had cell phones back then, but not like it, not like it is now. Of course, and back then, kids didn't have their own cell phones. So it was like, oh, I'm not gonna say her name, but oh, I'm gonna call such and such, and oh, I'm gonna call him. Or our grandmothers used to also live next door in the projects. Mm-hmm. So whenever I went to my grandmother's house, which was pretty much like every weekend and holidays and stuff, and summers, we would always see each other because she was her grandmother was right next door. So
is that the grandmother on the father's side or the mother's side?
That's the grandmother on my father's side.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, who was you tight with? Were you tight with your mother and father? How did that go? So
definitely more tight with my mother. They say I was real tight with my father, but I just don't remember being like, ever since I can remember, we've been like, we bumped heads a lot. But it's kind of weird because I always thought like maybe he had multiple personalities. I don't know. I'm not here to diagnose him. But have you ever met somebody that like literally their personality will just change at the drop of a hat?
Yeah, it's called bipolar.
Okay.
It's not really bipolar, but some people say like it be they say it's bipolar. That's something someone given to you, but I think like personality, you like got a hot part, you got a cold part of you, but then you got some parts of you that be all over the place. You know what I'm saying? That a person can't understand. So when you say that, was it that type of personality that he couldn't? Did your dad understand you as a young man? Did he know you as a young man?
Yeah, but then yes and no, because I feel like I don't really know him because it was always a different person I was talking to. Like he would be the type, he would say something, and then you'd be like, the next day, that was wrong what you said, and he like, what are you talking about? I didn't say that. What do you mean? Or his personality would literally change. it almost, looking back now, it almost looked spiritual. Like, I don't know if he came into the world with demons on him. I don't know. My grandmother never told us what was wrong with him. She just said he'd been like this since he was a child, and she left it at that. She never told us, you know, she did that old school voodoo shit where she would put stuff in his food when he would like kind of go bonkers in the head, I guess. Yeah. Huh?
Who did that?
My grandmother did.
What?
His mother. Yeah. So down south, like, they have this thing where they say, like, when somebody's behaving crazy, like, you got them spirits on you. So she would like put spicy shit in his food, and it was supposed to help calm him down. I don't know. Like, the voodoo people, y'all understand what that is. I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's just what she did. But but there were certain personalities of his that were cool, dope, like father of the year type, and then there was some that was like, "Ooh, you a shitty individual," and then it was some that it was like, "You're just here or you're not." So I don't know.
So do you consider yourself a mild-tempered person? Like, do you get angry fast? Does it take a lot to piss you off? Or how does that go? Like, because you know, like I'm real nice. But if you piss me off, you probably wouldn't know me. So
you think you're nice, Essie?
I think I'm very nice.
No, I be chilling. I really do be chilling.
So does it take a lot to piss you off or to get angry?
Yeah, it really would. It doesn't take a lot to get on my nerves, but it takes a lot to get me angry. I've really only really popped off a few times, and I never had an issue out of that person again. Those people again. It's only been.
And how many times? Like, one in your life? You just what? You mean like
maybe three? Maybe three.
And how old are you?
I'm 30.
So that ain't bad. 3 times that you ever got pissed off in your life. I think that's very grand of you. I should have been. You should have been my role model. I'm just saying.
Oh no, I'm just a rational person. I can just always see both sides of things. Like, and sometimes it's just like, that's not a big deal. Like, I don't.
Because I'm trying to get to learn the person before I start popping up with these serious questions.
Oh my God! No, you're fine. You're fine.
Get more serious. Okay, so growing up, you said you had your little girlfriend. Like, have you ever been in love?
No.
You never been in love?
I've never been in love. No.
How do you know? You just know you ain't never been in love.
I know. I think I haven't, because number one, it's been nothing for me to like drop people. Like, it's I don't know. I felt like if I was in love with, the first girl, or even the girl I dated in high school and college or whatever, if I was in love, I feel like I would have fought for the relationship more. I felt like I would have been like, now you moving cross country with me, you coming with me, like I felt like I would have done all of that. But I was just like, oh, okay, well, I mean, it's over. It is what it is.
Do you ever wonder how it would be to be in love or be in a relationship? Have you ever sat back and wondered or thought about that? Where's your perfect woman?
Yeah, no. Okay, so I mean, my examples of that coming up was like seeing my parents and their relationships. So even though they're my parents, we talk to each other like we're friends, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And so from the age of 4, like, I used to go with my dad when he would go, cheat on my mom. He was knocking off chicks down the street. He had the girl. I think I saw the lady a few years ago too, and she still remember me and still remember my daddy. So I guess my daddy was laying some good dick, child. I guess he was, because she was. Listen, it's times when I walk through the projects and they like, how rich you doing? And I'm like,
did you tell your mama?
Huh?
Did you tell your mother that he was doing all that, or did your mother know?
I didn't. She found out later. She found out eventually, of course. But at the time, I didn't really understand what it was. Like, I didn't understand why this lady was bringing plates of food to my dad, or coming over, or we were riding the truck and he would go down the street and knock off some chick in her house, and I'm just sitting in the car. Y'all, it was the late 90s. You could leave kids in the car back then before y'all.
Yeah. That's a good excuse. That's what men do. Come on, son. Then
Yeah.
you know, that's the decoy. You
That's
know
the decoy.
they do that now. Come on, baby. Let me take you to your ice cream.
That's that's the decoy. So yeah, and I used to sit in his lap and he would show me how to drive at like 4, and drive the truck down the street, and he would go in and handle his business and come back out, and it would just saying it was what it was.
So as a young man, you saw a lot.
Oh hell yeah, saw a lot and really more heard a lot. So you know how like the old saying used to be like, oh, get out my mouth, or you know, this grown folks business, you don't need to be hearing that. No, everybody talk to me about grown folks business, grandmama, aunties, uncles, mama, daddy, everybody. And it's probably because I had the tea on everybody. So I could be the person to come in the room and just sit in the back and just observe. And so like, even to this day, I know who like people's real daddies is. I know outside kids people got, who's cheating on who. I would never say the shit, Essie. Like, it's old. Right. We all grown. It don't matter. But yeah, people would come, family members would come to me for the tea, like, oh, is he fucking her down the street? Let me know. Well, who was your uncle fucking last night? Who was the bitch that came out? You know, that was just how they talked to me. So,
and how old were you then when they was talking to you like that?
I mean, like I said, that started at about 4 or 5. All, you know, pretty much all my life.
Did you be all the people business on this internet and be getting them interviews out? Because it was almost like it was instilled in you to a degree.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah, so nobody
is like that.
Yeah. So people have to understand, nobody ever spoke to me like a child. I was always spoken to like an adult. So that's why, like, I'm 30, but I act like I'm 50 because, you know, I've been an old man my whole life. So it is what it is.
That's making me understand you more. So then
hold on. Let me say this. Yes, I was the bone carrier to this day. Now you want to know how things have shifted now. Real, not to interrupt you, but how things have shifted now is now I'm the person in a family that people rely on for like emotional support, the strong one in the family, or the one that they just expect, oh, he all right. So, you know, so sometimes it'd be like, damn, shit, call and check on me too. I'm always checking on motherfuckers, check on me too. Yeah, I don't always have it together, but anyway. Yeah.
And anytime you want to flip over there, you see some questions, because I want to go back up and make sure when we get through later on, we don't miss nobody's questions, okay?
I got you.
So all that. So you said you ain't never been in love. Did you ever want to be in love? Did you ever want that special person in your life?
No.
Really?
No, because the people that I saw in love, they were stupid. They did stupid stuff. And this is stuff that I said right to my mother's face when I was coming up, like, yeah, you in love, but you acting stupid. Like, love makes you stupid. I seen people put cars in niggas' names because they love to move people in, because they love them get fucked over, you know, dating somebody and he said he leaving his wife, but he ain't really leaving his wife and he using you. And same thing with my old man. I done seen him get used by women and him misuse women. So it all fell back to like, it all from my perspective, it all looked like, wow, they in love, but they're dumb. So as a kid, it was very hard for me to respect the adults around me, because I really just looked at them as stupid, even to this day.
But see, that gives me a better insight on who you are. So
Yeah.
like you really, I think you probably would want to be, you scared to be in love, or you be worried about it being in love because of the things you saw prior, right?
And I don't know how I would react to certain things. Like, you know, like some people, they may move somebody in and then the person just don't leave. And I'm like, well, what you mean they didn't leave? Well, they just didn't want to leave. Well, where is your gun? What do you mean they didn't? Like, I don't know, mentally, certain things that people go through in relationships, I know I can't handle it. I would snap. Right. That's another reason why I don't have children right now either, because I know it's certain things I know I'm not wrapped too tight, so I don't go there.
But you know what, now
for their sake.
I respect you to the fullest for that, because a lot of people get on here and lie and say that they can handle it. At least you're being honest. So all y'all women, y'all better be grabbing what he's saying now and to get to that mind. You know, so now I know this. So you ain't never been in love. You might would, but you thought you might would go off a little bit. But I always hear you say you like older women. Why is
I
that?
do.
Why is
I
that?
do. Because normally,
I keep
like,
cheesing, y'all.
because normally they're more mature. Like, okay. So even like with younger, I don't want to say, don't R. Kelly me. Young girls, I mean early 20s. When I hear them speak, when I hear them speak, it sounds it's stupid. They're not talking about nothing. They're not really trying to do nothing. They barely know how to wash their pussy. I'm just saying, all they want to do is lay up, eat flaming hot Cheetos. You know what I'm saying? Beg for some money, and it's always begging for $20. You know, it's just when I was yesterday's 20, it's now 100. But you get my point. Like, when I hear younger girls talk, I'm just like, this shit sounds stupid. Then I'd be like, damn, did I sound like that at 20? I don't know. But like, it's just, they just like, I can't even stand their voice. So I just like a seasoned, mature individual. I like to tell people, just like Usher, like older women, I do too.
He
That
says
might not be.
seasoned. He needs seasoned. Lynn, he needs seasoned for the reason. He told you why. Because young girls do all that.
But I can't stand it. And I love like special. Well, I'm not gonna go there. I'll say this.
No, go there. This is the interview. We need to go there because I might go there with you. Go there. I want to ask.
Sexually, grown women know what they want.
Sexually.
And it sexually, yes. And so it's I like this, I like that, do me like this, let's go. I gotta be at work tomorrow. Like, I love that. Not like, well, I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know.
Storm say he wants somebody in charge. Let him know what time it is. Don't be asking.
Not even necessarily in charge, just that knows what they want. I don't want to think for you. Like, I don't want to have to think for you. What do you want? What do you like? And if you don't know, go figure that shit out. But
that's a good way of putting it. So you say you would rather have a young woman, I mean older woman, no young women. But how
older than me, yes.
How many older than you? What's the oldest you done dated? Yeah, think. And how many? 1, 2, 3.
No, I haven't dated that many people. 37, I think is the oldest.
That ain't bad. 7 years. And how young?
I was late 20s. Yeah, late 20s. Yeah.
And there was a complete difference. But I mean, I'm finna be nosy. You'll
be nosy.
So was the older woman? Why you didn't go for? Was she married? Did she have a boyfriend or something? Or was just a hit and miss?
No, it wasn't that. It was honestly, she was cool. Like, when I say she was not just more than cool, she was actually like a good woman for real, for real. I let go something that was good. And I know I did. You know how like you can get something and it's good, but you're not ready for it. You know what I'm saying? Number one. Number two, I kept thinking in my head too, like, I know she wants children. I don't really want children. So I'm like, I don't want to waste her time. She's already in her mid to late 30s or whatever. And some people may say like, oh, you're thinking too hard. Don't worry about it. Just go with it. But I just don't believe in wasting people's time, right? And it's a lot of things in life I'm not sure about yet. And I want to figure it out for myself. I don't want you to figure it out for me. I don't want you to say, well, you know, let's just have some kids. It's fine. Let's just do this. It's fine. Let's just live here. It's fine. Like, it's just certain things I need to figure out on my own, especially the kid thing, which is a very big deal to me. Because once you're a parent, you're never not a parent again. Like, if I have a baby with you, I'm stuck with you.
For sure. At least
I am stuck with you for life. Like, even after the baby grown, I got to see you at anniversaries and graduations. And it's just like, you know, I like always having an out. I like knowing that, like, if I don't want to, I might not like your ass next year. I like knowing that I can get rid of you if need be. But the baby, it's like fuck.
Okay, so do you want to ever have a child? Do you want a little Storm Monroe running around?
I'm 80% no. I'm not 100% no, but I'm 80% no. My mom made me promise I wouldn't do anything permanent until I was at least 30, and now I'm 30, and now she's changed her tune, and she'll just say randomly, "Oh, I'm just waiting on my grandkids." I'm like, who the fuck is this? Like,
want one, she'll keep it. We just want one. You know what I'm saying?
oh, she would. She would. At this point, she don't. Yeah, she don't care. I could just drop off a baby tomorrow. She would not question it. Nothing. Like, now that I'm looking back, I think she just wanted me to get my career first, get through school. She was a little extreme with what she used to say and do back in the day when I was coming up. But I think she just wanted to make sure I made it out of like high school and college and stuff without a kid. But now she's like, ooh. And I remember one time she even said, like, damn, I hope I didn't fuck you up.
Because of what? She said that because of what?
Because she made a comment about when you get married or when you find somebody, and I'm like, I'm not tripping off that. I'm not trying to do that. It was just like she looked so disappointed. Like,
but I now listening to you, and if she were to hear this conversation, she would understand that certain things that you grew up with and being grown at 4, 5, 9 years old, that played an impact on who you are now. I'm realizing that too. You know what I'm saying, general. So we're gonna go a little bit further. So we was talking one day, and you said something about swingers. Are you a swinger? Hey, wait. If you dare not answer the question, you can plead the fifth. But the plead the fifth mean it may be, it may not.
Everybody already know. Yes.
Okay, what is this? Because let me tell you what I thought. Because I'm learning too. Like, I thought swingers were like married couples. They get together and they swap partners. So that's not a swinger. Or is that
that is so it's kind of a general term. So technically the correct term is like I'm LS, which just means like we call it the lifestyle. So it's basically just like a bunch of non-monogamous relationships is the best way to put it.
Just with females or either way. You know what I'm saying? We say monogamous. What do you mean by that?
I mean, everybody got their own thing. I only sleep with women, but you got some people that they do men and women. You got some women. Okay. So let me break it down.
Break it down.
Let's say you got a man and a woman.
Mm-hmm.
You have some men and women that only swap with other men and women, right?
Okay.
Then you have some men and women couples who will only bring in other women. Those are called unicorns, single women in the lifestyle.
So then 2 women and a man. 2 women
and a man. Yes, yes. Then and that can even get deeper too. The 2 women can be sexually connected, or it can just be all about the man. Everybody's different. Then you got male and female couples that just bring in another man.
Okay.
And it's 2 on a wife or multiple on a wife.
Right.
Would
you do something like that?
I have.
You did a threesome?
That's the least of what I've done.
What you say?
Yeah, they already know. But what I'm an exhibitionist and a voyeur. So I really like to watch people have sex in front of me or around me. And I used to, but let me back up because I thought about this the other day. I used to think it was all about the visual. But I'm like, nah, it's actually just the audio that I love. I love to go into a party and you just hear nothing but sex going on around you, screaming, the bedpost hitting the wall, like the mattress squeaking, like
I hear that?
Yeah, people coming, women squirting. Like, I love the audio. So the audio is really what turns me on. And then I also enjoy knowing that like people are watching me. So I love to perform for a crowd. Like,
hold up, wait a minute. Let's put some questions in it. So I'm nosy, Storm. Don't take this personal, but we said, okay, plead the fifth. So like you be having a lot of little gadgets by your computer. You had that move stuff one night, and then you had that little other thing. So do you be performing in front of your computer on the low key sometimes?
I'm not gonna say I never have. Here's the thing.
Okay.
You know, It is what it is. I've already told the people I'm a low down, dirty, nasty freak. It is what it is. Like,
y'all heard that now. Don't ask this question no more. We getting down to it. He said he's a low down, dirty freak.
Low down, dirty, low down, dirty, nasty.
Low down, dirty freak. Look it up. Put them all together.
I'm just saying. But now I got condoms all around the place, lube on, right? Like, I got condoms in the car. It's so you just should always be. Yeah, you should always be prepared. But yeah, it ain't it. And here's the thing: you can never embarrass me by leaking anything or thinking you're gonna put something out there, because I'm gonna really get turned on that you put it out anyway. Like, a lot of people don't know this, but if it really wasn't for my mother, my ass would probably be working for like Brazzers.
What's that?
Adult films.
Oh, you want to be one of them? What's the
yeah? That I mean,
so
but I would have to. It would be a whole nother career, because I don't have the audience for that on YouTube, of course. So I would totally start over. I already know what name I would use. Like, I would rebrand.
Well, what's your name you'll use? Thunder?
No, damn, I don't want nobody to take it.
Okay, don't say it again. No,
I don't want to take it. I'll tell you off air though. And no, it's not Tatted Nerd. It's not that. I know what name I would use too, but
and you would want them to call you that while you busy in the movie.
Yeah, and I would actually bring back the old school, like the early 2000s, where like the dudes used to wear the Timberland boots and the do-rags while they was doing it. I would bring that back.
We are. Y'all heard Storm say I'm coming in there boots. I'm coming there strapped up. Well, all right, Storm. I hope I ain't embarrassing you. But like,
no,
because so many people know, but people really don't know. And sometimes people may want to be you and don't know how to be you. So Storm, y'all already said, Storm said he rolled with women, but he done did some low down, dirty, freaking little stuff going on. Whatever it may be, you decide. So now I'm gonna get a little bit. I seen you on a date a couple weeks ago with y'all all on the smooching and Love Jones. So what's up with that? Like, what it is? Well, first of all, how old is Love Jones?
I don't know if she want me to put that out there.
Okay, don't put it out there then. Don't put it out there.
Yeah. I know how old she is, but I don't know if she want me to put that out there. So I'll let her do that.
Okay.
But go ahead. What was the question?
You like her?
I do. Love Jones is good people. Love Jones is. I mean, the outside.
Jones, the
outside is already attractive. It's right. The outside is there, but past that, her personality is dope. Her personality is dope. Like just a dope individual. I was completely comfortable around her. It was like I've already known her. It was weird. It was weird, but a good weird. It was like, oh, okay, it felt like I was married to her, but but we're not. But it was just like, how am I so comfortable around you? A freak situation happened. A weird situation is the right term, but we end up having
situation. He didn't say, he said freak. I'll take the first word, Alex, for 100. But go ahead.
Anyway, a situation with the room happened at the conference. We end up having to share a room.
I bet y'all did. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm always happy. Y'all heard that, folks. But go ahead. Yeah,
I didn't do it. I think my friend Ashley did it. I promise you, because she invited her, and it was just like, wait a minute, y'all trying to really. Anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone.
Don't leave it alone now. Go speak your mind.
I feel like my friend Ashley was trying to push us together, because I remember Ashley said, "I hope you guys get married and have lots of babies." And then before I know it, she like, "Love Jones, you coming to Charlotte, right?" And I was like, "Oh, you do you have anything set up or confirmed?" And it worked out. But anyway, we had a damn good time. Like, there's not many people that I can just sit up and talk to or sit up and be around that I actually like. So I look friendly. I'm not actually all that friendly. I might look like I actually fuck with you, Essie. But most people, when they talk to me, like, I keep it real surface. I don't really want to be bothered like that. But with her, it's different. And I've told her many times, I actually like her as a person, and I respect her, and I'm upfront and honest with her.
Could you see her and, y'all going a little further? Maybe we said some wedding bells, some shotgun shells, and some else and some else. Do you think?
I'm gonna say this. You know,
You sweating a little bit.
The potential, yes, sweating a little bit. The potential is there, but what's crazy is that the psychic made a prediction on who my wife is gonna be, even though I don't think I'm getting married. But anyway,
well, who she said? I want to know. You ain't gonna tell us?
Yeah, she described her to a T. So she said she's around my height, so she's around 5'6". She's in entertainment. She's either a Virgo or a Cancer. Her sisters are gonna love me. Love don't say, wait, I know, we just chilling, but you know,
I'm just trying to get in y'all business. You all right?
we just talking.
Nosy. This is an interrogation, Love Jones, not an interview.
But yeah, apparently whoever I marry is gonna be busty, big breasts. The psychic mentioned something about Charlotte, and then we both ended up in North Carolina together. And we didn't put two and two together till we was laying in bed, like, wait a minute. And I called the psychic, like, hold up, like what the fuck is going on? Because this is.
What's Love Jones' sign? What's her sign?
She's a Virgo. Yeah, she fit everything that the psychic listed. Love Jones fitted like
Did that scare you? Did that scare you a little bit?
Yeah, was for it to be that spot on. Yeah, the only thing is, number one, the psychic said, well, some of this stuff I'm gonna leave out. And I'm like, nah, tell it all. Nah, don't stop. Nah, tell it all. But whoever I marry, it won't be for another. I'm 30. It won't be for like another 3 to 4 years.
3 to 4 years. Yeah.
And I'm not ready to be nobody's husband right now. I'm really not.
Did y'all hear that? He say he'll chill with you. Just chill. That's it. Nothing else. You ain't cheering. He ain't trying to do all that. So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I see on the internet that everybody's always in your personal business.
Yeah.
Like, and I just really want to know why. Because you just put out here that you like women. Does it bother you when they try to allude to the fact that you are gay?
No, I know how I present, and I know how I've presented myself online. You know, people got to understand, talking to somebody in your real life versus like performing a show is a little different. And then people got to also understand, I know my audience. And so if I get up here and I'm like, all right, so we're going to talk about Tamar Braxton today. She got robbed or whatever. Yeah, that's real bad. You bored. You're bored.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Versus if I get up here and perform, I used to perform in a bathtub with a glass of wine. I used to be dancing and flipping on tables and flipping out of chair. It used to be a mess. But that's how I built the brand that I have today. But I have to take accountability for
right.
And I also have to be honest to say I traded in my masculinity for a check, and I know that.
Okay, so explain that to me. So you saying you traded your masculinity because you ain't gay, you like women. So how did you trade your masculinity in? I don't understand. Is that with some person or somebody?
No. Even though a big name is called, I ain't gonna tell y'all who.
We coming.
I told you, Essie, but I could be in the room with somebody tomorrow if I want to. But I just got to sign paperwork agreeing to never talk about X, Y, and Z. And I know how they get down, and I don't get down like that. But I know what it is. So anyway, but no, you got to remember I'm educated, right? So like the normal side of me would get on this camera and I would be talking about like climate control and not politics, but like things that are going on in real life. It would be more intelligent. It would be more masculine, calm. It wouldn't be gossip. It wouldn't be talking about Nicki Minaj and Cardi. Like what the fuck is that? Who are they? Who do they? What is Nicki and Cardi really giving back to the world, to the community, or anything? Nothing. All of gossip is the lowest form of fucking communication. Very low vibrational. So if I was really being me, then yeah, I would definitely be talking about higher vibrational things, and I would, speak a certain way, you know, speak eloquently like I can. But I felt like I couldn't do that and make money. And
so basically all the stuff that you did, I won't say kid, but all the stuff you did back in the day, that alluded to the fact that people may have thought that about you because how you presented yourself in the present. That makes sense then, because I didn't watch any of your stuff too much prior. I seen one thing where you go to town, you try to take pictures. So I saw a few things here and there, but I always see people trying to comfort your sexuality. And then, and you know what gets me? No disrespect, y'all. Don't come for me, okay? None of y'all. Yeah, baby, this after dark. This it's gonna get juicy. But I see a lot of the male bloggers worried about your thing. Like, why is that, y'all? Why y'all dudes so worried about Storm?
oh, those are other, but yeah, those are the other. Those are they're gay themselves. So
they might want that Mac Daddy then.
yeah, it's not nobody that's straight that's stripping off me like that. Even if a straight dude happens to see my video, it might just be like, oh, that nigga gay. Okay, whatever, and leave it at that. It's not like a long, drawn out thing, because you got to understand, if you're dealing with a gay man, you're dealing with a male brain, which is very sexually driven, obsessive, and so they want to fuck. It's no other way I can put
and
that.
they don't care if you gay or straight. They just want to get that when they see that. They want that. Y'all get that.
And also there's like it's a fantasy in the LGBTQIA2 plus community of like turning a straight person. So like studs like to turn straight women out, and you know, gay dudes like to be like, with gay dudes, especially in Hollywood, you know this, but really, if you know, they like to be able to say, my boyfriend's straight. And women like, how is your boyfriend straight if you're a boy with a boyfriend? But that's just how they like to look at it.
Right. That's just a allude to the fact. So okay, so we got all that straight. Don't ask that no more. He said what he said. He said how he said it. His business going through the house with a loop or whatever. It's his business. But if y'all want some of that, y'all might need to tap him later on, and you might do something. You know what I'm saying? But it better be right. Okay. So winding forward, you know, because I wanted to get to know a little bit about you before I do this. Because even though we done did interviews, you guys, with Storm, I never got personal with him. I don't want to go watch nobody's video and I hear them talk about Storm. Why would I want to do that? I don't do that, Storm. Anything I done seen your face on, I think it's ratchet because you doing it to either get clout or you ain't sure when you could just ask. So I didn't want to watch no video to learn about you. I want to learn myself.
But so I have to say this, I cannot get upset when people drag me when I drag people for a living. I talk about people's business for a living. So just the law of karma, whatever, you're going to get what you put out there. So I can take it. I don't trip. Now, you know, my family members and stuff, like, I can't even watch that shit. But it comes with being a celebrity. Like, you think Beyonce mama can watch the stuff that people online say about Beyonce or read them comments like her mama be pissed? You know, it is what it is.
Now, back in the day, I mean, people said little stuff when I was going against Steve Harvey. I want to cuss everybody out on that piece. And I got tired of them taking me as a title. Y'all too busy. Like celebrity, that's a title. Like bloggers, that's a title. There's something behind that. Activist, that's a title. So I want people to make sure when you're dealing, today Storm is interviewing. Today he's Storm. We just Storm. But when he get on it, he chopping people, he's a blogger. I ain't gonna lie. You talk about me, I'm gonna take offense. And I might make 20 videos in 24 hours. I'm just saying, is that wrong? Yes, because I talk about people. But I tell the truth. I tell the truth. So you get on and make a video about me, by 24 hours, it might be 1,000 about you. I don't know if that's wrong. But so I got to learn that, Storm, what you just said, because I don't know about that yet. And I'm 53.
It come with the game.
So now, like, I'm puzzled with your little cute self. With your cute self compared to Tasha K. How did you get hooked up with her? I just want to know, like, how did your cute self get hooked up?
That was a hell of a transition. Okay, so I'll take you back. So it was probably 2018, I want to say. I was doing social work And one of my clients, which now is one of my very best friends, to this day, this lady, I would marry this lady tomorrow. Literally, we're that cool. We're not sexually attracted to each other, but I trust her just that much.
That's good.
Literally, I would. I do. Anyway, so she was my client back then, and I came to do the visit the kid, the foster child. And she's like, you know what? It was the first day she met me. She was like, you know what? You don't need to be doing this job. What is it that you really want to do? And I'm like, oh man, yeah, I do hate this job. I really want to blog and talk about celebrities. And that at that time, that's what it was. And she was like, you know what? I think you need to watch this lady here. And it was Tasha K. And it was when Tasha was in, I think, that first house that she left when she got into it with the other journalist, Byron something. Whenever it wasn't the house she just sold. It wasn't the house I met her in. It was the house before that. So long story short, she was doing the thing. I was watching her. I said, well, damn, she kind of sound like MC Light, and okay, this is different, you know.
Who she look like? If she sound like MC Light, who does she look like?
You know, at the time, I thought immediately I had thought like a dark-skinned version of Sanaa Lathan. And it might have just been the angle, but the voice was
cuteness. Okay.
Yeah, but the voice gave MC Light for sure. Like her real voice. I don't know what this new voice is giving. And maybe she has just been through a lot. So now it's, you know, spiritually we change when we go through things.
Yeah,
But anyway, yeah, the voice to me gave MC Light, the face gave a dark-skinned Sanaa Lathan.
I think you gave her too much credit. Sanaa Lathan cute, but okay. She ain't ugly. She ain't ugly, but I'm just saying.
Well, she's interesting looking. But she's from Florida, and maybe it's the type of tribes that were in Florida, but people who have lineage from Florida look a certain way, and I noticed that.
Okay.
Like, I never met nobody that looked like Tasha K. I never met nobody that looked like Sukiana. I never met nobody that looked like City Girls, Santana. Like, I don't know what tribes were down there, but anyway. So we went on, I was watching her. I was a fan of her. I watched everybody, right? So I would literally be at work, social work, I'm typing, and I'm listening to Tasha K in my ear. I'm listening to Kaya. I'm listening to T.S. Madison. I watched so much Kaya. It took about a year and a half of me making content before I didn't sound like Kaya anymore. That's how much I listen to her. Because y'all got to understand, if I work an 8-hour shift, I got to get through this 8-hour shift or 10-hour shift. And so it's nothing but YouTube videos. In old school YouTube, people used to do 2, 3, 4 hour long shows. It ain't like it is now. It's a little different now. So y'all be nice. Just be nice in the chat, please.
What they say?
They say, damn well TK don't look like no Sanaa Lathan. No, people said that.
You ain't got to be nice, because I said, like, he gave her a little too much credit, didn't he?
People said that back in the day.
She like Boosie. She looked like a reject version of Boosie. She played that damn well. That's who she looked like, a girl version of Boosie. Yeah, and Boosie ain't cute. I'm just saying. Tasha K, you come see me too. I'm just saying. That's right. This is an interview. You supposed to be an honest, Storm. You supposed to be an honest.
People said that back. If you go look at those old comments, people said that. People, I promise
you. They try to boost her ego, but okay. Reject the line.
But anyway, as time went on, I was trying to do my own show. So I actually had my own little podcast at one point. Then I stopped doing that. I used to have a show on IGTV when that was a thing, on Instagram back in like 2017 and 2018. And a lot of y'all don't know, I actually met my friend Ashley before I met Tasha, but a lot of y'all don't know that. But long story short, finally started YouTube December 2018. And Tasha ended up seeing one of my videos. There we go. She ended up seeing one of my videos. I think it was the video I did about Deb Antony. and Tasha K shared it and people liked it. And then I did a video about Khloe Kardashian. Dear Khloe, everybody remembers Dear Khloe to this day. It's a classic. And Tasha shared that when she got back from Paris. She was pregnant at the time, but when she got back, she shared that. And we was cool in the DMs on Instagram, you know. So you know how like you got a blogger that you might watch and y'all cool and y'all communicate. It was that kind of a thing.
So when your friend introduced you and told you about Tasha K, did you start making the videos after the fact, or did you make them before?
That was later. That came later. That came later, but it was still it was all around the same time, but it came later. I actually took Tasha K's YouTube consultation. It was like a 2-hour or hour and a half or whatever. And
charge you?
Huh?
Did she charge you for it?
Yeah, it was like $200. Yeah.
Was it a good class?
It was worth every penny. I cannot lie. When I took the consult, I remember because I didn't have the money, so I put it on the Capital One credit card because I wasn't even working at that time, I don't think. Or I had saved up the retirement from one job, so I think I had $8,000. And I took that down and I said, I'm gonna make this YouTube shit work. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make it work. Then I end up having to go to the post office in the meantime to save some more money because you'll blow through $8,000 quick. But anyway, I remember I put it on the card, took the course, and she was just letting me know, like, okay, this how you title, you know, don't say this at the beginning, say that. And so it was no complaints. It was very useful, very helpful. And I went from when I took that course with her, I had 435 subscribers. And that was in December. That was the end of 2018. By March of 2019, I had 5,000 subs.
So that class they pay off. I want to say one thing. Somebody said in that box that I want Tasha K smoke. Tasha K don't want my smoke. I just say what I say and I mean what I say. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just trying to get to the facts because they are two different people. And I need to know how he got to her compared to how he is. Because I don't go on other people's pages and listen what they say. I come to the source. Again, this is an interrogation, not an interview. Okay, so you know, DM'd her, you know, took the class. And so, like, how did you end up with her? Did you just pick up from where were you at? And then you got with her. Was you living in a whole nother state when you got to Tasha K?
Yeah. So I was So let me back up again. So when I took the consultation and she looked at my content, her comment was, "Damn, you got something here." She like, "Why don't more people know about you?" That was her thing. Like, "Damn, you got some." And she like, "Oh, just fix these few little things." Because with YouTube, it's an algorithm thing. It's a formula. Once you understand the formula, you got it, right? It's just literally knowing the formula. So, yeah, so went from 435. I remember, boom, I hit my first 1,000 right away. Then I hit 3,000 subs. Then I hit 5,000 subs. And this is like March, April of 2019. Then I make the Dear Khloe video. I held on to that video. I want to say, and I'm gonna show you the video so you know what I'm talking about real quick. It's your interrogation, but I just want you to know what I'm talking about.
Hey, baby, I need to know these answers. So hopefully we answer a question that people want to know about. Because I know I put you on the spot a little bit, but you handled it very well.
Yeah, because I don't want nobody to think I'm lying or this, that, and the third. So, okay. So is this video here? Wait. I don't think I can. There you go. So this video here. So I made this March 6th of 2019. See, that's when I uploaded it. But I had actually made the video a couple months before, held on to it, wanted to know what Tasha thought about it. And she said, "Nigga, you ain't put this out." She said, this is the funniest roast I've never heard on a Kardashian. She said, "You gotta put this shit out right now." And so put it out. Yeah, I made that video. I had been eating chicken wings and drinking all day. You hear the baby in the background crying while I'm going off. It was real ghetto, Essie. It was so ghetto.
I understand, but sometimes that ghetto-ness have to come
It
out.
works.
Yeah,
it
has
works.
to come out. Because I am ghetto, and I'm proud of being ghetto. I'm articulate. I'm business smart, too. So that ghetto plays into a part of it. That's what got your And that's what
where
made
I am today. Yeah.
right,
So,
right.
so that went up, and she did share it, and people was like, "Oh, this is hilarious." So then I kept working, kept going, and I was planning on moving to San Diego, California. I was living in Phoenix. I planned on moving to San Diego, California. I was gonna move to, I think it's Santee, California. It's like outside of San Diego. So I was 2 weeks away from moving. 2 weeks away. So this was the end of June, I want to say. 2 weeks away, boom. Tasha K hits me up in the DM on Instagram. She like, you're next up, you're it. I think you got something special here. I would love to work with you. But I would need you here, meaning in Atlanta.
I heard all that before.
Yeah. And she said, if you say no, I understand, but I'll be so heartbroken. But I just really hope you consider it. I love your content, love what you're doing, and I want to help you get to the next level. And so, yeah, that was June 2019. I was planning on going to San Diego. Now, mind y'all, let me back up a little bit. I was supposed to be going to San Diego because I thought I had this corporate job in the basket. Made it through all 4 interviews, Essie. Like, I was charming the socks off these white ladies in the interview, like charming their panties off, right? And I was going to be a manager at Geico in working in insurance, and I was going to have like 4 to 5 people that worked on my team, and it paid about $80K, I want to say. Which in my head I thought was a lot, but now looking back, I'm like, in California, you still
right. Yeah. You still gonna need another kid, yeah.
Yeah. It is what it is. But I was gonna take it and roll with it, right? Because I was over living in Arizona. I was done. So thought I was gonna get that job. So I interviewed, blah, blah, blah. I know now why I didn't get the job, but it's all good. So I got back in town like on a Tuesday. I got the rejection email on a Wednesday. Tasha K hit me up on a Thursday. So it went like that. So I just got turned down for this job I thought I had in the bag. It's 2 weeks before I moved to San Diego. Now I got Tasha K, who I watch, hitting me up saying like, I want you here in Atlanta. And I'm like, damn, I thought about moving to Atlanta. We almost moved to Atlanta a couple times over the years when I was coming up, because a lot of Black people moved to Atlanta in the mid 2000s. It's like everybody was going down there. And it ain't like a reality show, and ain't like it is on TV, just so y'all know. Anyway, so anyway, I called myself thinking it was God. I'm like, maybe this was just meant to be, because how did I get the rejection email yesterday and she hit me up today? And so I'm like, well, my lease is up in 2 weeks, so what you gonna do? And then she flew me out there. Let me see. This is actually my second day there. So this was June 28th, 2019.
No, he looks so young and innocent. Oh, she just robbed his little innocence. Look at his face, y'all. Look like
No. We pose like that on purpose. We pose like that on purpose. But that was when, if y'all remember when Tasha interviewed Safari's Jamaican girlfriend or fiance. And then that was a radio station, and Jasmine was somewhere there in the back, but I didn't know who all these people was at the time. But we did that. She showed me around Atlanta. She took me out to eat. I went to her house, met her husband. I don't know if I had met her daughter yet or not. I don't know. But, she showed me her little setup.
Did you like her when you met her? You liked her?
Yeah, she was cool. She was cool people. She's tiny in person. So, we all look bigger on screen. And I'm like, I didn't think she was necessarily overweight, but I didn't expect her to be that slim when I met her. I was like, I remember thinking in my head, damn, she all titties. Okay. So, but she was hella cool. And I think the first night at her house, I drank a whole bottle of wine. And she was like, how did you drink that? How did you drink that whole bottle of wine? And I'm like, I can just drink a lot. Like, it's natural. She was like, what the fuck? Like, okay. But yeah, I stayed. She had got me an Airbnb, but we all got drunk that first night, and so I slept in one of her spare bedrooms on like this little twin bed on the main level. And I got up 6 in the morning, went back to my Airbnb. We had a good time, and I flew back to Phoenix. Yeah, I flew back to Phoenix that Sunday or Monday, and then I hit the road that Wednesday for Atlanta, and I drove from Phoenix to Atlanta.
So that's funny you said that, because in April, or it was June of 2017.
Yeah.
No, but I met Tasha K at 2017. Then you met her a year and a half later. And when she came to me, she didn't have 40,000 subscribers. And then that's when she asked me, did I want to take that course you talk about? I just felt like I didn't want to take a course from a drunk at that time. So I wasn't trying to be, I'm just saying. And it was working for her, but it didn't work for me. You know what I'm saying? But now at least you know it worked for Storm, because that was her kick, the wino thing. Everybody got their own kick about doing something. So I see that now. And no shade. You know what I'm saying? If you think I'm shade, I'm saying it out loud in front of everybody. So I just shade. You know what I'm saying? It's when you don't. So keep it real. So I'm just saying the course did you good, because Tasha K, after I gave her Mary's story, she did ask me if she wanted to train me. I just was no blogger, so I didn't want to do that.
And I get that.
So let's go forward. So now you done got there, you done got your feel in. So how long did you stay in the Airbnb, or did you go ahead and buy you a place, or rent you a place? What happened with that? So how did that go?
Oh yeah. So okay, so mind you, I only had like $600 on my Capital One.
You went out there with your $600. You moved out there with your $600 in your pocket. That's what you call taking a chance. That's what you said, take a chance on your success. $600? Go, bro. Go.
Yeah. And so, and I remember because my rent was like $11.17. That was the rent. That was the rent. So got down there, and I was like, well, I'm gonna need a place. And so she never signed the place, but what we did was she wrote me up like a fake employment letter so I could just get the apartment. Because in Atlanta, it's a lot easier to get apartments there because they deal with entrepreneurs all the time. So as long as you show them some kind of letter of intent, you pretty much got the place. My credit was good. I at least, even when I didn't have no money, I kept my credit together. I will give myself that. And so yeah, got on in there, and I had a job. I got hired at Papados, and then that didn't work because it ain't meant for me to be no server. That was just not gonna work. And then I ended up working for Amazon. And so I would make my videos and work for Amazon. And let's see, I got there July 2019. I quit Amazon in November of 2019.
And you just quit because you just said, forget it, I just want to do this full time? Or you had something?
Well, that was the goal anyway, and I was close to my goal. But what happened was I almost flipped over the Amazon van. I almost flipped it over one day, and then I went back to work, and I had got stuck in somebody's yard because in Georgia, out in the country, people got these long, drawn-out yard, and then when it rains, it's muddy, so the vans get stuck. And I'll never forget, I got stuck in this man's driveway, this white man, and he came out, and he was very understanding, very cool. But then I was just like, but what if he wasn't, right? And then I remember the other time, because for some reason, they always gave me the routes in the all-white areas for whatever reason. So I used to have to drive past Lake Lanier out to, like, I think it's called Cumming, Georgia. Yeah, Cumming, towards Gainesville, Georgia, or whatever. So go out there, and I used to see like the racist black dolls that white people have in their yards. Like they look like those old depictions of how they used to say black people look like.
Black faces. Yeah.
Black faces, yes. So I saw a lot of those. I had to muscle up on a pit bull one time. I ran from a German Shepherd another. I didn't know I could run that fast. Ran from a German Shepherd another time. I muscled up on the pit bull. Because I couldn't run. And he broke the chain. And so I started barking back. And then he fell back. I was like, damn, okay. I was like, all right. But I never forget that this white man came out his house, and he didn't have no shirt on. It was summertime, but he had a big old swastika on his chest. Like he had the shaved head, shaved head, blue eyes, like very much a skinhead. And he was just like, "Where's my package?" And I remember looking like, "Oh shit!" I was like, "Damn, I'm fucked," because I'm like, "Damn." But he was cool and he was very nice, very respectable, and all that. But I just say that to say it was shit that kept happening, and then I almost flipped over the van, and a voice told me, "Don't bring your ass back to work." And there's one thing about me, I listen to that voice. Right. If my voice tells me to stop talking to you, quit a job, don't go, stay at home, I listen.
So you didn't get no more jobs after that? You went straight with straight with YouTube stuff?
Yeah, that was it. Because mind you, before that, I had a MacBook laptop. I had to sell that to pay my car note. I was supposed to get like $800 for it. I was supposed to get $800 for it. Long story short, didn't even really get what I was supposed to get because I was that desperate and I needed it like right now. So I only ended up getting, I want to say $5 something for the computer. So I paid the car note. I took $125. I got an Asus laptop from Walmart. I don't even know if they still make it, but it was only $125. And so I used to, I had the little, the dinner trays from Family Dollar. So I would prop up the iPhone on the dinner tray. I would record. I would send the video to Google Drive. I would download it to that cheap computer, and I would sit and edit it. And I went from, I'm trying to see, I think that was the first month I made $5K in a month.
On YouTube?
Mm-hmm. But the month before that, I had maybe made $700, $800.
So it kept going up as you did it.
That's more than quadruple to go from 800 to 5,000.
Yeah, that's
but
a hustle,
I was hustling. I was focused. I was like, I gotta make this work. So yeah.
So once you got your 5,000, you was kind of cool. Then could pay up some of your bills, chill a little bit. You could start.
Yeah, now, what a lot of people didn't know, like I had been carrying over bills for so long because I hadn't been working in so long. So it was like money came in and I was always paying stuff off. But no matter what, the money still came in somehow. And it just worked. It just worked. And then that stuff happened at work. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to do this full time and I'm going to get serious about it. I was also heavy into meditation at the time. I got to be honest about that. Oh God, I used to do some crazy stuff, Essie. Oh man, I used to do some crazy stuff.
Online, you talking about?
No, in my personal life, like my manifestations. I remember, I remember when I was trying to like really brainwash myself into like money and just saying I'm wealth, I'm rich, I'm wealth, I'm self-employed, I'm a business owner, I'm this, I'm that. When I was trying to like really make it happen, y'all know that like that stuff Tina Turner do. So I used to play the YouTube video of it. And I would listen to it like 200 times in a row. And then there's like this Jay-Z and Beyonce song called Boss or something about money. And it just constantly says like, I'm a boss, I got money. I would listen to that song like 500 times. I became super, super obsessive. Like craziness. It was a little crazy. I can't even lie.
Okay, so did Tasha K help you out financially at all? She just said, come on down there. You had faith. You came with your $600. You got your jobs. But did she financially help you any type of way? Which now, let me say this before you answer that question. Tasha K is a very talented young lady. No matter what things have transpired in the past, she is talented. You know what I'm saying? It's just certain things that she, to me, should have did differently on a platform because I met Tasha K first, and I know for sure that I gave her first start. I know that she would be a good entrepreneur and a good person to work for. But at the time, you say one thing to me and you do another, then you break your bond to me. Your word is your bond. I'm from the South. I see people sign contracts all day long and they allude to the fact, give you a dream of something. And then when you get there to that dream is gone. So when you got to Tasha K, did that dream manifest into what you wanted to manifest or what happened? Because there was some sloppy stuff going on.
I had to make it work for myself, but you asked me, has she ever gave me money? So yes. So I had half the rent money. It might have been that first month or the second month, actually. I think it was the second month. And so she let me hold $439.27. And I remember,
penny.
yeah, and I remember because she sent it from her Bank of America account. And I told her, I said, as soon as I get paid, I'm gonna pay you back. She said, oh, don't worry about it. And so literally, I offered her money back, and she said, don't worry about it. She did cover my meal at Applebee's once. She didn't have to. She just did because she wanted to.
That was nice of you, Tasha. You got some good qualities about yourself besides drinking.
She reimbursed me for Uber before, like if she canceled the show or whatever. So she would send me that money back. I'm trying to remember everything.
But she financially helped you out some. That's what you're saying.
Once, yeah. Yeah, she did. And I literally offered her money back, and she said, nah, fuck that. You came all the way down here for me. Like, that's nothing. I already knew I was going to.
And that's exactly what it should have been, too.
Yeah, I'm not even tripping off that. You know, mind you, I watched this lady make $170,000 in a month. So like she wasn't tripping all $400. But it's just the point. I don't ever want nobody to feel like I owe them something. So offered it back. She said she wouldn't take it. She refused. She was like, no, I was like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna just go buy me another MacBook. And she was like, you sold your MacBook? I said, yeah, I needed the money. She said, you sold your MacBook? Yeah, I needed the money. I guess she was surprised I didn't call her and just ask her for it, but no, I just sold it and kept it moving. So anyway, so that was that. That was the extent. Other than that, she didn't need to help me with anything else.
Okay, but later on down the line, because you see a lot of stuff was going on, you know what I'm saying, and you had met her, you done did all this shit, they put you in the game, you learned the game. Where did the red flag come in at? Because somewhere the red flag came in at. What was the first time you red flagged Tasha K and knew she wasn't right?
Wasn't right, or just the situation wasn't right for me?
Well,
that's two different things.
Okay, so wait. Yeah, it is two different things, but you never would have went there if it had been for her. So if the situation was right, you went there because you thought it was going to be right. So even though it flagged you and it wasn't right, like your situation would have been continued to be right if you had been with her. You know what I'm saying? If y'all had got along. So what made you kind of look at her differently after all she had done, everything that happened? How did y'all start getting kind of off? You know what I mean?
Oh no. Okay, so now that wouldn't have been until 2020.
So that was about 2 years later.
Yeah.
So I mean, that time y'all were cool.
Yeah. No, yeah, we were cool. Now I remember when she first introduced me on the show, you know, the people didn't like me. So I was like, ooh, I don't think this is going to work, me being your co-host. And then we did a few podcast shows. This is all in 2019. And the people really didn't like me. She would overtalk me. She was definitely rude, would be like, how you know them big old words? Just totally emasculating me. And so I knew and was aware, like, ooh, this is fucked up. However, in my head, I was like, let me just put my head down and work. So I'm one of them people, even if I can't stand you, I can hold it in until the time is appropriate. Some people, if it's in their head, it's coming out their mouth. But I can hold it in and smile, and you would think it's all good, but I'm already planning my escape. But so that was that. So yeah, so 2019, the podcast wasn't working out. Now I know the podcast was never real, so to speak, right? And then I remember we were supposed to tape a couple times. She would cancel, or she was afraid of COVID, or the baby this, the baby that. So I just went on to start doing my thing. Then she did a show December of 2019, and I remember she had a red dress on. And I remember people were calling in, and they were like, we hate your co-host. I don't know why you picked him. You should have picked somebody else. That was a horrible choice. And she was like, I know y'all hate him, but shit, I need help down here too. Shit, can I get some help? And I remember watching that, and I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm like, this ain't gonna work. With me working with her, I still didn't have nothing against her personally, just me working with her. I was done December of 2019, but since my contract wasn't up until 2022, then I said, okay, I'm just put my head down and work and just stick in there. But I knew it wasn't going to work then. I had applied for a mortgage. I was going to buy this townhouse in Lithonia, Georgia. It was like 125. Excuse me. It was 125. And I remember after I saw that show where the people were like, they hate me, I was like, oh, I ain't going to stay in Atlanta that much longer. And so I turned the house down, turned it down and all that. But I did that another time too. But yeah. But anyway, so as far as not working with her, I knew that was over December 2019.
That was tacky though, the way she did that. I know y'all hate him. I mean, how did that make you feel? I've been like, I would have,
I mean, I wasn't mad at her. You gotta remember,
address that like that, knowing you sitting there in front of me.
No. She didn't. No, I was not in front of her. She was doing her own show. I just was tuning in and watching.
Oh, okay.
I was not there. Yeah, no, I was literally like laying in bed, just watching. It was Christmas. I'm literally just watching, and I was like, all right, okay. So I left that at that. Okay, so then we get into March of 2019. I was gonna bounce from Atlanta then. Then she was like, no, please stay. Like, don't leave so soon. And I said, you know what? I said, I don't ever want her to be able to say I gave up on her. I left before the time, before the contract was up. I didn't want her to be able to use, well, I'm pregnant and I'm going to get to him. I promise y'all. I'm going to get, the baby this, the baby that, because people with kids is always using their kids as an excuse. So that was that. So then in 2020, we got into it over another blogger.
Who was the blogger? What you get into it for?
It was actually, I want to say this dude named Sean Davy Way. So long story short, I was doing my show where I was talking about my childhood. I was talking about the Steve Harvey and Bill Cosby story. It was that same night. And I happened to mention this blogger who was dragging me at the time. And I'm like, but damn, I actually, do like his content. I just hate that he drags me. Oh, Lord, I get a call the next day. You like this nigga and he talked about me and he talked about my daughter and my husband and talked about how ugly we are. And I just
you got mad because he was telling the truth? I mean, what the hell?
She was.
You get mad and you be talking about people like that.
She was hot. She was hot. And one thing about it, she can take a lot of hits. I give her that. But you talk about her body, she gets pissed. You can call her ugly. She don't trip off that. You talk about her body, she gets pissed. Like hot. But anyway, that was the whole thing. And I'm like, nah, I didn't. And she, yes, you did. And I'm like, why the fuck you don't tell me? I was there. I was the one talking. And I said on the phone to her, I said, I was talking about my childhood. I wasn't even talking about you. So don't lie and say you knew me as a child. So then she was like, well, I can't fuck with you no more. I'm done. I'm like, okay, cool. So I blocked on everything. We didn't talk for probably 2 to 3 days. I think she called me back from her daughter's phone.
But let me make sure I got this clear. As many people she on the internet talked about, she said Mary was dark and ugly. She didn't look in the mirror herself. And she gonna get mad because she heard you talking to this blogger, Davey, about how
I didn't even talk to him. I just mentioned him. And she like, yeah, and I heard that you watch him and you're a fan of his and he's dragging me. How you gonna be a fan of somebody that's dragging me?
How shady is that? How shady is that?
No. Well, I just looked at her like she was slow. Because I'm like, that just wasn't the truth. But now I know she has somebody else in her ear. Now I know. Now everything makes more sense that.
Oh, somebody went to her and say, girl, did you hear him say that about
it's her assistant. She has her assistant watch other people's content on YouTube to see who's talking about her, who's dragging her, what name and what title is she in. She has somebody to do that. And so that person was reporting back, but they're messy as fuck and they lie. And so it was nothing but a he say, she say, but for whatever reason, this assistant's word was gospel to her. So that's what it was. So we got back cool after that. I let that go. She did apologize. I let that go. Okay. Then we got into it again. I want to say over the Jaguar rights stuff when everybody was dragging her.
I want to talk about that a little bit after we get through with her. But go ahead.
Yeah. So So she said she didn't care, but baby, when y'all was dragging her about that Jaguar rights stuff, oh, she was living it behind the scenes. She was hot, and then tried to blame me and flipping on me. And I'm like, how was it my fault that people are dragging you? She said, you blocked me from your chat. I never blocked. I don't know why people think I'd be blocking them from my chat. I didn't block you. Yes, you did, but I understand you want your own thing, and I get it. And I'm like, I never blocked you. You're letting people talk bad about me. Never did that.
Don't y'all find that amazing that her drunk ass be sitting up there on the mic talking about everybody, and as soon as somebody say she ugly, she upset, and you know it's the truth? Where they do that at? I mean, I could be the ugliest broad in the world. If you say I'm ugly, then fine. But how you gonna get mad at someone else and you do the same thing too, if not worse? Tasha did that shit worse than other people, and lied on people, not even telling the truth for people. You gonna get mad? Girl, you must knew that was true. Stop playing. Everything that nigga said was true. Now you'll maybe go back and find that interview. Boy.
It was a whole mess. And then I remember I said to her, I said, well, you interviewed Jaguar. You asked for that. I didn't ask you to do, because me and Jaguar was taking over the internet. I'll never forget, we had 20,000 people watching us live. Like everybody was talking about us.
You had Jaguar first though, right? She didn't get it first. You got Jaguar first. Who got Jaguar first? If I'm not mistaken, did you get it first?
I did, yes.
That's what I thought.
Before Tasha, yes. I wasn't Jaguar's first interview, though. I was not. I was just, thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that. I was just the interview that stuck.
Right.
Yeah, because she did other interviews that went viral. She did it, I think, with Real Life Productions. She was already doing it, but it was just something when me and her got together, it clicked. And she's never been able to replicate that. So yeah, that's just what it was. So
was it something in there shady that you ended up with Jaguar? You started doing an interview with Jaguar. So why would your interview? So did Tasha say, yo, Storm, let me holler at Jaguar. I want to get an interview too. How did that go?
No. So initially, Tasha did not want to interview. So initially, Tasha did not want to interview Jaguar. But after Jaguar roasted Alicia Keys on my show, that's when Tasha K wanted to interview her. I'm gonna read these comments so she get back. Folks was green with envy over those interviews. Oh my God. People were dragging her because you and Jaguar had a good interview and she got jealous and called that lady for an interview and bashed her. Storm and Jaguar was a classic. Yep. It was a classic. That is. What a time to be online. Like, it was the pandemic. It was just a lot. It was a lot.
Well, did you think Jaguar was cool? Did you like Jaguar? What you thought about Jaguar as a person?
Jaguar was cool, but hold on, let me finish because I don't want to forget. So I don't know if you know, but Tasha K used to be cool with Swiss Beats and Alicia Keys.
Okay.
So Swiss Beats' mother is a doula. That was Tasha's doula.
What's that?
The lady that helps you like when you have a natural birth at home.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who mama was that?
Swiss Beats' mama.
Oh, she was like one of the housemaid nurses, like Okay.
I didn't know this, but I had met Swiss Beats' mother like 3 times. I didn't know who it was. I had been to her house 3 times. I didn't know who she was. So, you know, Tasha told me, like, you can drag anybody on this internet, but you cannot talk about Alicia Keys and Swiss Beats because I'm cool with them. I said, okay, it's a million other people I can talk about, right? And so when Jaguar came on my show and she started going in on Alicia Keys, calling her a dyke and you can't sing and just going in, and I was trying to redirect the conversation, but there ain't no redirecting Jaguar. And I got that call. I already knew. Hey, let me get her number. Let me talk to Jaguar. Jaguar was happy to do the interview with Tasha K. Tasha K did it. Basically, an interview to discredit Jaguar. That's what it was. To me, looking back, it looked like an Illuminati thing. It looked like Tasha K got a call and was like, you need to handle that. Because higher ups they do use media to push certain people or sometimes to discredit certain people. It is what it is. The media is powerful. I can make anybody look like anything on my show.
Right.
You know, so it is what it is. And so after that, it was just a huge fallout, and you know.
So from 1 through 100, how much do you think Shaggar was telling the truth? From 1 to 100 about everything she put on your platform, how much do you think of that was the truth? 1 through 100.
Over 65% was definitely true. Because it was stuff we had already heard. It was stuff that was kind of already out there. So it was like it was no surprise.
So that's 60%. You still got 40. The 40%, why was there a doubt?
Because some things she didn't see for herself. Some stuff she might have embellished. I don't know. I don't know, but at least a good majority of it was, yeah.
So let me ask you this. You had said something about something went down and Tasha K wanted you to sign a note to say shut up, basically, right? Some kind of something, because something had went down, or they wanted you to say something, but what's that about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Did she want you to sign some kind of disclosure because there was a lie going on and she wants you to ride with that lie? What was the disclosure about?
No, I had already signed the NDA technically, but no, Tasha K and her assistant brought in this guy onto the team named Vaughn. Y'all know who Vaughn is. He's living his life, so I'm not going to bring him too much into this because there's legalities around it, so I kind of can't.
But I'm going to cover you because that was then and this is now. That's the truth.
No, I mean for him. It's stuff that he had. Yeah. And me and him cool, so I'm not trying to.
Okay, so Storm said chime down. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not trying to dredge up old stuff on him because he's really living his life and doing his thing. But anyway, Vaughn came around and he was brought in like, oh, he part of the team. Okay, cool. Me and him end up hitting it off. We got cool. But then all of a sudden, Vaughn can't be around no more. Vaughn disrespecting Chelsea. He tried to rape Chelsea, allegedly. And they wanted me to go with this lie that this man laid on top of Chelsea with no clothes on, that he put a head in between the washer and dryer, which don't make sense because they had stackables. It was a lot, right? And so I would not go with this lie. I'm not gonna lie and say somebody raped somebody that didn't. I'm just, or even imply, you know, because people were trying to imply certain things. I'm not doing that.
So they wanted to, let me make sure I got this clear. So Tasha K wanted you to embellish, go with this lie and say that her assistant Chelsea got raped?
Not that she didn't use that word, but what she said was Vaughn laid on top of her without no clothes on, and Chelsea had to tell him to get off of her. And you know, Storm, I would hate for your name to get caught up in that. Because, you know, you have all female subscribers. And, you know, because me and Vaughn used to have a podcast. And she say, well, you know, you and Vaughn, y'all talk about sex a lot. And y'all be talking about these women that y'all fucking. Even though I wasn't even really fucking nobody like that. And she like, I would hate for you to get caught up in a rape case later. So it was like a week of her constantly bringing up rape case, Deshaun Watson.
Plotting on this guy. So was it some kind of beef? Why would she even do that to this guy, Vaughn? What would be the purpose? What would be her motive?
She did all of that for her assistant. She did all of that for her assistant. They brought him onto the team. Then all of a sudden he couldn't be a part of the team no more for whatever reason. Their relationship was breaking up for whatever reason. I don't know. But they wanted Vaughn to fall in line, and he's just not that kind of nigga. That he's not going to do that. And so when they saw that wasn't going to work, oh, he got to go, and you can't be cool with him no more. But it's like, wait a minute. I actually fuck with him. He cool people. y'all done talk us into doing this podcast. So we doing numbers, we doing work. Now it's a problem. And so anyway, it was a week of her just calling me and just mentioning rape. She had the Cardi B trial going on at the same time. It was something else going on in the news too. It was a whole lot going on. And I remember that last conversation with her. I said, you know what? I'll stop fucking with him. I'll stop doing the podcast. I said, but yeah, I'm gonna cut all y'all off for 6 months. Because one thing I know is that I'm the energy source. I'm not trying to put myself on no pedestal, but I am the star. Okay. They was really all fighting over my attention, darling. I'm just gonna be real, right? So I knew if I removed myself from this mountain of niggerdom and thought-like behavior, I said, oh, that shit gonna fall apart, and I'm gonna figure out who lying, who telling the truth. I just gotta remove myself. And so, yeah, that's what it was. My car got stolen around that time. I'm trying to think what else happened around that time. Yeah, it was a lot. And somebody said your discernment is on point. I've always had good discernment. I know just when to get away from somebody. Like, I know when to cut somebody off.
But it's just sad to know that, okay, so he laid on top of her. That's
not true. It didn't happen.
But I'm just saying, you alluded to the fact of that. It didn't happen. So y'all just went behind closed doors and make up stuff on him for what, though? That's what I'm getting. Ain't like he's no crazy. So why would you do that?
When you're dealing with the narcissist, it don't matter. So that's what I learned. Like, even though we overuse the word narcissist, right? A lot of people have narcissistic traits, but they're not full-blown narcissists. But I believe Tasha K is one, Donald Trump is one, Nene Leakes is one. Basically, when you're talking to somebody like that, they don't have a difference between the truth and a lie.
Right.
It's just I say whatever I have to say to win the conversation or to get you to look at me a certain way, whether it's I want you to look at me as a victim or I want you to look at me as the leader, whatever it is. So I cut the shit short, removed myself, blocked everybody from everything, and kept it pushing. And baby, you would have thought I killed somebody. Me simply just not speaking to nobody, removing myself, you would have thought I committed murder. It was insane.
Were they coming at you? Were they mad? Tasha was mad?
Yeah,
so was she threatening you? Because when you signed that contract with Tasha K, what was the factor of you signing the contract? And then she made you sign something saying that you won't talk about her business?
No, yeah. So it was
something, but she talk about everybody else's business. What y'all think about that? But
okay. And I know like it's so I know a contract sounds like so, heavy and like, oh my God, what was it? But no, we had an agreement that we were going to do certain things to get me to 100,000 subs within a year. That was basically the agreement. So, okay, you're going to work with us. You're going to be the co-host. These are your duties and responsibilities. That's really what the contract was. Just saying you're going to show up to film. You're going to be professional. You can't be anti-Semitic. You can't say anything against LGBTQ. It's a couple other things. You can't associate with anybody who's anti-Semitic or anti-LGBT.
You can associate with no gay folks?
No, people that are against gay people.
Okay.
This was back when she was trying to break into Hollywood, so she was trying to stay clean. Neutral, yes. So that was really all the contract was. Like, we're going to provide you a camera. You're going to be the co-host. These are your duties. And that's what it was. And the NDA was just saying, like, when we working on a project, you're not going to go leak it to the internet. That's really all it was. It was very standard, nothing crazy. Because I wasn't going to sign nothing crazy. But it was a business agreement to work together to build my own platform. That's just what it was. And so I just ended up growing way quicker than what they expected.
So after you found the factor of them being drunks, liars, and other things, I'm just saying, because you got to be.
She was not drunk around me. I have to be honest. She was not drunk around me. I barely ever actually saw her drink.
Well, does she be acting on the show? She'll be drunk. I
don't know what she doing now. Not back
when she was on the show and she was drinking. That was getting drunk, right?
She would drink, but she would sip. She wouldn't drink as much as it would look like.
Okay.
Sometimes she would get very comfortable, and then she'd be like, "Damn, I'm getting fucked up." But I can't say like I was around her and she was drunk and falling out. That's not true.
Oh, that's good. Then you ain't no real wino. Okay. Girl, you baby lucky, Storm. Kind of co-sign for a little bit because I look at you as a drunk girl. So, Storm, go ahead. Okay, so all this that transpired. So you really walked away. The final straw was when that you felt like you got to lie about the situation with this gentleman.
That and if you do that to him, you'll do that to me.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And that's what you was really worried about. So after that happened, that situation, you pretty much was done.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the Jaguar thing, did that happen before or after that part with this guy?
Yeah. Me and Jaguar stopped talking. That was 2021. I want to say that was 2021.
And why did you and Jaguar stop talking?
Jaguar got to be too much. Jaguar wanted to be on the phone all the time. Jaguar wanted to meet me in person so bad, and I would never let her do it. Jaguar would randomly call me and say, Storm, they're after you. And I'm like, Jaguar, who's after me? Them people. But we're going to take over. We're going to bust down all the pedophilia in the industry. Okay, Jaguar, you have a good night. She'll call me another time. Storm.
Was she drunk?
I'm going to be, I will probably. I'm going to be in Miami tomorrow. I know Gloria Estefan's people. I need you there. I'm not coming to Miami, Jaguar. Well, I just want to let you know I'm so proud of you, Storm. And I know your parents are proud of you. And I want you to take it in and enjoy everything that you're accomplishing and everything that you're doing. Just stop and smell the roses. So it got to be a lot with her. And then I had a little situation with a prostitute, which I told the story on the show. And I changed my phone number. And I was like, man, I'm not giving Jaguar my new phone number. She do too much. I'm good on her. And then Jaguar got pissed about that. And then Jaguar tried to bring me a story lying on another blogger and another famous person saying that they committed pedophilia.
Oh, no.
And I said, I don't want this shit. I'm not finna lie on nobody. I wasn't even cool with it. Yeah.
You knew it was going to be a lie. Did she?
I already knew it was a lie.
Oh, but she ain't say, yo, I want you to come tell this lie. She just gave it to you. You knew it was a lie.
She was trying to call me to give me the story. I had already changed my phone number and I didn't give it to her, so she had to call Tasha. And so Tasha was like, well, email me the shit then. Well, I don't have proof. You just gonna have to take my word for it. And Tasha told her, she was like, well, I don't think Storm really fucking with you right now because you've been doing too much and, you know, you've been lying on him. And, you know, Jaguar went to these other, okay, this is what I told Jaguar. Let me back up. When me and Jaguar was trending the internet, I told her, let's make your own platform. I tried to get her to make her own channel. I was like, I'll help you. Let's do it. Let's do it now. Wow. Because I said, all this is going to get old. She said, no, I like working with you. Okay. So then she would leave my show and then she would go on some nigga show with 30 subscribers. And then she would be here and she would be there. And then she lied and said that me and her conspired against another YouTuber. And I was like, we never had that conversation at all.
Who she told that to?
She told that it was on this dude. His name was Willie Vanilli. Some curly headed dude. He ain't even got a channel no more. And she went on there and she said, yeah, me and Storm, we conspired against this other YouTuber. And I was like, we didn't fucking do that. I ain't out here trying. I'm like, nah, bitch, don't get me caught up in no shit behind your ass. Now listen, I might do a lot of shit, but I'm not actually out here on no evil shit.
Yeah.
So I cut her off, went out of town. The prostitute situation happened. To change her phone number, didn't give it to Jaguar. And then, you know, she tried to bring me that pedo story. I wasn't gonna bite at that anyway. And yeah, that was the end of that.
And you haven't spoke to Jaguar since?
Nah, not on the phone. Not on the phone, no.
Do you miss any other relationships like with Jag or
No.
Tasha K? You don't miss Tasha K?
We had some good times. I'm not gonna lie, but I can never get fully comfortable around her.
That's the issue.
To be honest, when it came to her, I liked everybody in her camp more than her. Like her husband was cool people, Jasmine was cool people. Like I think I met her dad and met like her best friend and her husband. Like they was all cool. Like everybody around her was cool. It was just her that was the maniac. But nah, I can never fully get comfortable. And she used to tell me it's okay, you could be vulnerable with me. And I'm like, I'll never be vulnerable with you. Like, are you crazy? You record people, everything's recorded. I know that. So, you know, if you can never really just relax around somebody, that relationship ain't gonna work. No way.
Now I'm gonna ask you this question.
Yes.
Because she to me have slight tendencies, or maybe it's just her way she act, you know, because somebody that said about me before, but I love straight men, so I ain't never messed with no woman on level. But that's only because people didn't know who I was sleeping with. Dude, Tasha, she was so worried about Wynton, and she was in a gay chat room. Do she lick a little bit? Does she go both ways? Have you ever known how to mess with a woman? Because what are you doing in the gay chat room? You just breezing through? Because I always found that funny when she came to me about somebody being in a chat room and you saw them in the chat room, a gay chat room at that. You want to point out this boy in the gay chat room, but I need to know, why was she in the gay chat room? Do she swing both ways, or how'd that go?
Listen, she's never confirmed that with me. Now, what she told me was after she gets divorced, the next dude she get with gonna be an old nigga in his 50s because they only want to fuck once or twice a week. So she didn't like having sex with her husband. Now, I remember that. I had heard she had a little girlfriend in LA. That's what I heard. But I don't know that for a fact. But do I believe it? Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, once she told me she was in the gay chat room, straight up Tasha K, he ain't got to tell me you were in that chat room looking for somebody straight.
And her assistant also let it slip what her and her husband did when they went on vacation, which I will not repeat on camera. I'll tell you off camera. When I repeat on camera. But her assistant let it slip. And I said, ooh. I said, well, that's legal over there. And I left it at that. And I moved on. But they know that. They know that in the chat. That's nothing new.
Well, I just want to know because I just find it strange because I'll go to chat, but like I ain't looking for no gay person. That means I want some cootie cat. Ain't nobody trying to go that way when you like a brother. So that just kind of made, you know, me look at things differently. So through this whole situation, Storm, of this whole journey, Tasha K, Jaguar, some of the people you interviewed, I mean, do you like it? Is this your glitch? Is this what you really want to do? I mean, I know you want to go to the porn section, you know, do the little porn, you know. See, if y'all missed it in the beginning, Storm say he want to be that porn star, baby. He ready to let it all swing out with some Timberland boots on and greased all up and walking in there with study down, baby. But he'll do this for right now. But if you're looking for someone who wants to do porn, Timberland boots, y'all holler at Storm because he's looking for you. I'm just saying.
That, I mean, if I'm being honest, that's like I had even told Conscious TV, I'm like, if I could just get paid to have sex and paid to travel, I would leave this shit tomorrow.
So I can find you a job now. I can get you a little hookup now, but I kind of like you out here on this because
I know, and I know that, like, you know, it's one thing. I know that if I cross that line of really doing adult films, like I'm talking about really like officially like crossing that line, then it's kind of hard to go back. Even though I wouldn't want to go back, but it's just people look at you differently after. Even though there are awesome adult stars that did become mainstream, you got James Dean, you got James Dean, Sterling Cooper, Ricky Johnson.
But that would be one of your go-to if you want to do something different and step out, you know, because a lot of people ain't got enough courage to walk out like that or do those kind of things. So just to know you got the courage, that would be one of your things that you would want to do.
You know how like we have those guilty pleasures, like that's, and when I think about my life, especially because I ain't really trying to get married and have no kids, no way. Like, oh my God, to just travel the world and like live in exotic places and just go to set perform, keep it moving. You know, I have to use my brain so much in my job, and I kind of sometimes want to turn my brain off, do my job, and then move on. They say that's trashy as hell, Storm. I got a trashy side to me. I don't know what to tell you.
So let me hit K for you. See what y'all do. Y'all be on this internet and y'all see all this, and you just see Storm, but you don't think he human. You ain't been back in the cut nowhere, and you ain't never thought of that nasty. Stop playing, K. You know you have to. But if you don't want us to know your business, that's fine too. What y'all need to take accountability for is when Storm came out here and I said I want to put him on a hot seat. He answered everything I wanted him to answer, and he had no hesitation to it. Y'all allude to the fact that he's supposed to be a, what you call yourself on here, a blogger, but y'all don't think bloggers human. That's why half of y'all on the platform with Storm right now and minding everybody else's business, because you have one way you look at a celebrity, but they get divorced, they lie, they cheat, they steal, they talk smack, because they're human. K and everybody else today. Stop giving people allude to the fact of what you think they should be. It ain't nasty. You just ain't freaky enough. That's just that simple. Nasty is what nasty does. Some people got freak in them and some people don't. It's okay. That don't make him nasty. That just make him know that, like, don't come his way if y'all ain't freaky today. So I'm just keeping it real. So don't look at it like that, because there's a lot of nasty sisters right now in this thing. But do you think you gonna come and tell me and Storm that y'all nasty, or you want to do a threesome? You're not gonna do it. But if you want to make it like y'all Miss Buttercup, okay, do that. So Storm, now you want to go back up and see, because I know we had some conversations. I know some people that left some petty comments. I'll let Storm do some, but if you attack Storm, then I'm going to check everybody he put up if it's an attack on there. So I'll let him do the good comments, because really, at the end of the day, we don't know you guys, and behind your closed doors. I respect them to the fullest, because these were things I want to know. I've seen a lot of bloggers putting Storm face on the page and saying stuff. Why should I go look? Because I'm loyal to him, and he's loyal. So I'm not going to go listen to what somebody else say. I want to have my own day and ask him myself. Nothing was rehearsed. Everything was authentic. So it is what it is. So everybody has their, they could feel any kind of way they want to. But I bet y'all ain't going to tell us half of the stuff that Storm told. Half of y'all will be lying, and you won't even tell the truth about it, because you ain't got that kind of credibility, or you ain't got that kind of knowability to do it. So stop playing, you guys. And maybe you had been more freaky, you might have somebody. I don't know. What's the problem? So let's go. And I ain't throwing no shade. I'm just keeping it real. Like,
you good. What was your next question though?
What's on the gift? Throw some of the question up there, because I seen some going up. See, Gibson say, get in, say, speak. That's true, right? Come on, you got a good side, and people got a freak side of them. We ain't just learned about his freaky side. We learned about everything.
Storm, what's your Venus and Mars in your birth chart? I would have to go look again. I don't remember. I have to go look again.
Duchess into that.
You like dark skinned women or
that's a good question. 007.
Both. I mean, it's all about, you know what? I'm not really a looks person, believe it or not. I don't trip off skin tone. That's like ridiculous. But and a lot of y'all need to stop that shit too. All day, he gotta be he gotta be black. Whatever. Anyway.
Have you went white to get right?
My first girlfriend was white, yes.
Y'all see that? So you dipped in the vanilla, huh?
Yeah. And that was interesting experience in itself.
See, y'all got experience of things. Don't get mad because you at home sitting old. You ain't tried half of the stuff. So and I'm old too. So I'm just saying, I'm listening myself. But like, if the tables were turned, certain things might have been different. I probably would have still been an activist, but things would have been different. So no harm, no foul. That a person can come up and tell you their whole life story. That's good. At least we ain't gonna find out about it now when he get famous and stuff. We know who he is. He ain't got nothing to hide. He's like open doors. So when he be famous, y'all ain't got to worry about it. You know everything about him.
I already told you. Let's see what else.
Let me get my glasses.
Actually, I could definitely see Storm with a white woman. See, why gotta do that?
Well, Storm, you got that like little personality that you can blend. You get white, you get a little, but I don't think Storm will be stuck up. You know, no disrespect to black men, and if you come saying it, I'm just saying what it is. Y'all black men get white women, and you act like that's a token on your arm. Every woman that's a token on your arm, but when you get a black sister and she a queen, you better know what it's supposed to really mean. You know what I'm saying? Because we are kings and queens in this. You just don't recognize it. And them same white girls that you got on your arms are the same one taking all your money while you sleep.
Well, I will say this: black coochie is the wettest, without a doubt.
Oh, check it out. Put T-Mac conversation up there.
Storm, how much more experience than you think you need before you settle down? You know what? I'm actually good. At this point, I'm just chilling. Like, okay, so we didn't get into this part, but I had went like 4 years without having sex. Before that, I was raised. It's weird because I was born out of wedlock, and my mama and daddy had full blown fucking sex lives and love lives and all that. But my mom definitely brought me up with, you should wait until you get married. That's not how God wants you to live. All that bullshit that she wasn't following. So anyway, I'm just saying, Eliza, hey, thanks for the money. But yeah. So I dealt with that, and then I lost my virginity. I was 18 going on 19, I want to say. Because I was in college. So yeah, 18 going on 19. Didn't have sex a couple more times, then didn't have sex for like 4 years. So a lot of times people say, oh, Storm, you changed from when we met you, but you guys got to understand, when y'all met me, I was pure. I was literally not having sex with nobody. When you start having sex with people, you change spiritually. It is what it is. So
yeah.
I'll leave it there.
Okay, so somebody asked up in the chat, what is our celebrity crush? It was right before T-Mac. What would be your celebrity crush? Now, me, I don't really have a celebrity crush, but I had met Cat Williams, and me and Cat Williams real cool. I really think he waiting on me, y'all. I'm just saying.
Oh, Lord.
You want me to see you show you the picture? I got to go find it. Got a little bouquet. He said, when you ready, come and get me. And in 2016, I was going to go out there with the Cat was. He was going to fly me where he was at. Long story. Yeah, we was very cool for a long time. But I didn't get that personal part of him, or the part he could see, because I was already married to Rerun, you know what I'm saying? And all that stuff was going on. But then at that time, Fred had passed, but I was still in something with someone else. So I didn't want to like put Cat in the middle of that. So if I would say my celebrity crush now, and I really ain't had a celebrity crush, I just would want to talk to Cat, and I'm thinking about contacting him just to see, you know what I'm saying, where his mind is at, because he was a very good gentleman when I first came out to California. He treated me like a queen. Every time I went to Hollywood Park, he made sure I was right there with everything I needed. So that's what about you, Storm? Who's your celebrity crush?
I don't feel like I have one no more.
No more. So who was it before you didn't have one?
I mean, it used to be Rihanna, but then now that she's a mom, now it's just not. It don't hit the same. It just don't hit. It's like, okay. I'm trying to think who before that. I'm really trying to think. Keke Palmer before she.
I like Keke.
I feel like in real life, I could date somebody that looked like that. Like, it would make sense. You know how sometimes we look at celebrities and people be like, they way out of your league. But like in real life, somebody like that would be cool.
Keke or Rihanna, or both of them, either one of them.
Keke, yeah. Keke just talk too damn much. That's the only thing with her. You can tell.
But she seems like she got a good personality about herself. Yeah. And she real, you know what I'm saying? She be throwing them in the window. She can shade you without being shade. True. So let me ask you this, Storm. Through this whole journey of you blogging and you doing your thing, what are the good aspects that you learned from this? And what are the bad aspects that you learned from this? What was good about this whole situation, and what was bad about it? I'm sure the good hopefully outweigh the bad, but on both levels. What was the worst thing and what's the best thing?
Okay, I'll start with the worst. The worst thing is just losing. I don't know if the right word is autonomy, not anonymity, because of course my name is out there. So I think the right word is autonomy. So like sometimes I go somewhere and I just want to like I don't want to be Storm that's on. I just want to like I really just want to eat. But it's like, oh my God, I know you from you. Oh my God. Like I don't hate it. You know, I love it, but then it's like, okay, you have a good day. Like some people get a little weird. Or like I remember I lived at these apartments and the receptionist watched me. So it's like, damn, I don't even have privacy now because she could go leak where I live to the internet. You see what I'm saying? So it's little things like that where I'm like, damn. That's really the bad part is just not having privacy. Or even like sometimes when you be like, damn, what if I want to just get a little side job just real quick? You know, the good thing here's what has helped me. Because I'm black famous, not white famous. So if I just stay like in white areas, I'm good.
Wow.
But when I'm in black areas, it's oh my mama watch you. Oh, what you doing here? And I be loving it. Don't get me wrong, but then sometimes it be like, I'm trying to stay on the low. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And all the good.
Oh, the good. I've been able to change my life. Been able to definitely do things for my mom that I wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. I literally now have a career. And I can go whatever way I want to go with it, you know, whether I want to go behind the scenes, I want to push this forward. If I want to go into acting, whatever it is, I have a name for myself. So yeah, it's a beautiful thing. Tina Marie said if he would have a larger audience if he kept it real about his sexuality. What? I don't give you.
Okay, so like what's your sexuality, Tina Marie? You like since you want nobody else. I mean, he said he don't like men. I mean, so y'all want to make him like men, right?
Yeah.
Because I have a ex father-in-law, and he's all man, but sometimes I thought he was a little sweet. You know, you do got an X chromosome and you got a Y chromosome. So if you got an X chromosome and a Y, one may outweigh the other, but that don't mean that take away your masculinity. So let's go. So I'm gonna help you out here. Now I'm all woman, and I like all men. I love men. But when I was in Georgia, they had a rumor saying that I was a dyke or gay. Now I'm trying to figure out how they felt that way because I'm hard, because I'm a little gangster a little bit. Oh, okay. But that don't mean I like licking coochie. But if that's what you want to say, then let you say it. Can't no woman ever come tell you I'd have been nowhere between them. I had a girlfriend that did it once and I started looking at her sideways. But people gonna always allude to the fact. But when y'all jump on that mic and say if he be honest about his sexuality, you ain't even showing your face being honest about who you are. So why you get off like coming like that? So if he said he like to rub on a man, would that make his personality different? You know what I'm saying?
I've literally had people say that. I've had so many people over the years say, you know, we just waiting on you, Storm, to join us. I'm trying
to figure out how your case gonna get better. How your show gonna get better if you say you like men? What they waiting on you to? Like,
well, you gotta understand if I was to go LGBT, that's what Hollywood is pushing right now. That's what the algorithm is pushing, even on YouTube, for as far as being mainstream. And so since you know I'm damn good at what I do, and I have a certain kind of a look, right? Oh, and he gave I would definitely get in certain doors that I don't get in now.
Well, I love gay folks. I love how the men be put on their makeup, and I love all that. But I don't like women like that. You know what I'm saying? And
women would not unsub. They would fucking subscribe.
Yeah.
Y'all would feel more comfortable, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, but why? So see, that's my thing. Then take it and go unsubscribe, because that means that you're looking at the gender of who he is, but you ain't worried about what the content he putting out. See, I don't understand that. Why you ain't looking at what the deliverance of the message is, but like, are you want to get between his legs? Because I'm just saying that's a big factor on this internet, and I just want to know why. I mean, that's why I did not go on nobody page, because every page I went on, it was some type of person that wanted to question this man's sexuality. That made me think you want to rub on him. He ain't see between your legs either. How we know what you got while you trying to point it out? So the next person that want to know Storm's sexuality or something, put your face on here. Let me see what you look like, because I can tell you if you like men or women too. You'll say men, but you probably like women. So stop playing. Stop it.
And I think what it is too, I just think like people always want to put you in a box, and so.
But see, you got to be comfortable with who you are.
Yeah.
Like if I rubbed a woman, I'd be like, yeah, I did that one time. I ain't like it. I don't want nobody.
Most of them have a coochie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pretty much most women I know is a little gay. It is what it is.
Honest with you, I ain't never want nobody with all the. I got too much titties and butt for myself, so I ain't trying to have nobody like got all this bubbling brown sugar too. I need to find something hard. All this softness, what I want some more softness for. But everybody got their own platform. Go ahead, Storm. Put that comment. Let me see what it say.
That's you saying they used to heterosexual black men that sounds uneducated. Yeah. Because I speak a certain way, some people do think sometimes like, oh, are you no?
And that say a lot about them, don't it, baby? That just say a lot about them. Come on out, Storm. If your platform would be big, if you say so, if he say he gay, then that's gonna be some other platform. That just don't make no sense. How is his platform gonna be bigger? You know what I'm saying? I like gay. I love gay women. I love gay men. I ain't gonna lie. I don't like gay women like that because you come rubbing up on me, it'll be a problem. Now, do I discriminate? No, I don't discriminate. But don't come up here trying to come up on me either, because I told you I like men. But I love gay men because, like, they put on makeup better than women. Stop playing. They do. They put their hair on better, them lace fronts. They do that better than women. And some of y'all women get mad because them brothers take their time. When you could put your eyelashes on, they put theirs on. And I know a lot of these women trying to hit at these transgender men. I wonder, is you mad that the man look better than you in a woman drag? Then you look for yourself. Stop playing. Y'all got psychological things going on, and you really don't want to admit it. But it's fine. Those gay men, I'm going to admit it for all the women in the world. Gay men, women are upset that you put on makeup and them lace fronts and them eyelashes and them nails. Them women are upset that you look better than them. That's the truth. So don't get upset.
I'm gonna leave that alone.
It's the truth.
Let's see. Okay, what else?
And I know we ain't gonna have all good comments, but this is what it's about. And Storm, I really thank you for being so open today with me on the whole conversation. If somebody come now, they want your body. They want something about you, Storm. They want to see.
I don't want them though. I don't.
But they like when they come with your sex lights now, man or woman, and they question that. No, they want a little bit of that, Storm. That's all it is. You don't want to admit it, but I'm telling Storm, because really a woman is not going to worry about Storm's sexuality. You're going to be worried about the character he's in front of you. Why would you care if he gay or straight and we cool? And men, if you're wondering, just tell Storm you want a little bit of that. He say he ain't going to give it to you, but you can let him know instead of trying to throw a nigga up on the bus. You know what I'm saying? Don't get mad because he don't want your dilly lack. You know what I'm saying? He's just trying to stay back. Come on now.
Oh my God, that is funny.
It's true.
Let's see.
Yeah.
My Storm gotta be just because he's a different type of black guy. Every black dude isn't 2 Chainz or Future or Nick Cannon. Nick Cannon didn't even used to act like that until.
Come on, Kenneth, though, speaking. They don't know. You do have a lot of men who are masculine, but they have softer qualities. And you better be glad because someone might knock the hell out you. So, all right, be a little bit smoother with it because every man is different. You got some hardcore, like gangster men. You got men, but they have a softer personality about themselves. I mean, I got a father-in-law. My son's got uncles. But if you didn't know, and they are whores to the fifth power. But I'm just saying, but they got softness, but they're whores, men whores. They will sleep with anything ain't nailed down, but their charisma about themselves, they men. I'm just saying they got this softness about themselves, but they won't mess with one. They'll sleep with anything else, but I'm just saying. So you really got to pay attention what they say about what that means.
Oh, they just said, like similar to Wiz Khalifa.
What about them?
Oh, I guess he's not like a thug. I guess that's what they're saying.
Oh, okay. Let me spit Jolly
Yeah,
Man.
and Wiz Khalifa be knocking them down.
Look at Jay. Yeah, I was looking at what it say.
They want the women that want those manly men be the first to complain when they don't communicate or show any emotion.
Say it, Jake. Say it, baby. Right. Give me a little bit of that. Give me a little bit of that softness, because I need you to hear me. You get what I'm saying? I don't need you to be so thugged out that you're not going to hear what I say, because then that's going to be a problem. And I'm going to be honest with you. To now that I look at it, I can't judge. I got to see what God's going to bring to me. You guys are too busy worrying about people's sexuality instead of who they are as a person. Sexuality do not define who you are as an individual, because you may not never see what's between his legs, but that don't change who he is in front of you.
Miss Spirit Led said, keep doing you, Storm. Thank you for the $100. I appreciate that.
Y'all always show Storm love when you come on this page. That's right, y'all. Throw them dollars to them.
You know what? I have to say, the more they get to know me, the more they've been definitely keeping
That's what makes the difference.
And
that's what makes the difference.
I appreciate that.
And even though you done did interview, Storm, I think this was a little different, because like we went into depth. You broke it down. I'm nosy. This was an interrogation. This was not an interview, because I'm nosy and I wanted to know. Okay, so like she said, whoever said that, do you, Storm, because you're doing you. And whatever you doing, Storm, you know, like Jalen, she say she want it. You can get it though, Jalen. Here it is. You know what I'm saying? Do you, Storm? It don't even matter. Let me ask you this. Do it bother you when you hear people talk about you on the internet and try to come at you like that? Like that comment, does that bother you?
Nah, I don't trip off that, because it's like,
it ain't never bothers you.
No, because one, I can't help you. I can't change your perception. So why am I gonna be bothered that you think something I know I ain't doing? If I wanted, let's be clear. If I wanted to fuck a dude, I would just do that.
Did you hear that?
I would that's what be getting me. Like, what would be stopping me? Because people try to say, "Oh, we're your family." My family would be cool with it. Oh, your daddy. My daddy would be cool with it.
But Storm ain't found nobody like that, so we don't go that way. That ain't safe. But I like that you said that.
What would be the holdup is my thing.
Because you're attracted to men. You know what I'm saying? But like, you know what? Y'all women, I hear what you're saying, but y'all had back in the day, y'all had your little fantasies, you did your little hoish things, but you're not gonna come on this platform and say it. You know what I'm saying? I've never done certain things, but did I think about doing certain things? Sure, I did. But did I go? Because no, I just thought it wasn't my flow. So in order to be real with someone else, you got to be real with yourself. That's why a lot of people identify with me on my platform, because I'm real with myself. I don't know y'all to lie to you. What is it going to be a purpose of somebody lying to you for some strangers that we don't even know?
Karen, conflicted about what though? I could just go do it.
One can be conflicted, but why be conflicted about what your man doing, Karen?
Right.
How do you know your man ain't ran up into somebody? I'm just asking. You don't.
I could just go do it. You know how many of them niggas are discreet?
A lot
I know
of
some niggas right now that is that. If I showed you these DMs.
And they married some. And they married some.
Married. Hardcore thug niggas.
See?
What are you talking about?
Let
me tell you, I would be taken care. I wouldn't even get on here and stream. I wouldn't have to.
They want you like that, Storm? Say it ain't so, Storm. Storm said, don't make me show you, because I got receipts, but I might need one of these brothers. We ain't gonna do that right now. That's for you to know, for him to know, and y'all to try to find out.
They say the most DL dudes are thug. I know. I'm telling y'all this.
I seen it on Tammy. Y'all go watch Unfaithful. This was a nice looking brother. He was all up in that man's jock. I was like, dude. And if you just didn't know, you would not have knew that man was gay. So stop it. And he was thugged out, like really like, ooh, like gangster style. But he was gay. I wouldn't have known walking on the street.
I'm just saying, them be the main ones. Them be the main ones that get bent over and fucked. I'm sorry, excuse me.
She said he was nervous. Let me see.
Oh, when you asked me about Love Jones, of course.
You be getting right the ones I be looking at. What she say? Women or what?
I identify as a runner. Yeah, I'm a runner too. I still want to go through the realistic. Now the end road is around the mountain, so to speak. Yeah, at 69 years old, when you get, yeah, I understand it. You don't want to just throw people away at 69. I get that.
And it don't matter, like, because I find someone that's gay, I'm not going to turn my back on them, not even if it's a woman or anything like that. I just feel like your sexual preference is your own sexual preference. What does that have to do with the person that's sitting in front of you? I don't think what between his legs identify him and who he is and what he spit out and what his content is. That's what I just want bloggers to know. Because, like, I could have went on all those blogger pages and heard what they said about Storm, but why would I do that and I know Storm myself? That's where you mess up at, because you're looking at something that you're trying to find that's not there. But if you keep searching for something, you probably can find it where you are. You looking over here, and it might be right in your house. You know it, Storm. What else now? Let's go.
Let's go.
She said good questions. Well, you know what? Wendy Williams. I liked Wendy Williams. Tasha K could have been another Wendy Williams because I mean, I gave Tasha K her first story, but Tasha K's a liar. Like, you wouldn't be in this situation with Cardi B if you had proof. Like, even Wendy Williams, you talk stuff, but there's proof. Everything I said on my page, you go on my platform, I ain't worried about getting sued about nothing because I can prove everything I said. So in order to be a good blogger, you got to have proof with it and don't be lying. There has been several times I seen Tasha K put up stuff and it was a lie and she had to take it down. I ain't took down nothing and ain't nobody sued me for nothing. And ain't nobody sued Storm for nothing. And they asked me to take it down because they was nervous.
Love Jones said, Storm, what do you like most about women?
Come on, Love Jones.
The energy.
Any woman?
No, not any woman, the right woman for sure, but the energy. Like, when you're around a woman, it's different. It's so hard to explain. Like, if a nigga just want to be around niggas all day, y'all probably should kind of look at it a little funny. That's all I'm saying. But it's something about when you're around women, it's just, women feel like home. Like, I don't know. I mean, y'all really are meant to complete us, but they feel like home. Like, I don't know.
You know what? I'm not trying to be funny. Like, please, nobody don't feel disrespectful. Because if you call me, you talk to me, I may like you. I don't like women like that. I like men. I feel like more comfortable around men because women get these little nudiness about themselves, and then you got to worry about what's going to go on that. Same with Storm with a man. The man is coming dealing with you. Then you see that Storm got more than that man. Then that's going to cause a conflict. Me with women, I've been around women, and I found out really somebody was jealous of me, and I was very cool with them. And as an older person, that kind of bothered me because I'm looking at them like, you're older than me. What do I have for you to be jealous of? You've already been where I've been. I've never been jealous of a woman or anybody. So, I think it's just dependent on the person. I really do. And Storm, you be handling your situation very well. You handle the comments very well. Because I probably the cuss of everybody on this platform. I would go back question to question, just break y'all off. It might not be like you like it. I'll watch my mouth, but I would break it off. I'm just saying. So Storm, kudos to you. What she said about Tasha K?
That's a troll. They say T Mac said we will always have that energy with the man. I think it got to be the right man though.
What do you mean?
As far as like just feeling like just feeling good, just good energy. Like when a woman's good, like the
energy's different.
The energy's beautiful. I told them on the show, I don't even like having male housekeepers.
Why? Because
the energy not right. When a woman clean, when a woman clean, let's just say the male housekeeper did a better job of cleaning. That energy that she's gonna leave, and it's great for manifesting. Oh my God, it's great for manifesting. But it's just, it ain't nothing like it.
But you know what? At the end of the day, you guys, it's really about like what Storm is doing. Storm, I would think that you're on this platform to make a difference. I mean, I wouldn't think it was just all about money, because you bring some good dynamic stories to it. So
if it was all about money, I would be doing all kinds of things on this platform and lying on people. And it's a lot of stories I could have done that I chose not to do, because I don't think it's right to laugh at people's downfall. And, you know, certain people may call me weak for that or this or that, but I have a heart. Like, I remember one lady, she got put out with a kid. She got put out of her house, and I didn't think that was funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody getting evicted is not funny. Somebody losing stuff ain't, like, that's not funny to me. So anyway,
I have to say one thing though, because I saw somebody say about a woman femininity. We are feminine and we are queens to be. But when I was younger, and I said this on the platform before, I met a young girl when I was younger, and I didn't know at the time what I know now. And you got two sets of hormones. You got the Y and you got the X. One's gonna dominate the other. But she had two parts to her. She had a dingaling and a coochie. So how do you fix that? So she had both parts to her. So God created her, right? So what is she supposed to feel like? She got put in a mental ward because she wanted to be a boy, but she had titties and stuff. But her thugness, her mentality, how she acted like a dude. So how do they fit in this, you guys, when you don't really know what's between their legs and they got both parts, and then they got two sets of hormones? I had a client, and she was a sweet young lady. Her mom made a comment about her. Did you talk to my son today, or did you talk to my daughter? I told her, don't ever sit in my chair again, because I don't want to do your hair. The young lady felt real discouraged, and she would come and talk to me. And she said, do you think I should tell my mom? Because they got a facility in California where you could go and you can get your hormones checked. Her man chromosomes, I think it was Y, outrated her female. So she could never know why she felt like this. Her mama wanted a daughter, but when she went to that clinic, she had more male hormones than female hormones. So tell me how she should feel. So everybody who's walking out here and they saying they feel because they maybe man being gay, you don't know what between their legs, and you don't know what their hormones say. So I don't judge people on their sexuality anymore, because people say, oh, that's a sin. Oh, okay. But God made a person with a dingaling and a coochie. Tell me how that fit in. So that's why I don't say nothing no more. So many things have been turned and changed around. We have to get educated for ourselves, because if you don't get educated for yourself, you will be lost. And once I met Robin, and she is the masculine one, but she didn't know why, and she showed me that piece of paper, I said, damn, I wonder how many people are walking around like that. So y'all got to really think beyond like what they look like and they saying they're gay, because they could be a man but have female hormones. It does happen. You know what I'm saying? One will dominate the other. And they had this law where this lady had this baby and she wanted a little girl, but he had both parts. She cut the little boy thing off, but he wanted to be, they wanted to be a girl. But when they got grown, everything about him was a boy. So they saying don't make that choice for them, because they did that to that baby when she was little and she had the both parts. And when she got up, she said it made her feel some kind of way, because she didn't have the chance to decide who she wanted to be for herself. So really, that's why I don't look at gay people like y'all look at gay people. Now, if you're a man and you got a dingaling and you dressing up and you calling women out their name, now I'll see you real quick, because I'm going to check you, because you got a dingaling too and you trying to be a trick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You can't be both and call the women out their name, but you really got to educate yourself to know what's what, and don't go on what people say. Educate yourself for yourself, period.
I like that. Somebody said, is this all going to be about sexuality? Nah, y'all ask different questions. We ain't got to, you know.
Now, I want to put that because the whole beginning of the conversation went about sexuality. But what I'm saying is that's the main thing that your ass sees storm when all these bloggers doing it. That's what they talking about. Yeah. So now I want to break you off so y'all won't keep asking them that and keep running your mouth. It ain't about sexuality. It's about educating you, because a lot of y'all be calling gay people faggots and sissies. You know what I'm saying? I could call you ugly and dirty. Would you like that? So think about what you're saying. All I'm saying is when you say it, because y'all observe one thing, but are you really getting educated on what it really is? Not what somebody say. And if you don't want to be educated on sexuality today, there's more damn pages that you can go on over there besides this one today. Y'all be rhyming now. Y'all better stop. One thing I want to say, A lot of your clients too, Storm, your people over here, much love to y'all sisters. And it's a lot of them that reached out to me about cases. They do call that phone number. The phone number do work. I'm going to answer my phone. The calls are monitored. But if anybody call me and they need a case or I can help them in some kind of way, that's what I do. I'm an activist. But right now, I ain't no activist. I'm a sister on this mic talking to this brother right here today. So you got different levels of me too. You get what I'm saying? 9 to 5, I'm activist. After 5, ain't no telling what you may get. That
When is a celebrity doctor coming back? Soon. I took a break because I was really trying to push interviewing certain celebrities, and it's a little hard to drag them and ask them to interview. But now I'm done with that. Everybody finna get it now.
Well, did R. Kelly call you? I mean, have you heard any more from R. Kelly?
He should be reaching out pretty soon.
I mean, is they gonna let him out, or he's stuck, or you don't know yet?
That I don't know. It's a lot of red tape around his case. So we'll.
Did you like him as a person? Or did you
he
feel bad because of the things he had been accused of? Because one of his victims had reached out to me one time, but they were scared to tell it. And it was that girl, the Ariana, whatever, her.
Well, thank you, Arlene. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Arlene. She sent me a donation. No, I mean, we only talk like 15 minutes at a time. He seemed to be, a cool dude, but I never met him personally, and I never been able to see him face to face.
So when you see somebody face to face, it gives you a different sense of them than talking on the phone.
Absolutely, and then you can ask real questions and get deeper.
Yeah. So any more questions? I think I did. Anybody? I think I wrapped it up. I think I did a tremendous job getting all this Storm business and want to know the tea. And I don't do tea. I do Kool-Aid, and I like it with a lot of sugar in it. Thank y'all.
Yeah, I feel like they got. Hold on, let's see if it's anything else.
Yeah, come good Storm. You be nice. Let me get them for you. Let me get them. And let me get them, Storm. Y'all ready? And
how do you deal with trolls? Oh, I ignore trolls. The issue with trolls is when they get too obsessive and try to like stalk you and this and that. That's where it gets to be too much. But
so let me answer that too. Trolls are little ugly ass creatures that walk the earth, that be on movies and stuff. Those are people behind there. So at any time it get too bad, then you got a right to do something about it. But I hate when people say trolls because they really just grown people sitting up here trying to get with you because they like something about you. Trolls are little creatures. Those are people behind that mic. That ain't just nobody wandering around, them are people. But then if they trolling you, that's something they like about you. How about that?
That's true. That's very true. You want to hear something funny, Essie?
Yeah.
Now I spent like maybe $130 on this camera right here. This is the best $130 I done spent.
Yeah. Somebody say relax, Essie. I'm relaxed because if I wanted to chop you out, I would have broke all you off over here if somebody got stupid. I am relaxed, sweetie. I just don't like when somebody come at somebody that I care about and you keep being redundant and you're answering the same question because your verbiage that you are carrying is the same language that you said. You just said it in a different way.
What made you start interviewing people of different religions? I love those interviews. It's just interesting. Like I can talk to somebody that's a different religion and still respect them.
Are you religious?
Nah, I don't. You know what? I don't know what I am. I'll be honest.
Do you carry a denomination?
I say Christian, although I stopped saying that because I felt like, how can I call myself something I don't fully understand it?
I feel like people are too busy running behind a denomination, whether you're Methodist, whether you're Baptist, whether you're sanctified, filled with the Holy. It's just one. It's one God. I don't care what denomination you up under. It's one God. So we need to get that clearly first. And there's so many things that's been added and took away from the Bible. You don't know what's the lie and what's the truth. So you really got to educate yourself for yourself. And I think all these different religions, whatever they do, at the end of the day, it ain't but one place you can go on, either that place or the other place. So it all equals up to the same, no matter what denomination. But sometimes people feel like certain denominations are better than others. It's still
I don't get into all that. No, I'm not in Illuminati.
No, y'all didn't. What? Girl, do you think if he would be on Illuminati, he'd be on YouTube? Are you serious? Now, I have received letters asking me to join, but it sounds like aluminum foil, so I can't do that, and they ain't got no pamphlets on their company, so I don't want to be a part of that. But I wonder what would make them ask you that. Did he appear like he seemed like he Illuminati? Because don't you on a whole nother level if you dealing with the Illuminati. You wouldn't be on YouTube, would you?
No, I could be. I would be number one. I would be like a DJ Academics.
Oh, so if you join, they would put you with one of the top bloggers. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I would like. I wouldn't be able to talk about Steve. You see what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't be able to do stories like that.
Oh, well, I'll never join Illuminati at all.
Would you ever consider hosting a TV show on a network? It would just depend. I go back and forth with like wanting to do certain things like that. Y'all got to understand, I'm able to make my money at home. I ain't got to deal with nobody, and I'm in control. And so, it's a little difficult to give up that control to say, okay, and now I'm going to go on set. I'm here all day. I can't upload. I can't work. In the beginning, you don't make a lot of money doing that stuff.
Right.
It's just, it's got to make sense. I'm going to put it that way. It just got to make sense.
I think you would be good too, Storm. Just saying, because a lot of bloggers are haters. I think you would do real good. Maybe like how Tasha educated you. Give your followers or your subscribers and the people that are trying to build a platform, give them a one-on-one lesson one day. Y'all better have your paper, y'all pencil, and do a one-on-one with Storm. How to build your platform. What Tasha K taught you. How about you do a class and teach us? Because there's a lot of people that's on these platforms trying to build their platforms and they don't know the technique. And even though Tasha K gave you that class, I think you got your own technique, your own vibe.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you know other things that you could do and make it. I think that would be tremendous. I'll be there with my pencil and pad.
And you know what? Honestly, even when I did this recent speaking engagement, because yes, I can't speak. I do that. It felt natural, but I'm better in front of a live audience anyway. I used to do theater, so I'm more comfortable with because people got to understand, as a performer, I take your energy when you're in the audience. When I'm on camera, I have to create it. But when you're right in front of me, I'm able to look at you. I'm able to see what's working, what's not working, what makes you laugh, what doesn't. That's why the TV shows was good back in the day, because they did it in front of a live studio audience.
Right. And a lot of times we don't camera. Everybody want to see your face, but we can't see yours. But you got a lot of judgment and you got a lot of things to say. And then all the people on the blogs, we have to take that just because y'all said it. But I'm going to delete you straight up. I'll delete you, remove you.
Let's see. They said, would you ever do a live show? Possibly. The biggest thing for me is safety. Because people just act. Anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone.
And it's something, y'all, I don't know what it is, like with a lot of the YouTubers, or they call y'all social media influencers. It's been a lot of people being attacked behind that, you guys. I don't know why, but in the last 6 months, I know at least 4. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, why are they attacking these people or setting these people up? So you really got to realize, even though you own this YouTube thing, he still got to be careful, because you can't just fly out to people because they want you to be a meet engagement, because you don't know what they may do. That's why I don't go that many places. It ain't bougie.
Love Jones said, Professor Monroe in the building. You know what, Love Jones, I've been really thinking about, because I already got my master's. I'm already in a bunch of student loan debt. I'm about to say F it and just get the PhD. Not that I'm going to use it. I really just want to be called doctor. Is that weird? Like, a lot of
people do that. I know a guy right now, he got like 3 titles up on him. You can carry that. How long would it take you to get that?
Probably another 3 to 4 years.
Damn.
Yeah, I know.
A long time.
Or maybe 2 to 4, depending on the program. But then I would probably just move to wherever the school at. I would probably go back on campus and do the whole,
And then you wouldn't do this anymore?
Oh no, I would still do YouTube. Oh no, I'm not leaving my money.
You just want to do. So Storm, this right here, and understand, you guys, there's a difference. Storm don't do this like just for it. This is his job. This is a livelihood for him. because he said you got to be consistent. You got to be like with it every day. So like when you made your 5,000, did you put out videos once a day, twice a day? Like what's your method as far as that? It's just what? Or
for the genre I'm in, I should be uploading as much as possible. Some creators can do quantity over quality depending on how strong their audience is. I'm not really at that point yet, so I have to do more quantity over quality because I have to literally make a certain amount, and things have changed with YouTube over the years. I remember I was talking to my real good friend about it, and she was like, you know, do you want to be like the Beyonce of this or the Rihanna of this? Or the J-Lo of this shit? Like, which do you want? And I'm like, I don't know. And people might be like, but Dan, what do you mean by that? So if you're the Beyonce of this, that's quality over quantity. Okay. Beyonce really took the time to become the best at what she does.
I like that. How good.
Rihanna just spits out a bunch of different stuff that works, and she just constantly works, and now she can chill, right? If you J-Lo, you just hopping on whatever's hot. So I would be up here talking about relationships, and I ain't finna do that shit. So I don't know. Do I take the time and really become a real journalist? Do I just continue to give y'all what's hot and keep it pushing? I don't know.
Well, I think you're a real journalist anyway, Storm, because you still come with facts. You come with like paperwork. Like me being an activist, I'm not going to put something out there if it's not true. I always like to see something connected that you're going to tell me to make me see that it's true. I need something in black or white. I just can't believe you because you say that's what happened. I want something in writing. That's what any case that I do, because you can't say it and can't prove it. Then if you can't say it and you can't prove it, how can I prove it for you? So I think it's always good to have evidence with it.
That's true.
Love Jones, thank you for participating with us today. Welcome everybody for having me over here with Storm. Let me get all in Storm business. I hope y'all didn't think I got too touchy.
No, you good. You didn't do too much. Jamila said, I think you should get that doctorate, then we can really call you doctor. Literally, my name would be Dr. Storm Monroe, PhD, MBA. That's a hell of a name.
That's damn sure, especially when you get that Dr. Storm Monroe. That just sounds like some celebrity stuff, don't it? I mean, like, doctor, I wonder how many people will ask you for an exam.
Oh my God. Yes. Let's see. I think you should go back for psychology if you don't already have that under your belt. That would be interesting.
But see, at least you guys are here. Y'all holding them down. Y'all know Storm. You know, give him ideas, because everybody can always get greater at what they do. You know what I'm saying? I have a lot of women now calling me saying, Essie, we want to do what you do. We want to be a civil rights activist. One thing I can say about a civil rights activist, no matter what, you cannot be a coward and you cannot be afraid to speak. If you think you're going to be an activist and because someone says something, tell you to shut up and you go cry in the corner, this ain't for you.
It ain't for you. And I will say this too, like, when I worked with kids, I really enjoyed that. Like, I reunited families. Like, I helped young adults transition into adulthood. Like, I did really good work. It just wasn't paying no money. So I would have to do it in a different capacity. But I mean, I could literally start my own nonprofit if I want to.
You really could. And anything you do, so Storm, I think because your personality, you will be successful because you're great at this. You know what I'm saying? I don't see you doing anything but going further and far from this. And I love how your people, like they stand and they hold you down. And how you guys see me do Storm. I said it was interrogation, and it was that. But I be real. If you ever, I'll do a conversation one day and tape it. I ain't nothing nice on the phone. If you're a redneck, I'm gonna say you're a redneck. If you shady, I'm gonna say you're shady. I don't hold if I think you're a white slave master trying to piss on black people, I speak just like I see it. You know what I'm saying? And that's why people call me the beast or the bulldog, because I don't worry about what somebody say. I worry about winning. And that's what I look at when Storm is on his platform. He's worried about winning, telling the truth, and bringing light to things, and then bringing humor with it. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of bloggers on here, but then there's a lot of Storms on here. None that I know of.
They said, so Storm, you've had a lot of jobs and degrees for just being 30 years old. Yeah. I worked at Six Flags, Anheuser-Busch, I think I did some teaching at some point. I'm not really sure. I've had several customer service jobs, manager jobs, social worker, post office, trash collector, Amazon. I mean, I ain't never sold drugs.
But this has been your best job for you because you're self-employed. Has this been your?
I was meant to be self-employed. I always hated having a boss because I was usually smarter than them.
Yeah, and I have to say, being an actor is the same thing. You know, I'm all about helping my people. You know what I'm saying? I got tired of working 9-to-5 jobs because I would get fired because you talk stupid to me. I'm straight for the check you from the gate. I don't care if you own that place. You're not going to talk to me crazy and never allow someone to do that to you guys. And I'm just saying, hopefully, the what Storm just did today to open up, to be vibrant, to be honest. I hope more bloggers get more into their own business and make more of a different transition on this mic than really worry about what people do and don't like or who they with and who they ain't with. Because at the end of the day, our personal business really ain't none of your business. It's really what we put out to give you to make it go to another level. You know what I'm saying? And if you own a blog and you worry about somebody suing you, you really shouldn't be on the blog. Because I talked to Storm. Storm said, I ain't worried about nothing. Bring it. Whatever somebody gonna do, bring it. And that's what makes you a good reporter. And if you really look at it, you are a freelance reporter, Storm. That's what you do. What you doing right now, all that's freelance. When you get up out your bed and you go get Thor, or you go get this rapper, that's freelance reporting. You're going to get the story that nobody came to get. You're bringing it back to us. So that's what that's about.
It's true.
So you guys, I guess I'm through doing my interrogation now. Storm, let me make sure. I think I asked everything I needed to know. And I enjoyed it. And I enjoyed your honesty and being real. If I had a thought Storm was lying about something, I'd be like, Storm, you know that ain't true. I could tell he was authentic. Being a civil rights activist for 30 years, I listen to what people say, and it's the little bitty things that'll make me win. The little bitty things are the things that you miss. Those are the things that you should be looking at. Just like when people saying that Storm gonna get sued because he say something, or I'm gonna get sued because I say something about Steve Harvey. It's 10 years worth of stuff over there on my page. Why I ain't sued yet? Because I'm telling the truth. Remember that. So Storm, am I dismissed? Can I go? May I?
I think so. I think the only thing you forgot. Did you want to ask me why I legally changed my name? Because I don't want to be fake. They'll be like, oh,
I didn't. Oh, okay. Because I didn't know if you wanted to tell that or not.
Yeah. I mean, the people who know, they know. But long story short, I did it because I really didn't want to walk around with a ghetto name. Like, I know some people thought I was like running from the law, and I'm like, I've never been in trouble. You ain't gonna find it on me but some speeding tickets. That's it. But I really just didn't want a ghetto name, and I like names that are easy to spell and easy to pronounce. And and that's just what it was. So some people tried to take that and really run with it. And to me, people have changed. Listen, if y'all don't call Tupac Lassane Crooks, then let it go. If you're not gonna call Martin Luther King Michael, then let it go. Like, people have changed their name since the beginning of time. So I
literally don't like my name because it's country. I ain't trying to find you don't know many Essies. Go get an Essie on this platform. I'm probably the only Essie on this whole YouTube. But what really used to irk me is, and you're in the country, they're like, Essie, and put that little yodel on it. I just hate when them country folks do that yodel. So everybody got something that they want to change within them. And I love Storm Monroe. It just sounds like a rich name. But when you said, like, like a ghetto name, what does that mean? Like, because what you got a ghetto name, like, what do you consider a ghetto name? I don't get it. Like,
it's a name that's stereotypical of a person who is either from the hood or have parents that are from the hood, just like you have trailer park names. So like, I've gotten so good with names, I can tell if you had young or old parents. I can tell if you're from the hood or a trailer park. I can tell even what kind of Hispanic person you are, because even we all have what we call lower class names, so to speak. Even mine is still technically, because it's weird. But yeah, I didn't want that. And then going out on interviews and people can't pronounce your name, and then you go through life and people can't pronounce or they misspell your name. So sometimes when y'all naming kids shit and you think it's cute, but you always have to think like, okay, they got to learn how to spell it and people got to pronounce it. not just like your pronunciation. Like people, they have to go out in the world with it. So,
and if you look at Storm Monroe, like certain people like keep it real. I don't know too many white Essies. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes when you call on the phone, you're doing a job, your name could maybe legally make you or break you in an interview or a conversation.
I used to see that. I worked in hiring people, and I used to see them just toss. And people don't know there's even discrimination when it comes to names between what we call like a Black American ghetto name versus an African name. If they think you over here from like Nigeria, they really don't trip. But if your name is like Tanisha Jackson, they might throw your shit in the trash.
See, and ain't that sad? Those kind of things make a difference. But you know what? At the end of the day, ghetto name or not, you still have the right or the choice to be who you want to be of that character. I love that you did change your name because I think it's cute and it sounds rich. I don't know why you named yourself that, but it sounds rich. You know, a white man ain't gonna go look at your contract. If you got Essie Bear over here in Storm Monroe, you know damn well my certificate go in the trash real quick. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying straight up, Essie. Like one time I was on the phone, I'd be like, "Hello, my name is Essie Berry. I'm a civil rights activist. I'm calling on behalf of." See, it changed, right? But when they found out I was a Black woman trying to stand up for a white man, they were pissed. And I don't even understand. You ought to be happy that I'm trying to stand up for one of your own. But they were insulted because I went ahead and gave all my name. And then when they found out I was a Black woman, then they didn't want to talk to me anymore. And I was like, okay, because my vibe is totally different when I'm fighting a case. You know what I'm saying? I don't state my race. I state the case. So sometimes that can kind of interfere with who you are. I'm not trying to be funny when you say that. So I get what you're saying, because like Shanae, who want to be named Shanae? You know that sound. Do you know any white girl named Shanae? No. And why would your mom even name you that? And I'm not saying that's a bad name. I just get what Storm's saying when he say that it's true. Your name can make you or break you.
That's all I'm saying. So, you know, some people, you know,
What?
You know, so some people, you know, they felt some kind of way like, oh, was he trying to run from the law? Like, obviously, I wouldn't be on the internet if I was, but.
And let me say this. Whether you change your name or not, your face don't change. Your fingerprints don't change, nor does your DNA. So if somebody was going to get you, they can get you either way legally. So always remember that. It's the little things y'all looked at, but you said, oh, Storm changed name, but you didn't realize his DNA don't change. You didn't realize some fingerprints don't change, and his damn show, his face ain't going to change. So it doesn't matter what he changed his name to. Nothing about his appearance is going to change unless he changed something to do that too.
Right. And to be clear, yes, boo, the birth certificate is changed too, because a lot of them, they had tried that with, what's on your birth certificate? My name, boo.
Yeah. And then that's smart to do. Get everything. If you're going to change your name, get everything amended. You know what I'm saying? That way you can go by, and anybody can get their name changed. You know what I'm saying? You just got to go to court to do it. You can't go just get a piece of paper and start signing your name now.
No.
I know y'all want some attractive names. You have to go to court and you have to be petitioned to legally sign something. You know, as far as that, let me tell one lady, I think she was off your page. If you are married and your husband leave and you don't know where he at, just hypothetically saying, and you say you don't know where he at, you better not know the address, but you could go and you could start a divorce without your husband. You can go put it in the paper for 30 days, and he probably ain't going to read no newspaper. And in 30 days, you'll automatically be divorced because you can file for abandonment. So it's so many ways that you can get out of something if you want to get out of it. You just have to research the law for yourself. Never believe what someone says, because you should always go recheck it for yourself. I'm not saying you're a liar, but when someone tells me something, I go back and check it for myself. Knowledge is power. And if you check for yourself, then you'll know for yourself, because there's a lot of different answers. And sometimes when you say things, it resonates to people differently. You know what I'm saying? Like Storm terminology is different. He know about things that I wouldn't know about. I might know about things that he wouldn't know about, and it's going to resonate differently. So always remember that every case, every situation, everything is different, and there's always a ploy to it. You know what I'm saying? There's always something. Like Storm, you said you changed your name, but why did you change your name? Because you don't want a ghetto name.
Well, yeah, that's why I changed the first name, and then I of course changed the last name because I was not going to carry my father's last name anymore.
Right.
And then I was a little weird. I wanted to start my own, not necessarily lineage or legacy, but just like separate myself from my family too.
Mhm.
And I also felt like, well, shit, who gonna check me? You ain't gonna beat my ass about it. So,
And you know, when you said that, one other thing, like say if you married and I'm Essie, Dolores, Jackson, Barry, whatever, and my maiden name was Jackson, my maiden name is Alexander. Women, I have never ever lost my maiden name. I've been married 4 times, but I always kept my maiden name. So if it was Essie, Alexander Berry, or Alexander Nickerson, so when I get through with that nigga, I drop his name off too. So I just want to let you women know that if you did not know that, you could still carry your maiden name, and then when you're done with him, then you could drop him back off at the sidewalk. Because I've never kept a man name except Fred Berry because I'm his widow and he passed away. But I don't got to keep that either if I wanted to, because I'm a widow now and it really doesn't matter. So I'm saying sometimes women say they want to go back to their maiden name. So if you are going to get married and you get married, put your last name and then put his last name. So if it's Barry Allen or Allen Barry, then if he drop you or you divorce him, you automatically can go back to your maiden name.
Well, I will say this: if me and Love Jones get married, her last name would be Monroe, and I just think that's a fly ass last name.
Love Jones, is that her real name though? Love Jones?
I don't think she want me to put that out there.
Okay, but that's cool.
But I'll say Mrs. Monroe is a nice ass name.
But did y'all see how Storm did that when he said, if me and you seen that big old smile, if me and her do make it, I will say her name, Love Jones. I hope you caught that metaphor. I hope you caught that window. Love Jones. Love Jones Monroe. I love it. You know what? I'm getting ready to go. God bless you, Storm. I am so honored to be here with you. I think that you didn't like get all snabby. I did like checking that person who said something. I hope they answer all the questions. But no matter what, you're always going to be inquisitive about something. That's fine too. But we don't owe you an explanation, and neither does he. He's here to do a story. I wondered y'all one about some of the people that's in the industry that y'all looking at. That's who should be one that's gay. That's who you got to be wondering what's wrong with them. The people up there that y'all sit up at co-signing and y'all sit up there putting them like an idol. Them the people that you need to be worried about, not the people on the platform. Because I saw somebody said on your platform that YouTube is beginning to be the black news. You know what I'm saying? And I really feel that way, that we are sitting up here not just degrading our black people, we're saving our black people too. Sisters calling me every day now asking me about a case. That means I'm saving them too. But at least we're putting something out there. So what y'all thought was in front of you that was visual and you thought it was real, it's really fake. And so we're bringing it out there to show you guys for sure.
Amen.
All right, you guys. Well, love y'all. I gotta go. I'll see y'all later. You know what I mean? You'll talk later on, Storm, because y'all some more juicy stuff getting ready to come out, baby.
Ooh, yes.
And you know, Storm got the deals, baby. He got the deals.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Spirit Led, for another $100.
Thank you, Miss Spirit. Look, God is good, ain't he?
Hey.
Thank you. I appreciate
it. Sending you an honorary doctorate, Dr. Storm Monroe. Very impressed. Oh, see, y'all gonna make me go really enroll now. Appreciate that. Have a good one, Essie, okay?
God bless you, Storm. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye. All right. That was fun. I think that was fun. She had been wanting to interview me for a minute. So yeah, I think that was good. I think that was good. I think Love Jones gonna hit me in a minute. She gonna let me know if she liked it or not. Come on, Dr. Monroe. Listen, I would literally be getting it just to be called Dr. Monroe, because you know how that goes. I feel like that would be so cool, especially like when I write my books and stuff. Dr. Storm Monroe. Like your new camera, thank you. I only spent $100-some on it. I'm finna sell these other cameras. This look better than the stuff that's $400, $600, and $800. I'm finna sell that bullshit. Let's see. You can do it. Appreciate that, Tracy. Somebody said they just want to see another educated black man. Ain't nothing wrong with that. What type of PhD will you study? You know what I've been really interested in? Well, actually, no, I ain't gonna tell y'all yet. I'll wait on that. Let's see. This was a very positive show. I agree. Let's see. PhD to add some legitimacy. Facts. It's a lot. It's a Logitech camera. Hold on. I'll show y'all what kind of camera it is. Logitech. Hold up. I'm finna show y'all. So I got my PhD just to be called Dr. Two. That's what I'm saying. Sonya, like, you can always go to medical school. Facts. Here it is right here. $139, and this shit look better than the $600 camera right here. Oh shit, you have the same one? Okay, dope. You look really handsome tonight. Oh, thank you. What else? What else? Well, I might need to get one of these. Yeah, I would suggest you do. Don't even waste your time, like especially Love Jones, especially like the way we do our shows where they want us up close and personal. You ain't got to spend a whole lot of money like that. $139 for the camera, get you 2 ring lights or even 3 to put like, I'll show you how to do it, bend it down literally like so the light shines down. That's it. So easy to set up. So true. Cam is super clear. All right, people, I'm out of here. I will talk to you guys later.